Good evening, good evening, good evening. Wow. Let me give you guys a second for somebody to come on in. Come on in the room. Come on. Let me give it a minute to have a couple people come on in the room. All right. Wow. It's your girl, everybody. It is the mule, baby. My dog is seeing the kids walking. So you're gonna have a good time walking. But anyway, y'all, just I just keep thinking about this. Give me 1 second. Let me get this dog out of here. Yes. So, good evening, good evening, good evening. So, I just keep thinking about this here, the movie The Woman King, and how several different, I'll call them our sisters, right? Um, are just attacking because this movie is in their minds showing black women as being super masculine, right? And so they have decided to go on this campaign about femininity and being a woman. And when a woman is a warrior, it takes her away from being a man, I mean, a woman, and it turns her into being a man, right? How the young people say, I call cap on that. I call complete cap. So you mean to tell me that you guys have no problem going watch Tomb Raider? You have no problem with Angelina Jolie and all these superhero women of no color, right? Y'all have no problem when these women are in fighter roles, right? Action packed movies. Nikita and and I like all these Xena Warrior Princess, and they have no problem when it's other people. But can you just let a sister live? Can you let a woman shine in all her glorious chocolate skin and melanin and just be a warrior without you name calling her and hating on her? And this is not for men, this is for the damn women. This is for the women I'm talking to right now. You heifers who have started calling women hyenas online and all this here. I am so sick of the Crimson Curse. I am so sick of all you heifers. The need, all of you, I call you guys the submissive. You are all the submissives, right? Because you demand to be up under. You want to be below, beneath, because you are lesser than. And guess what? That is your right as a human being. If you choose to be submissive and below and beneath, hey, I'm not gonna hate on you. You can be what you want to be around me. I look. I don't. I don't. I wouldn't hope to be that. I don't want to have to feel like I'm beneath or lesser than, but you submissives really keep on talking about this woman king as if she is. Listen, y'all have no problem with Wonder Woman, nigga. You have no problem. But see, this is the submissive. What I told y'all before. Who was the ultimate submissive in a movie? It was Miss Seeley. And what did she tell Harpo to do to Sophia when he couldn't? What did he? She tell Harpo? Beat her. You have to be very careful with these cursed women, with these submissive women, with the because today is fashionable to call these women. I can't see the chat right now, but welcome, welcome, welcome. It's very fashionable for people to call a woman uh uh submissive or feminine, a feminist, right? Not feminist. They want to call, what's a good way they want to call women now? Oh, I'm resting in my femininity. I don't want to be masculine. And when these women are warriors, they're in their masculine. It is more than one damn type of woman, just like it's more than one type of man. It is more, not every woman wants to bake cookies, and not every woman wants to be a dress designer. Not every woman wants to be what you want to be. There are so many different characteristics. And I'm so tired of people thinking that is one way to do womanhood or one way to even do manhood. There are things that some men are great at, some the next man is horrible at. But one man could care less, one man love. It does not affect your masculinity or your femininity. It does not. These people who keep talking all this stuff are the very people, help me out, great Buddha. These are the very people who are hyper religious, right? They want to talk about their religious all the time, their religion, and always putting up scriptures and these parables of their great books, right? But the whole thing is for those great books is to just keep you trapped in a low level thinking of yourself. But you know what? None of those people who read those books believe in God. Cannot believe in any God. Because if there is a God who created you and who makes no mistakes, how could you have a brain to be able to think for yourself, do all these things, and then he tells you you're less than him and he's smarter than you, and you know damn well you running circles around this fool? How? Tell me. I don't went off. But anyway, let me just say this here for this. Let me look in the chat first. Nobody not in the chat. Hey MJ. Hey MJ. Why? Hey sis. I don't know who this is. I have no problem with black women doing it, but our women being masculine is a pandemic. A pandemic and proven undesirable to men. We have too many depictions of it. We need more roles promoting black femininity. It's a pandemic to who? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. Where I work at, it's cuffing season. And I can't believe what I'm seeing. These here white guys is cuffing up the sisters. And the sisters they cuff up, the dark skinned sisters with natural afros. The ones who you guys will say is unattractive. So BS, I call BS, I call cap, as the young people say on that shit. I am calling straight up cap. Because you would have thought that they would have a light skinned sister with extra long hair, and I'm seeing the complete opposite. The complete opposite. Not that I care about it, but I'm just saying, I, complete opposite. Fighting and fire, and fire is bitter and leave a blaze. You know what? I don't understand you, boo boo. You could keep that comment. Moonflower, what's up, baby girl? What's up? This is my YouTube daughter, y'all. I love her. What's up, Moon? Hey, Moon. Moon say we here. Thank you. Yes, I'm not for everyone. Kira, yes, I am live. We is live. I'm about to drop the link, y'all. I just want to do my little spiel right quick. Boy, bye. You just not masculine. Hey, I'm feeling like that because he said a whole lot of nothing. I don't know what he was talking about, but it was a whole lot of nothing. It's proven. Let me go back to his damn comment. I have no problem with black women doing it, but our woman being masculine is a pandemic and proven undesirable. Negro, please. You see, that's the BS. That's the cap. They want you to think so less of yourself. But I'm gonna tell you who was the ultimate problem to me too, y'all. Or MJ said, don't listen to waterheads. Please don't, ladies. Please don't. They want you to. They want to knock you down a peg or two so they can be your equal. The reason why they can't holler at you now and get with you is because they're not on your level. So they gotta make you feel lesser about yourself for them to feel better about themselves. You understand? Nah. Come up, come up. Upgrade yourself, baby. But back to this here thing. I'm so tired of these people. It's been just too many shows on them downing Viola Davis. And the whole thing, they've twisted the narrative of the story. This is a false story based on a real group of people, a real African tribe, the Banana tribe, right? And what happened was because of so many years of war, of actual tribal war that they were in, of against other black tribes, their men, they kept, getting killed and kidnapped and turned into slaves, right? So this community, this place didn't have a lot of, it really had hardly no men left. And one day the chief looked around and he saw that his sister had an all-female security group, and he saw them fighting good. So he asked them to start training women, right? And they did. And it was out of necessity. It was not a choice. They didn't have the men to fight. They didn't have enough because the men had been fighting the best they could, you know, but they were on a losing end. They were fighting bigger tribes, right? With, I guess, I don't know. These here actually niggas, these women on YouTube, the Nene, the Crimson Curse, they are sitting up here saying that because these women are showing black women how to be warriors, it's just gonna make us more masculine. But yet you never heard them protest and actually telling people to protest this movie. The shit is so bizarre to me that listen, when Black Panther came out, because it was a black superhero thing, what did all us women do? We brought our kids, our sons, and our daughters. I know I had to pay. We paid 3 times because my little boy loved the show. And we paid, we didn't bootleg it, right? We made that the top #1 grossing movie for weeks. But you know what they do when it's our time to have something positive about women? They they send Miss Celie out to say beat them, beat them. That's what they do. I know a lot of people don't want to hear me attacking women, right? And I don't want to attack women. That's why I refuse to call these people pick-me's and all of that. That's why I've named them the submissive, because they have a pride in being submissive. So I'm calling them what they choose to be called. I'm not giving them a name that they don't like, right? But these here women, they are not for women. They will get you killed. You have to know these people. You have to really know who these women are. These are the women when a man is beating the hell out of his wife and she try to go run and hide, she'll call that woman and say, "Girl, where you at?" And the girl say, "Oh, girl, I'm by my sister's house. I'm trying to get away from that man." She'll be the one to say, "Girl, she by her sister, so the man can go over there and kill you, or go over there and beat you and drag you back home." That's these women. That's the quality cal. That's the actual that's the sisterhood they would share with you. Betrayal. How dare you choose not to be beat when I get beat? That's part of life. That's how they feel. They feel there's nothing wrong with it. Hey, what's up, Choco Kitty? What's up, MJ? Yes, they don't know history. Why? Wisdom over feelings. Why? Hey, love. MJ Moonflower speaks. Hey, Wisdom say hey to everybody. MJ said it's always the ashy niggas and men it's that get them got the most to say. Say it to Great Buddha. I mean Sweet Jesus. Say it to everybody, my love. Say it to everybody. Fuck that shit. I've drawn a line with these hoes. I don't care. Wait, let me find this link. But no, I'm just to the point where y'all, we have to start calling some of these people and saying, yeah, yeah, listen, these people is gonna lead us to death and destruction, y'all. They are just gonna they're gonna lead us down a path that we do not need to be at. And the reason why is because they are not for you. They are not for us sisters. They're really not. We could pretend that they are because we're all black women, right? But they are not for you. I don't know if y'all. Can y'all hear me now? So anyway, anybody want to come up? It is open panel, and I just want to see y'all thoughts. And why is it that women can't be warriors? We had Xena Warrior Princess for years. Nobody complained. I love that show. I'm gonna be honest. I used to watch her. What's up, MJ? Wow, sis, long time no see.
Wagwan, Hema, what's going on?
Nothing. What's up, my New York sister? I miss
What's
you.
I miss you too. Yeah, girl, I know exactly what you're talking about. I can't stand them. I can't stand them hoes either, man. I
I
really
caught the
can't. It's
playback
so
with you and
annoying.
Moonflower yesterday. It was nice, girl. I like the play. I caught that playback. I said, damn, I missed
Yeah, but let me tell you something. It's like those women are dangerous, and if women don't understand that those type of women who are too male identified are not and don't have their best interest for women in totality, then there's going to be a problem. We're going to see more death of women. Those are the setup queens. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones that you exactly what you said. The ones who will call you, see how you doing, set you up, and put you in a area with someone who violated your trust, or abused you, verbally abused you, and put you in a situation. Those are the same girls who will basically execute you, shoot you dead in the street over a dude because the dude told them to. Like they don't have that feminine connection spirit with being a woman, period. They don't value being a woman. They value being validated by men. And that's the problem when you look and you seek for validation from anyone, let alone men. You know what I'm saying? What men decide or what a woman should be should not be women's concern. Women decide who they want to be as a woman. And not every man is supposed to be have access to you. If you want to be a feminine housewife woman who don't do anything, whatever, not, you know what I'm saying, just only want to be barefoot in the kitchen and hang off of your man or your husband's every word, I have no problem with that. Godspeed. But if you're a woman who don't think like that, you have your own goals, you have things that you have set for your family, be with the men who align with that, who want someone who wants to be a partner and be in a partnership. But this whole blanket type of generalization that these some content creators do, where they say you need to be that, you're setting yourself up for danger and a very hard life, because you're gonna come across the man that you personally don't want. You might say you want to be feminine, but then that you're gonna have the controllers, the users and abusers. They get, guess what, they want that type of feminine woman too, the one who's not going to stand up for themselves, who don't have a backbone, who agrees with everything that he says, you know what I'm saying, and she knows how to keep her mouth closed, or she's gonna get her lip bust. They looking for those girls too. So if that's not the lifestyle that you want, you better make sure that whoever you deal with know what type of woman you are and what they getting into, you know? And stop all this bullshit. Stop all this nonsense of, oh well, I'm seeking validation. What are you seeking validation for? I was not born of a man. I'm a child of God. I'm not a child of men. Man makes mistakes. Men error. And when I'm talking about men, I'm not talking about just the male gender. I'm talking about just humans, period. Men and women. We all make mistakes. We all got good attributes and fucked up attributes about us. Why would I seek validation from people who can make bad decisions just like I could? It has to be a line drawn, and this whole generalization is what's getting children, women, and men killed. We gotta
Yes,
stop thinking like
girl,
this.
you dropping nothing but knowledge and facts. Just the same way a woman can be wrong, a man can be wrong. I don't get it. The same way I can have something wrong in my ideals, so can a man. We are all human, and mankind makes mistakes, right? So sitting up here and keep trying to diminish. Listen, I don't believe. I believe I don't care how rough and tough a woman is, she is still feminine, and I don't care what. It's her version of it. You understand?
Correct.
It's her version of it. I can sit up here. Well, I don't sew everything, but I know how to sew sundresses, right? But because I know how to sew, does that make me more feminine than a woman who doesn't know how to sew? Hell no. I also know how to change a damn alternator on the car.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
you know what I'm saying? So this is my thing. I tell people, what the hell does one version of you make you better than the next woman? No, it doesn't. It's just a bunch of load of crap. And we've really been raised and brought up into thinking that if you do, but I didn't even grow up thinking, was raised like this. I'm gonna be honest. This is not some shit till I see on YouTube where every damn thing black women do, because I never hear them complain about the women warriors. I never saw them protesting um Wonder Woman. You know, I don't hear it. I do not hear them when it's a woman of a different color. But when it's us, it's always negative. It doesn't matter what we do, it's negative. And the problem I'm having that is women who are worse to me than a men in the manosphere, because you're a freaking women and you have women believing the shit you saying, and come to find out some of these women ain't even married, and teaching you. Why would I listen to fools? First of all, not even saying that if you're married, it means I should listen to you, because that shit don't mean nothing. But it make it even worse if you're not, because you're telling people how they should be to attract something that you're looking for that you couldn't keep. What the hell? I don't
But that's
understand.
but that's because that's because those women who do that, they're actually setting up their competition to be with men that's going to treat them badly. So they figure that if they can get those women to go after the men who have poor pathology of how they treat women and how they view women or womanhood, if they feed them to the lion's den, then they will be left with the good men. That's how those women are thinking. That's why they set women up that way. They tell you to be this way and that way for a man, but the only men who's online who's talking that they want women like that are not good men. Those are men with very poor mindset about womanhood, parenthood, anything that has to do with women. They don't give a fuck what women trials and tribulations are. They are the most horrible men when it comes down to pathology of any form of relationship. But yet they are trying to get women to cater to those men. Those are the setup queens. Why you
You
think
know
they
what?
what
I don't even think it's that fault. I think they are just like Miss Silly. They feel I get beat. It ain't that big of a deal. This is how men supposed to. Listen, there are Bible verses that these people be quoting that you can beat your woman as long as you don't kill her. Shit like that that I have heard on YouTube that these men are saying that you can do all this here stuff. Um, to your wife, as long as you don't hurt her too badly. But my thing is, this is where y'all want us to go to. And I'm not trying to knock nobody religion, but what I'm saying is, y'all keep throwing y'all religion up for the shit to be on display. But I listen, I don't aspire to this type of abusive love. In New Orleans, we call that shit graveyard love. I don't want
mm-hmm.
nobody putting their hands on me. I don't want nobody loving me to death. I don't want none of that shit. We call that graveyard love. Somebody got to beat you to keep you. You don't need them. And these women want the submissives, right? They are so angry at this movie because it showed women trying to protect themselves, trying to protect their tribe and their families and their loved ones. Even though they were losing a lot of the times, I just
They don't they like I said, they don't know history, and they don't know that. Okay, let's say, for example, let's say that we were those quote unquote attributes, those fake attributes of femininity that they keep trying to push down women's throat. If we're in a predicament where the men are not there, or the men have died off in war, and there's a higher number of women versus men, do you want us not to exist at all? Like, do you want us to all perish? Like, do you feel that women should die if men are not there, or men are not available? Because that's what they kind of give off to me when they word things the way that they do. That you should die off if if the man can't be saved. That's bullshit. Aren't you your own identity? Aren't you your own person? Didn't God make you just as important and as valuable as your child or your husband or the man that you're with? You are just as valuable. And that's why I said it's the devaluation of womanhood, period. They do not value womanhood. They don't even look at women as human beings. They look at women as objects that need to be used, a form of resources. And
I don't
they
believe that. I don't believe that they don't value womanhood. What they don't value is black womanhood because they don't want to protest white women movies. That if they were going out protesting on Nikita and Xena Warrior Princess and Wonder Woman movies and just all the what the Eternals had all the women,
yeah.
if they were out there protesting those shows, those movies, I would say, well, you know what? They don't like women. It's not that they don't like women
No, they
and
just don't like black
empower.
women.
They don't like black women.
Yeah,
They don't
they
like their
don't.
self. It's the self
No.
hate
Yeah, they
coonery for
don't like
me.
black women. Anything that resembles blackness, they hate it. And anything that resembles any form of whiteness, they love. And this is why they don't have a problem when white women who be bony as hell sitting up here fighting like a superhero that can take on a man and shit. They be like, oh, that movie's cool. That
That
movie's
bitch weigh
great.
108 pounds and she beating up 200-pound men.
Exactly. And they be like, oh, look how she moved. Oh, she mad cool. She dope. Look at it. But you see, this is what I'm saying. Because of that, because of white women's being white, they're automatically assumed to be feminine. So it doesn't even matter what they do. This is why you have those hood ass white chicks, those wiggers who sitting up
Mm-hmm.
here talking about cash me outside And how about that? And want to wear box braids and shit like that, and cosplay as being a black person or a black woman. This is why when they do the most quote unquote ghettoish shit, they never check them. They never check them and say that that woman is being masculine when a white woman is quote unquote acting like a ghetto black girl. You don't never hear them say that she's masculine. You will never hear them say that, because the simple fact is, because she got the quote unquote complexion for protection. She don't get to have that image. But just for the simple fact that we are black
Yeah.
women, it automatically they say that we are masculine because we are dark skinned, because we are melaninated, we are masculine. They don't look at us as women. And so that's why everything that we do is masculine.
But
Even if
this
we
is
can
the
do the same
thing,
thing
the
we do.
crimson curse. She is dark skinned. We are the same color. And she is, this is the problem I'm having with these people. For real, you have a huge following and you leading people to just more self hate. It's the self hate child for me.
Because she hate
Listen,
herself. She hate herself. She hate the simple fact that she's black. And she hate the simple fact that black men hate her because she's black. She hates the fact that the reality is that a lot of our counterparts don't like you because you look like them or you have their features. You will never be accepted, but you will still fucking pander to they goddamn fucking dusty ass wants and dusty ass needs, and you will send young girls into the lion's den to be to be degraded, defamed, and devalued how you have felt your whole entire fucking life. That's why she does what she does. That's why I don't be taking these waterheads seriously. Fuck these
oh
waterhead
girl,
broads.
MJ, I miss you, girl. You be dropping fucking bars. Oh my muse. Oh my girl, we holding that church in here. Oh my muse. Come on, early. Oh my muse.
Man, I can't
Holy
stand these
muse.
waterhead dudes and these waterhead broads, yo. Like, I'm at the point, like, I wish that there was a little bit more censorship. And that's kind of sad. Like, that's how I feel right now. I wish there was more censorship where not everybody can get a mic and say shit. Straight up.
Man, for real, because it's the things you're saying. It's so against yourself and us as black women. Listen, I don't knock if you want to be Susie a home baker. Hey, you can be treated well and be a homemaker. I'm not saying that everybody who was a homemaker is not treated well. I'm not saying every woman who wants a corporate job is not, is not whatever happy. Everybody is different and everybody have a different walk in this life, right? I just feel like it's value in all of us. It is value in what you decide that you want, right? and
Mm-hmm.
and my thing is, I think it's straight up bullshit to make it seem like it's one way to be a woman. It is not. Listen, my daughter just got engaged. My son, girl, I got two kids that's engaged, right? Both
Aw.
of them blew my mind. None of them, all four of these people, none of them want to have a baby. None of them want children. And I mean, I talk to them over and over about this because I don't want them to get married in 5 or 10 years from now because these people are young. And
Mm-hmm.
then yeah, one of y'all change your mind, and the other one still have that mind and say, no, we agreed to this that we would never have children. And now one of y'all, because you 23, you don't know how you're gonna feel at 33. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I'm trying to get them to have, but I don't want to be Debbie Downer either. I want to support them and say, hey, if you don't, but I just want to keep, making sure that that doesn't be a part that you got to leave each other because you don't know how you're gonna feel in 10 years. And if you're really adamant about not bending on that, it scares me. But I don't ever want to down somebody because this is your path and this is the life you want. Everybody have a different walk in life, right? And it's
Right.
not for me to take and say your path or your walk is not right. I just want to make sure that you're going in it knowing that over time we all can change ideals and things. And you need to have a partner that understands that. I talk to them. I talk to my kids straight up because You might change, you might not. But what if one of y'all change? Are you willing to leave the other one if they decide to have one? I think things like that should be discussed.
Right.
You know,
It has to. And and one thing is, when you do get married young, you are not going to be the same 20-year-old when you got married when you're 30 and you're 40. Your
yeah,
views, your values, and as well as experiences is going to change. So if you don't have that good communication in your relationship where y'all are willing to grow with each other and have that flexibility to give grace for that person to start to fill out where they want to where they see themselves at 30 or 40, then you're going to always run in problems. What happens is, a lot of people, they come in, and when they have marriages or long-term relationships, they everything is so like strict, to the point where, listen, exactly how you were when we got together, you have to remain like that all the time. Now, mind you, I'm not saying that your standards are supposed to change. Standards shouldn't change, but your understanding of how you approach certain situations will eventually change when time pass. And you have to be willing to have that flexibility to basically figure out whether or not, if it's something that's doable or conducive to your relationship or not. But if you don't have that leeway, you know what I'm saying, you just hold a tight ship, you don't have that leeway to for growth, you ain't gonna never know, and you're gonna mess up the relationship that you do have. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna go sour, because one person's gonna go a different path, and y'all not gonna be aligning with each other anymore. And then what happened? Y'all not aligning with each other and not having good communication. What's gonna come from that? Resentment. And then
yeah.
resentment is gonna turn into indifference, and then indifference is gonna turn into hate. That's how it goes.
And just knowing that, not trying to change. I have did change the subject, but it don't matter how good of a couple you guys start off, you're gonna be unaligned at some point. You're gonna be different at some point. You're not gonna match up at some point because you're both are two separate human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you know what, this one is gonna start thinking and finding information on this here way and be like, oh, I like this. I want to try to do this. And this one gonna be like, nah, that ain't for me. And that's
Right.
cool. That is
Right.
absolutely cool because guess what? If you have a good connection and a strong foundation, you know what I'm saying? You know, it should not change. The whole thing is don't try to change somebody else. You know, because if I grow up faster and I not grow up, but if I decide to start trying new things and your partner don't want to, you should not be trying to force that person to do what you want to do. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you have to accept it, and then if that person comes along, that's fine, and if they don't, that's fine, right?
Right.
But
I mean, that's your option, and but that's why people don't like the options that they have, right? Because you can be in a relationship with someone and you're not seeing eye to eye. Y'all find out like later on in time that y'all don't have the same path in mind. If you're not going, the only options you have is see if y'all can find that agreement, and if you don't find that agreement, you have to dip. But what you got people who don't want to let go when they need to let go, right? And really follow suit what they need to do that's going to make them happy. They just want to enforce whatever they want on the other person, and then wonder why that person resents them, because nobody wants to be forced into doing anything that they don't want to do.
and that's what I've been saying. Hey, Miss Charze, the driller gangs, smoking on them dead apps. Hey, sis. Um, but back to this here woman king. So as this story goes, this is actually about a true tribe, right? They
Yeah, I
have
know
tried
them.
to. Oh, you do. So you tell
Yep.
me what you know. Tell me
I
what's
know
going
about
on.
the Doromaji. They were basically the private guard of the king. I do remember from what I learned in history is that, like you said, there was a scarcity of men, and the king basically was afraid of Benin being taken over, especially by colonialism.
Yes.
And they basically um recruited the women to fight the wars, and it's come to find out the women were very successful in warding off other tribals who try to take over that country, that kingdom. So that's what that was really about. They were fearless, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were one of the deadliest all female armies of on the face of the earth, you know what I'm saying? And the funny thing about it is, I think they're still there today, but they don't actively participate in war anymore in Benin, but they're still there. Like, the head chief woman that the whole story is about, she's still alive.
And see, what happened was they came, the French came and they went to war, and they had bullets and stuff, right? So they killed off like 500 of those women, right? The warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And they conquered that land, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, my allergies, girl, my sinuses are draining. But anyway, what happened was the French wrote about this powerful group, right? And they just immortalized them because they never saw such fearless women. They wrote about this in history, So
Yeah.
this is not something that just came up. Now, of course, they're going to, and they said that they lost some battles too. It wasn't like they went undefeated. They
Yeah,
lost
they
a
weren't
lot of
undefeated.
battles.
No.
Yeah, they lost a lot of battles, but they held their country together from being overtaken.
Yeah.
That's the moral of the story. That even though they were fighting these, and this was the sad part to me. This was a lot of tribals that they were fighting, Africans. The
Yep.
the white man, the French came in later and just annihilated a lot of people. But
Yep.
if they hadn't been having to fight each other for so many damn years and weakening each other, they could have been strong when another group, the white, when the French came in, they could have had a chance. But because you guys been self-hating each other, you killed off all the damn black men in this tribe, and then they kidnapped them and was enslaving them. Now this is another twist she tried to put on this damn story. No, they were actually the slavers. No, dummy. Their men were captured and enslaved after they lost wars, because this is what happened. Whenever the battle, whenever you surrendered, or like you put your white flag or something like that up, they would
Mm-hmm.
capture those people and enslave them. So
Right.
even if they didn't get killed, they never came back to their tribe. They were just gone,
Yeah, it
right?
was like, what you call it? What's that word? Isolation. Being like excommunicated, pretty much.
Well, once they would surrender, when they were in battles and they're just getting defeated and they throw it up, they they didn't have prisons for and they didn't let them go back to their own people. Of course, they know they're gonna keep coming back to fight them. They
Mm-hmm.
enslaved them and they would sell those men off. And that is how, when the adversaries came, from a different nation, they actually just overthrew everybody because they had been warring for so many damn years. They all was defeated and all was weak.
Mm-hmm. And then you gotta also realize that they was some of those warring tribes were dealing with the devil. They was dabbling and making deals with the devil. And I'm not saying like white people are the devil, but those colonists who was coming over there trying to take over the lands, they were doing deals with them. They would say, "Listen, we'll help you, or we'll give you access, or we'll let you know how to have a roundabout to get to this kingdom and take it over, as long as you leave my kingdom alone." And they thought that these colonists was going to agree on the pact that they made, but the colonists end up being liars and
Of course.
end up swindling them as well. Not only did they take over the kingdoms that were able to be successful in remaining their kingdom, they once they let them through, they took over them too. You know what I'm saying? So
MJ,
like
what you say is knowledge. And let me tell you something. I was in high school when I found this book. I can't recall it right now, but when I learned that they were setting up other tribes for the colonizers, as long as they, and making deals with them, as long as they didn't invade them and were on their side. I said
Yep.
we should have been had damn women in rulership, because see, women would have had foresight and would have saw that shit was gonna come back to bite them. I
Hell
don't know
yeah.
how a damn man could not see that shit, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hell no, he's still your enemy, fool. You know what I'm saying? He just gonna get your dumb self to help knock off his enemies, y'all mutual enemies, so that you would be extra weakened. You couldn't even call on people that look like you to come defend you now. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I just could not understand. And I've always said, to me, the men who are in rulership, they just don't have the foresight that to be in rulership. I'm sorry.
They
They don't,
don't. They never
it
did. Because they let, you know why? Because they think with their penis instead of thinking with their head. And most of the time when they was rivals, tribal rivals, they were trying to gain up the resources. And the resources are the women and children, and maybe the crops and things that I saw that was within that area. Right, those were always the prized possession when it came down to war. Period. In any war, right? Conquer the men, kill the men, grab up the women and children. You have workers now, you have breeders now, and you have the resources. That's the goal, right? When it comes down to war in the plainest aspect. So for them, these tribal people, or the men at the time who was in leadership, they thought that that was an understanding and an agreement amongst men. Like, yeah, we just divvy up the women and the children and the resources, and we just work, and we just be the kings of the world. But what they never realize is that, why do you believe that men who don't look like you why would you ever believe that they share value of you? You know what I'm saying? You think that they're supposed to value you just because you're a man who has the same mindset of them. You are their competition. Why would you ever think that they're looking at you in the same limelight? You're the person that they want to conquer. They know they have to get rid of you first before they can take over everything. And if that's the goal, that's the goal. So for them to, even be basically bamboozled into thinking that someone who's coming over to your land as a threat, but then also saying, "Oh, we're here to do business with you." You didn't come in peace. You didn't come with your flags. You came with guns and fucking barrel of gunpowder and things of that. So you came for war, but you speak in peace. Why didn't that correlate to these men that this is something that y'all don't want to get into?
exactly, and that's why I said, I'm so sick of this here narrative that's all over YouTube, that Taz always say this here, that men need to stop looking for leaders, right? And I'm tired of the narrative that even women push, that women need a male leader, right? Why women can't be leaders? Listen, I think that there are a lot of good, strong men leaders. I'm not going to take that from them. I also believe there are plenty of good, strong women leaders. And this is the narrative we need to get away from, that is gender based on who thought process works the best, because it's equal in that area. To me, I feel like, as a mother, as a woman.
Lima, you still
Bless.
there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I keep getting these phone calls, but
Oh.
girl, it's like every time I try to go live, it's like, ugh. But anyway, um, my thing is, it's just, we all can be leaders, and I want to strongly advise women to always try to be your own leader, right? And now, if you have a partner or somebody and they're smart, and they're really smart at something, of course, take advice. Always, always listen to somebody who study something or knows something more than you. There's nothing wrong with that, whether it's male or female. And this is my men and the women, right? Is nothing wrong with taking a good sound advice. It should not be gender based. But this is shit thinking that only men know everything, or only listen. A man may be stronger and a better, stronger warrior than a woman, right? But that does not mean he can not be out strategized. It does not mean that he can't be. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So, and also seeing things before it happens. Not saying that hocus pocus or nothing like that, but I'm just saying um my brother was about to do a business deal, right? I met the guy. I told my brother, baby, he's shady. I looked at the man. I kept hearing him talk. He was talking with so much game.
Mm-hmm.
I told my brother as soon as that man left, he's shady as shit. And now you want to be swindled, that's on you. But he's shady.
Mm-hmm.
My brother still did that deal and got swindled.
Of course, because he didn't want to take what you had to say into consideration because he felt he let his ego get in the way that he can always make logical decisions, but he's looking at someone who wants something for that from that man. You, however, you don't want nothing from that man. So you're able to evaluate him far more because there's not a want there. And this is why some men don't understand that, and also some women who don't understand that. Why do you get swindled? It's always good to go for a second or a third or even a fourth opinion because you need someone who's not in the situation, who's not having a want, a need from someone, and that's why the collaboration is even happening, right? Because there's a want there. You get blinded by the wants or the needs that you're trying to fulfill, that you don't get the chance to really evaluate the situation from a standpoint where you have no interest. You want someone who don't have no interest, whether if it goes good or not, to make to see, to basically tell you what you can't see.
Amen. And that's the truth. They see what they want to see. Wow, what's going on, T Will? Hit the link. Hit the link, brother. I miss T Will. Um, I don't know, this off subject, but I remember one time we was in Queen Cascade chat, and they had a guy. He was not T Will, he was B Will, and we thought it
Oh
was T Will.
yeah,
You remember that?
yeah.
Yeah, we just are talking to
Talking
that
to him
was
like he T Will, and then we find out like, wait, hold on, who the hell is this dude?
and I finally caught up with him in Taz chat, and I was like, "That was you?" He was like, "No, that wasn't." I'm like, "Oh Lord, we
Mm-hmm.
don't know who we was talking to."
Yeah, I'm having a full up conversation. He was just, and I was just like, dang, I ain't even check the name.
No, I checked the name, but I'm thinking, why would T Will change it to B Will? But I asked the dude, I said, B Will, are you T Will from Taz? And he said, I think he said yes. I can't remember exactly, but I think he told us yes.
Yeah, he said he was from Taz's channel.
Yeah,
He was.
and we just went on and on with this man. Girl, it was not no T Will. I was like, this is some bullshit. But no, I just want to, I mean, like I said, to me, for me to see a black woman even play the role of Wonder Woman, right? Or to play the role of any woman, princess, warrior, whatever, right? I do not think it diminishes her femininity. I do not. I don't believe it would take away from her. What I do believe is in tough times, hard decisions have to be made. I don't believe no woman really grows up. Well, I ain't gonna say none, because some women are just tough as freaking nails. But I don't. For me, I don't want to become a warrior, right, or a soldier. However, if I did not have anybody here to defend my home, and invaders will invade my home, and it's just me and my children, I'm going to do all that I can to stop it, to protect us, to protect my family, my kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
These women were up against a situation, and I just feel like it was so honorable. But for for women who look like me to be shitting on them because of, to me, of course they're not never saying it's the color of their skin. Well, they are. They're like, it's teaching black women to be more masculine.
Let me
So
say, I'm gonna just let it be known. I am not submissive. Not in the extent, not into the intent or the attributes that they like to display and say that that's what femininity is. I am not that. I am not she. Okay, I am a warrior. I am a warrior. I am a leader. I am a warrior, a leader, and I will fucking nail your ass to the motherfucking wall if I have to. I will defend and protect my family, my loved ones, especially my son, with every fiber of my body, and I'm bringing hell with me. And that's just it. But that's me. I accept who the hell I am. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna change. But that does not take away from my femininity. That does not take away from me being feminine or a woman. I'm just that woman. I'm just that girl. It is what it is, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. And the funny thing about it is, I was raised by my father, raised by my father and my mother, but definitely by my father to be that type of woman, to be that woman who can hold her own and at all times. My father never said to me, "Oh, be an independent woman where you don't need a man." He never said nothing like that to me. But he said, you always have your own. A man is an asset, or he ain't nothing at all to you. You feel me? And that's what my father told me straight up. So if that's a man, a real masculine man who took care of all his children, provided, worked as many hours as he could until the day he died, God rest his soul, for his fucking family, who told me, you better know, you better be willing to take care of yourself no matter what, and that a man is an asset, he will never be a necessity to you, then I'm gonna listen to my father. I ain't gonna listen to no bum bitch out there who ain't never really had a masculine father in their house tell them the truth, who will set you up to be desperate and destitute if a man decides to appreciate you or not. You got me all the way the fuck up.
yeah,
Hell
and
no.
I'm so sick of people acting like if a a single woman, they have these men like, well, where's your husband? Are you married? That is a trick question. Let me tell you something. Even though I am married, MG, if you hit me on different people panels, now if some fool asks me that, I don't answer it because it's a trick question. So you value somebody because they married? So now I don't want to answer that shit because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I'm married or not. It does not change what the hell my statement was.
You know why they really
No,
ask that question, Lima?
because let me just tell you this. I've noticed that when women say no, I'm not, it's like they laugh or, oh, you see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about? You see what I'm saying? But then when women say they are, it's like now your husband is a simp. You get what I'm saying? So it's a no win freaking situation. So
But
I don't even want to play that game with their ass.
right, don't play that game with them. You tell them it's none of your goddamn
It
business.
ain't none of their damn
You
business.
know what I'm saying? It's none of their business, and you're gonna respect me regardless if I am, if I not. The real reason why they ask that question is because they don't believe that women are valued unless they have been validated by a man, and that's exactly why they ask that. You don't matter. Your person, you're as a human being yourself. You don't matter unless somebody else validated you. That's why they say that. So don't ever answer that question to them, because the point of the matter is that you don't need validation for no one. Okay, your husband is an asset to you, and you are an asset to your husband. That is the conduct. That is the condition of your marriage, and that's
That's
why
right.
it works, and that's why it's right, and that's why it's honorable, because y'all both honor your marriage. Your marriage is not supposed to be the beacon of hope for everyone's situation and everybody, because that's different. Everybody is different, and your marriage is going to be different from the next marriage. So
And
when they come and when they try to validate you, like you're not allowed to say anything unless you're married. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying?
hmm,
Like, or where's your husband at? You shouldn't be speaking unless your husband allow you to. Again, fuck you. Like, this is why I don't talk to waterheads and I don't deal with that waterheadism anymore, because they're ridiculous. They're already devaluing you in the conversation when they say something like that. And once someone says something like that, that already lets me know that you don't even respect me as a human being. So why should I even have any further conversation with you?
Yeah, but also ultimately, what I feel that it means is, first I want to say TMKC. What's up? Why? Wisdom over feelings. Why? What's going on, sis? Um, I guess T Will is working or something. He not coming up. But Moo Moo, where you at, Moo Moo? But
You know, moving around here somewhere.
I know I'm looking for him, girl, because he always give a good perspective from the man side. I like to hear him talk too. But no, for me, dang, I just lost my train of thought because I was doing shout outs. No, but no, I don't like to say that because I don't like to tell people, anymore. I do like to say it, but I don't like to say it anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's conflicting to me because I feel like it's always a setup. So I don't even want to answer that question unless it's somebody who I think is cool. If I don't think your ass cool, I don't want to answer that shit. And the reason why I don't want to answer it because, not saying I'm not proud of it, I just feel like it's more women to men, right? And a lot of black women keep saying they're not attractive to other men of different races, which is cool. You're attracted to who you're attracted to. So my thing is, all of those, we have so many more women than men. So to me, a lot of women just by numbers won't get married. So does that mean that I'm supposed to be saying, oh, because I'm married, that means I'm smarter than you, or I've done something better than you? You get what I'm saying? So that is
Mm-hmm.
the kind of way I'm kind of looking at it now. And it's not like I said, it's not that I'm not happy to say yes, I'm married, because I am happily married. But I don't want to always say that because I think, what's the reason for you asking me this bullshit? That's my thing now. It's like, why would you need to know that? The
Right.
statement I make, I stand on.
Because
So
they, yeah, like I said, because they want to they feel that unless you're a married woman, your opinions are not validated, which we want to make sure that they don't think that only the only people whose opinions matter is someone who is married, because that's off the strength of respect for your husband that they don't know, not off the strength of you, Mule. You see what I'm saying? That validation of, oh, okay, you're married, is like they only giving respect off of the man that's in your life. It has nothing to do with the person that they're speaking to. And then that
yeah,
that is disrespectful and offensive to you, to even think that, oh, I can't be validated or respected unless I have been respected or validated in some way by a man who decided to become my husband. No,
yeah,
you need to
but
respect
it
me as a
also,
human being.
exactly, but it also makes me think like, me saying yes, or whatever. It makes me think like, okay, what about my sisters who are not?
Well,
You get
that's
what
how
I'm
they like
saying?
to use, but
No,
that's how
because
they
they're
like to
not gonna
use you
use me
against them.
against them, and that's
Yeah.
that's how they do. So that's the
Mm-hmm.
only reason why now, and I don't lie. I just be saying it's none of your business. That's what I say now. I
Yeah.
just say, you know what? That's none of your business because I still my statement stands. So I mean, and they're always sitting and girl, maybe last week a man started laughing. You can't answer because you not. Well, whatever you think. I
Yeah. Think
mean,
whatever you want.
what
Like,
the
I don't
hell
give
is
a
that?
fuck.
It doesn't matter. My statement don't change. So I'm just giving advice to married women. Listen, they are using that shit against you. So don't even much be going around telling people that because
Yeah.
you think you're being honest and just being yourself, but no, they trying to use that shit as a weapon.
They
And
always do.
yeah, but I don't cut on to that shit. So now
Yeah,
I just be like,
they be pigeon toeing. They love to pigeon toe women against each other. The young against the old, the married against the single. It's all about them having access, easy access to both, and maintaining, sustaining access to both when they see fit. It's all about their betterment. That's why you can't let, like I said, that's why don't let men, and this is for women, whoever's listening, stop letting men dangle marriage in front of your face like a fucking carrot, a rabbit to a carrot. No, your marriage is only honorable by the people who are in the marriage and how they have it set up, if it's conducive to their life. Not every marriage is honorable, okay? And the generalization that marriage automatically makes it an honorable matrimony, it has to stop, because there's been people who've been killed in a marriage, okay? People who have lost their lives, lost everything in a marriage. Are you
And
still are you still saying that those are wholly honorable situations or
and not
relationships?
just so much that there are marriages where the men go out and make all these children on the wife.
Exactly.
There are marriages that are completely freaking miserable. So that is the reason why I don't like throwing that shit up. You know what I'm saying? I don't like,
Mhm.
because just because you hit marriage, listen, it's so many different they got these YouTube marriages where the man is saying he got 5 wives.
Right.
Yeah, and all of the women work hard labor jobs like truck drivers and Home Depot. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm saying it's like he marrying them help. It's like
Hmm.
he don't have a job, but all his wives at work.
Right. He has, like, he wants to be a pimp, right?
No, this is
Because
what he said. This is what this one fool said. Girl, I was so outraged. He stays home with his children because that's what a man's supposed to do: stay home and protect the home front and raise his kids, while the women go out there and work and support the family. He said, think about it in the lion kingdom. The lion don't go out there and hunt for the food or for the money. The lion is to go out there and do that. The lion is there to protect the offspring while the women out there hunt.
yeah,
And
but he
girl,
also
he
he
he's just
also
starting his own cult. This guy is starting his own cult,
but
girl.
here's the funny thing what he leaves out though, right? Because I hate the fact when men love to associate what's supposed to be happening between human species with what happens with animals. Um Also with the lioness, if that lion doesn't do what he's supposed to do, he has to leave the tribe. And who kicks him out? The lioness. The lioness is more deadlier than the lion. She would rip that motherfucker to shreds, okay? Ripped him to shreds, kill off his offsprings to get the fuck out the tribe if he is deemed unworthy. They leave that out though.
Wait a
They leave
minute,
that
girl. Wait,
part
let
out
me
though.
tell you something. I saw on Animal Kingdom. This shit freaked me out like 15 years ago. There was a pride. The a male lion came in and beat up the king lion, right?
Mm-hmm.
All none of the women helped the lion, the king.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the new king came and beat their king up, right?
Yep.
So it was time for them to go out and hunt. When they went to go hunt, they came back. He killed all their babies. Do you
Mm-hmm.
know them women lions took and
Ripped his
killed his
ass to
ass?
shreds.
Yes, and that's what they don't tell you. That's what they don't tell you. They do not tell you that the women lions are vicious. They might let a lot go, and like, okay, when the two lions, was fighting, they could have helped their husbands or whatever, but they, I guess, know their place and stayed out of it. But when a new lion took and they went off the hunt, and they come back and he had done killed their offspring from that old lion,
Mm-hmm.
them lionesses killed his ass. And guess what? The little lion who lost came creeping right back.
Exactly. Pretty much. Pretty fucking much.
He came
But they
right
don't, like
back.
I said, they don't tell the whole shit because everything is for their better, for their betterment. If they
He
can get
might be
over
stronger
and they can
than
get
one
more,
lioness, but he damn sure ain't stronger than that pride.
hell yeah, the don't fuck with the pride. Don't fuck with the pride.
And
When
you
the
gotta
pride
remember, the
spoken, the
pride is
pride spoken.
one male lion and all female. So
All
he
female.
outnumbered.
Right.
And they
You
all killers.
outnumber them.
They all warriors. They all
Yep.
killers.
They're
They
all
all
fucking killers.
At the end of the day, all them lionesses is killers.
Exactly.
Girl.
Like they don't make no sense. And that like the only reason why the lioness allow the two lions to fight and they don't get involved is because if you go by their biological systems, the lioness wants to see who is the quote unquote alpha male, right? Because they want to, when it comes to reproduction, they want to reproduce with the most strongest or fastest or whatever lion. So that's the reason why they allowed the fight to happen, and whoever wins, whoever wins. But listen, like the lion has to play a role. If the lion don't play a role, the tribe or the pride is going to get rid of your ass. Okay, if you become unvaluable or expendable, they're gonna take you the fuck out. They're going to take you out. You have to be able to do something. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to produce kids, good healthy kids, or you got to do something. You're not going to just not do anything and be up laying up around them. That's not why. That's why they don't submit to the beta or the omega lion. You know what I'm saying? Because the lioness herself is a alpha female in her own right. Why the hell would she ever submit to someone who is who's of a weaker man or a weaker male? It doesn't make any sense. Lima, you gone again?
No,
Lima.
I'm right here. I was changing my out my work clothes, girl.
Ah,
No, but you're absolutely right. I look. They all. I hate when they bring up animals too, though. That is so creepy to me. Why do y'all always want to bring up animals? We are humans. We're not animals.
yeah. Why they always want to compare themselves to animals, but then get mad when white people call you monkeys? I don't know. Like, you make it make sense to me, because it doesn't make sense to me. How can you get mad when white people like to say that black people are apes and monkeys and shit like that, but every fucking chance you get, you like to fucking align yourself with a fucking beast?
Exactly. Make that shit. It's just too much for me. Every time they can have a chance, they want to compare themselves to something that, look, I don't know. I don't know. But I tell you this here much. I'm not about to fall for that okey doke. I'm not falling for it. And my thing is, especially like with these here women who are against women. And I just feel like shit is insane. It's so many women today that want to teach other women that are femininity, right?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I tell any woman, when you hear a woman preaching femininity, run. First of all, when you hear a woman trying to preach to you femininity, run. Because she's teaching you to be lesser. She's teaching you to be something that organically, if that's who you were, you wouldn't need to be taught it. I mean, shit, it's just not who we are. And thirdly, let me tell you something. Black women have always had to fight. We've always had to be leaders. We've always had to outthink everybody just for our survival of our species. From
Mm-hmm.
slavery, everything, we have to always think, how can we keep people a little safe, even though we couldn't protect ourselves?
Right.
So this is bullshit about trying to say like women have to sit in your femininity and you wait on a man, and a man is going to provide your every need. That man is going to do everything for you, and you should listen to him, and he'll be your leader and your protector and your provider. And I'm like,
If you
girl,
want to die, if you want to die, then you go ahead and die on your own, okay? Because I'm going to make sure that I can fucking eat. I have a roof over my head. I have whatever I need to do to take care of my children or my family. I'm going to make sure that I have all that together. And if a man comes as an addition to what I have, so fucking be it. But I am not going to deprive myself or my family or my children just so I can feed the ego of a fucking man. You must be out your goddamn mind. Like, that is crazy.
Oh, girl. So let me bring you to another subject. Y'all know I be trying to stick on topic, but girl, I got to ask you. Okay, so, oh, should I do this? MJ, I don't talk to you enough not to do it. I gotta do it.
What happened?
So I was on a panel one day, right? Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not trying to be messy for anybody who knows this topic, but anyway. So a lady brought up a subject, and she said that she like a very authoritative man, and because when everything goes wrong, he is everything is going to be on a man, and so I need a man who knows how to be very authoritative and to say what it is that we're going to follow, and I can follow those rules. And I told her, it sounds like you setting yourself up to be abused. Look, when I think of authority, I think of the law, the police, or some kind of rules or oppression, something that I have to follow, right?
She used
What if
that
I don't?
word.
What I She used the word authority. She like a very authoritative man.
Oh, so she
I
likes to
told
be abused.
girl, that's what I felt. I'm like, everything in me was screaming, like, no, don't preach this to young ladies. Why would you feel like you want a man who's a very authoritative? That does not sound happy. I
You
like
should
a
have
very
you should have asked her, okay, so if you like authority like that, then that means that you like when the police tell you to pull over and do whatever and give you a ticket, even though you probably was just doing 45 in a 46 lane. You like that, right? I mean, you should have asked her like, oh, okay, so you like when the government tells you that you can't have a job unless you get vaccinated, or you can't work, you can't feed your kids, or get Medicaid or whatever not, if you don't make this particular type of money or you make too much. If you, I mean, like, I would ask those type of questions, because if you're talking about you want authority or you like authority, then you must like all authority. Stop like moving the goalposts of when you like authority or when you don't like authority. There's many different forms of authority out here that a lot of people have a problem with, but you're saying that you like authority in reference to that. Nah, chill. You're doing too much. You either like authority or you don't. And I don't know, why would you even want to be in a relationship with someone who you look at as a prison warden? You know what I'm saying? That who has to tell you when to sleep, tell you when to eat, tell you how much you're supposed to eat. Like, why would you even want to be in a relationship like that? And why would you even try to promote that for other women to be in a relationship like that? Like, that's crazy. Leadership does not mean authority. Okay. And I hate that people use both of those words interchangeably. They're two different things, and they have two different types of functions.
yes, absolutely, I agree. And just because you're in leadership does not mean you can't have more than one leader. And you can be my leader, MJ, on something that MJ is great with law, right? So if I need advice about law, I'm calling MJ, right? If I
Mm-hmm.
need advice on buying homes, I'm gonna call my husband, right? If I
Mm-hmm.
need advice on whatever, something else, I might call somebody, because you're knowledgeable. That is what people like. Oh my God, they just say every black man is a leader. He's a natural born leader.
Fuck out of here.
Motherfucker don't have to know two plus two, but he's a natural born leader. I mean, come on. Come on. Just listen. Stop with the BS, because I'm not a leader on every damn thing. I'm not an authority on everything because I don't know everything.
Here's the funny thing. If that's the case, then you have people who can lead you to the promised land, and you got people who lead you straight to hell. You choose your poison and who you want to be led by. Okay? Because I know there's a lot of dudes out here that love to lead women off a fucking cliff. Okay? I'm sorry, that's not the man that I'm going to be following. You got me all the way fucked up. Guy, like I said, that generalization and putting people in positions that they haven't earned. You know what I'm saying? They haven't earned, or they don't even appreciate or respect the value when they are given that position. It's going to get you hurt. It's going to get you killed. Stop putting people in positions that they're not meant to be in. Not every fucking man is a goddamn leader, and definitely not every fucking black man is a goddamn fucking leader. It is fucking what it is. That's just what it is. Like, accept that shit. If that was the case, we would have had more motherfucking leaders in the fucking community, and we would have been able to be fucking bamboozled and bulldozed over the way we have over the past 80 fucking years. If every fucking male in our community was a leader. It doesn't make sense. Where's the logic at? I thought these were supposed to be the most logical fucking people. Where's the logic?
You don't need a bunch of logic, MJ, when you have a bunch of submissives. the submissives, the submissives is leading us. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have turned. Listen, I don't even care about what the manosphere say. I don't even watch them anymore. I don't care. You know who I listen to now? These women, and these women are freaking 10 times worse than the men. And
Mm-hmm.
they really make it seem to women as if you are doing so wrong by having a brain. And then they preach their religions to you. But you are so wrong for having a brain, right? But didn't you say God is perfect? God make no mistakes. He didn't know I was gonna think like this. He didn't know I was
Right.
gonna have a feeling. He didn't know. Come on now, what's up? Can you
Right.
tell me that God is perfect, and then He makes me smarter than a lot of people? Can you tell me that God is perfect, and I can make better? I'm not gonna even say I'm smarter. I would say because in my profession, I tell people all the time, you have to make positive choices, right? You have to make
Mm-hmm.
good choices, and the choices you make, determines your outcomes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you see people constantly making horrible choices, bad choices, negative choices, and wallow in those bad choices, and then just want to point fingers at why they made those bad choices for white and always say white supremacy. Listen. If you say Reagan put crack into the black neighborhoods, did he also make every black uh, dope dealer sell it?
Nope.
Did he also make people use it?
Nope.
I
Did he
mean,
also make the men give it to the women that they were with? Nope. Did they also make the men put have try to sell crack in the parks, and the little kids used to have to play in the playground with little crack bottles in the park? This has happened many numerous times back up in New York, back during
yeah.
the crack epidemic. There was crack bottles and all that shit when I used to go to school and I was a little kid around that time. Did they do that? No. And this is what I'm saying. That's why they never want to take accountability. Everything is always generalized back to
The white man gave us crack.
white man this, white man that, but the white man literally did not put a gun to your head and make you do the things that you do to your family
But
or
let me
do
tell you
your
what I do
community.
know about the white man, because I don't know a whole lot. So I'm not an expert on the white man. And when I said the white man, I mean the white, DWIGHT, that Negro. I've been looking for the white. The white man, um, I will tell you what he did not do. When I watch those Italian movies, and I don't know if this is true or not, but they always say based on true, or whatever, right? Some of them say that. He specifically, I'm gonna say, I say specifically like the ocean, y'all. So it's wide and broad, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
not gonna say specific. I'm saying Pacific, like the ocean,
Mm-hmm.
not specific. He very broad. He made sure them Italians could not sell it to their own people, and when they did, they murdered their butts. When they got out of off code and was trying to sell it to people in their area and their people, They was coming up missing. But what did the black man do? He
He
said,
sold it.
we're going to not just sell it, we promoted it and made it like a party drug.
Yeah, yeah. Because
And all Umar Johnson can talk about is what the white man did. The CIA put it in, gave it to us. The CIA gave it to us.
so you're pretty much admitting that you're that weak and dumb that somebody could just put something in front of you like a banana in front of a monkey. You're just gonna take it.
Girl, that's
You
like
have
the
no
Pokeball
you
sucking
have
out the
no
heart.
rational thought to be like, maybe it could be poison. Maybe this is not a good idea. Maybe I need to just throw this in the garbage. Maybe I need to fling
Maybe,
that shit back over to their damn fence. No, you didn't
maybe
think about any of
why
that.
they won't sell it to their people? Why should I sell it to mine and they won't sell it to theirs? Why
Right.
why why I want to get my women hooked on this and they wouldn't dare let their women do it? You see what I'm saying? You didn't think of that. That's why I said we really need to really watch out. Y'all know I love men. Y'all know I honor my father, my husband. But listen, I don't think a lot of the leaders that we have might be good orators and great people. And I mean them no disrespect. I don't think they can see around corners. I don't think they have fruition. I don't think they see because you should have been able to comprehend and think, well, why they just don't want to sell it to their people if it ain't that bad?
But the point about it
That's
is
it.
it
Simple
wasn't
as that.
necessarily. But the funny thing about it is, Lima, they did think about that. They just didn't care. At one point, or some point of time during
MJ,
the
I'm gonna be honest with you. They did not think about that. I promise you, that shit never occurred to them. They never had a thought of that. They thought, oh, I'm gonna make some money off this shit. And they hyped it up to their own people.
right,
That was
because
that's
that was what was more important. It was the money. It was the money. They didn't do no research. They didn't do no back check. And then it also, in fact, they decided to sell to get them hooked on it, so that for their personal gain, they didn't even take that shit and teach the other people how to be the fucking sellers to sell it to another fucking community. This is how that crab in the barrel mentality was. When a few of them got on, all they cared about is for them staying on top. And they love to create that kind of animosity where they have brothers looking up to them, brothers who's down and out that they can be the go-to person for and looked at royalty and shit like that. And then they create that type of animosity in the community and stuff. And because of the crab barrel mentality, that's why they always getting taken the fuck out. Because you could have, if you actually want to make your community bigger, yeah, why wasn't you telling your other brothers how they could be a boss like you? Why your other brothers had to follow you? You see what I'm saying? And when you're a real leader wants to be amongst other leaders. A real leader never wants to be amongst a bunch of followers, because all it takes is for one follower to ruin the whole bunch and get everybody to turn against you. All they have to do is
listen.
just start saying rumors and shit like that, and then now you become the target. You know what I'm saying? You're not the person that
You know
people
what my
come to no
father
more.
told me, MJ? My father told us this. Real leaders make other leaders.
And that's the truth, because that's what they definitely teach you in the military.
If you a leader and you solo and you the only leader in your group or you the smartest person in your group, you need a whole new group. You are not supposed to be the only leader. If everybody around you can't learn shit from you and can't evolve and become just as great or better, you ain't you would too much of a lesser than group. You need to advance your group.
Not even that. Like, if you're surrounded by people that you can't learn nothing from, are you even learning? Think
Exactly.
about it like that. What are
Hmm.
you learning? If you're the only one who can answer your questions, or you're the only one with the answers from your perspective, how are you actually completing a situation or a mission or a project or event when you only viewing things from your perspective? There's so many different lanes that needs to be filled and needs to be completed. Some people can see that you can't see, but if you only looking for your perspective, you're never really, your intentions is never really to complete the job for it to be successful. Your intentions is to only make yourself feel good. That's all you care about, just making yourself feel good, not
And
really
that's
the
what
goal
so
at
many
hand.
people want to be, the big man on campus.
Yep.
The big man on campus. You're not even trying to bring people up. Listen, anything I do, if somebody asks me how I do it, I tell them everything. I would tell you step by step, whatever. I would tell you. You know why? Because what is taken away from me? I want you to know. I want you to. You remember we was on Suave and we were talking about how to be a notary. I was telling people about
Mm-hmm.
being a signing agent, how it don't cost that much money, how you
Yeah.
can do this here, how you can go to the title mortgage places, like
Mm-hmm.
here's First American Title, any of these big title companies, right?
Yep.
They do most of the home refinance loans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and you go and you drop your business cards and you introduce yourself, and you know what I'm saying, and they'll call you up, and you can make side money like that, and so you can have your whole side business, right?
Yep.
You can tell people about you. Why would you want to keep what it take from you? It don't take nothing from you.
Because those people want to be worshipped. Like I said, it's not about the real goal. And especially it annoys me when you have those people who talk community building and raising up the community and doing it together and kumbaya shit, but their whole actions show that it's just only for personal benefit and gain, because they only give you enough information for you to be invested in their success. They don't give you enough information for you to be invested in your own success. And this
And
is
they
why
want to
you
be
always get
gatekeep.
swindled.
Yeah, they want to be the gatekeepers, to
Yeah.
see if you deserve to know. What the hell you know? How you know about me that if I deserve or not? You give me the information, and if I follow through or not, it's on me. You give people the
Mm-hmm.
information. It doesn't matter to me if you follow through on it or not. I done put it out there. I done gave it to you.
Right.
You
Right.
know, you're not gonna become rich off of it, but guess what? You can make anywhere from $85 to $125 on each
Right.
home mortgage you refinance. It's not gonna make you rich. That's what I'm saying. But it will give you income. It will give you something. You can do three. I work during the daytime. So
Mm-hmm.
like I try to do mine mostly like, maybe one or two during the week. And then
Right.
I'll do like three on a Saturday. So I
Right.
mean, I won't, because it's a part-time hustle for me. But I'm telling people, if you wanted to do it full time, because let me tell you, like in uh February and March, I was getting so many calls. I would be at work. I was turning down people. I was calling family members, begging them to get into it because y'all can make way more money.
Yeah. I mean, I have so many ways that I be trying to teach my people, anybody who wants to know how to make money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I definitely tell people that they need to invest in stocks. Do your research, learn about stocks, learn about currencies, learn about things that are never going away, which is gold and silver. You definitely need to be investing in that. You need to start thinking about rental properties, go living in a property for 1 year, refinancing your mortgage to move into something smaller after a year, and then and rent that other house out and let it pay for itself. And then after that, that's residual income. You can also purchase ATMs. You can, if you, when income taxes come, to purchase an ATM is only $2,500. Purchase an ATM, set a limit of how much money you're gonna have in the ATM. When you go and you do become your own business, turn it into a LLC, get a bank account for it. When you get the ATM, go to a business who don't have an ATM machine in there. You can name the price of how much your the fee is to use your ATM to take out money. It could be from $1.99, $1.25. You decide what the price is, and then you can literally make about $600, maybe even $700 a month without doing anything by people using your ATM, and that's right there. That could take care of your whole rent. That could, if you're renting, that could take care of your whole rent. Like you're living rent free at that point. And that's not even a job that you gotta be there do anything. People go to the ATM every fucking day. Every day. All you have to do is go and get the money out or refill the money. You could put how much money you want in the ATM, like maybe 5,000 or 6,000 every month or whatever, not to keep it, to keep it full. But you're making like $700 or $800 in profit of money that you didn't have to stay there all day to do. And that can literally pay for one of your biggest bills that you have in your life, your rent or your car note or whatever, not. And then you still working your regular job, and that's how you build legacy. That's how you build the life that you want to build. But you have people who don't want to give these people this information. I don't even think nobody knew that you can fucking purchase an ATM.
I
Those
didn't know that. I never knew
Yes,
that, girl. That is
I got
some
4
valuable.
ATMs around my motherfucking neighborhood. What you talking?
Girl, what's up, MJ? That's what I'm saying, man. And that's what I love about the sisterhood we do have over by Suave, girl. That's why I really miss him. You know what? Damn,
I
I
do
wonder
too.
if I should end this stream and start back because he gave me the power to broadcast on him, on his and mine.
Right, right. Well, let me know what you're gonna do because I gotta hurry up and get dressed to go to work too. So
Oh shoot, dang. And that's the thing. I don't think nobody really gonna come up.
I mean,
Sister
I'll come up.
Incognito, what time you gotta go to work though?
Well, I'm about to leave in about like around like 8 o'clock or so. I actually like head out and go to my car. But like I said, I'm at night. I'm not really
Hmm.
doing anything, so I'll be available.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna do that Friday night. Are you working Friday night?
Yes,
I'll do that Friday because I won't have to get up for work early
in the
on
morning.
Saturday.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the reason why I really don't try to do lives during the week because I got to go to work the next morning,
makes
and
sense.
sometimes the conversations just be good, and then I don't want to end
Yeah,
it.
but I do want my people to start with that ATM, man. Do the ATMs, please. I'm begging you. I don't
MJ,
care.
put your email in the back chat so I could
Okay.
link up with you on that information, girl. I ain't never even heard of that. You see what I'm saying? That's so positive.
You gotta
I've
think
never.
out of pocket. Like these clowns, and you know who the clowns are. These clowns been doing shit like that all the time. You wonder why these other people have so much free time where they're not like slaving away and at some desk and shit like that because they made sure that they set up little businesses that they don't even have to be there. It doesn't take that much money to start them, and they just making residual income that's literally paying all all their daily bills. So the money that they do make at the job that they have or whatever not or career that they have is all for fun or investing more into themselves. Like you gotta think out of the box. And I noticed that our people are afraid of change. Our people really fear change. We like to hold on to to dear life, to things that we felt worked or it was doable. But you don't gotta live that way. You know what I'm saying? Life is not a scarcity. And stop treating it like that.
Wait, wait, MJ. I gotta read this shit from. Oh God, Sister Incognito is hilarious. She said, "Yeah, I'm picking up food to go, and three black men at a table with three busted can of biscuits. Beckett."
Well, that's their type. Godspeed to them.
God, girl, I can't.
Godspeed to them. That's their type. That's what they like. You know what I'm saying? They like,
Oh,
as long as it's white, they don't care how fucking bad refrigerated built bad bitches these are. They don't care.
oh Lord, hold my mule, hold my mule. Girl, that's why I'm the mule, Shirley Caesar. Shirley Caesar said, hold my mule. Oh, Shirley Caesar said, hold my mule. Girl, she say, y'all, I'm picking up food to go and three BMs at a table with three busted can of biscuits. Becky's. Girl, who they really choose? Who they really want? What DMX say? What you really want from us?
Let
I
them, like I
can't.
said, Godspeed. Listen, I promote it. I fucking
I
promote it.
promote it too.
I
I
wish them well. Please, better baked bitches, Becky's, please take them. Godspeed. I wish y'all the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? I love it. Like, I love
like
it,
at the
yo.
Planet V, live long and prosper.
You know, I love it. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, they like it. I love it. Like, I'm not stopping you. No, absolutely not. I'm not stopping you at all. You know what I'm saying? Hell
And girl,
no.
I'm talking about I really all my life. I don't know. I know I was in high school, MJ, and I heard this study where it said it didn't even matter because the black women outnumbered black men by 2 million. And this is, I promise you, I don't know how old I was, but I know I was a teenager. And it just was so easy for me to tell my brother because he was telling me this. And I said, well, that just means 2 million black women need to date out. And I
Mm-hmm.
remember that conversation like it was yesterday. And girl, I never thought for black men to date out. I'm gonna be honest with you. And the reason why was because I always thought it's so less of them that we need them because there's already 2 million women need to date out. Girl, not it might be 10 million. Half of us need. Girl, half of us need to date out. Now. Half of my sisters from. Oh Lord Jesus, and,
Lord.
and let the ones who don't want to be shit just be with the Beckys.
Like,
Because guess
seriously.
what? They tease and say we not feminine, we're too big, we this, we that. But then who they really go out and choose? Look, hold my mule, hold my sweet
And
baby
that's why
Jesus.
I don't care. Like literally, I be seeing them, okay? Like those refrigerator linebacking ass fucking women, okay? And they be sloppy all the way around. Like it don't even be sitting well with them, and all the plastic surgery and implants and all that stuff. Like, look, that's what you want, that's what you want, okay? Like, I'm not going to stop you. I actually promote it. I am your biggest fan. I am the biggest fan of that union. Cause leave my sisters the fuck alone. Okay? Leave my sisters the fuck alone. Please go.
Yeah. Yeah, incognito said they just round. They just round for no reason.
They be looking like a butterball walking. You know what I'm saying? They look like they nice
That
and
shit
plump for
funny.
fucking Thanksgiving. Go ahead. Like, I don't mind. I really don't care. I support it. If I can have a banner that says Becky, Ling Ling, and Maria, come get your mans.
Come get your man.
Come
Come
get
get
your
your man.
mans. 2 for $10. You can get
With a
two of
Z
these
on it.
acres for $10. I will fucking create a banner like that and post it everywhere. Like, straight up, a 2 for 10. Like, you getting a better deal from fucking crop than from Crown Fried Chicken. 2 for 10 for real, yo. Like, come see me. I got you.
Girl.
If you're listening, I got you, ladies.
See, girl, who you telling? I'm like, this is some girl when and you know what's crazy? Me and my husband, we noticed this years ago. Like those men who are with those women, they won't speak to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
They will have an issue with another black woman, but they would want to be all in my husband's face, not knowing he married to a black woman.
Right.
In my own neighborhood, girl, the men would not speak to me who married to white women. But when I tell you girl, when me and my husband do our walks,
Right.
girl, they break their neck to talk to him. And he be telling me, he be saying, oh, he a poo. My husband funny, y'all. He call people poo butts. He be like, oh, you can tell he a poo butt. I be like, what the hell is a poo butt?
Oh yeah, poo putt. Yeah, I know that. Poo putts.
He
There's a
is
lot of
funny.
poo putts, man.
He said, "Hell, you could say he a poop, but I'm like, cause me, I see people. It don't even matter race. I be like, good morning, good evening, and I be waving, and some of them won't wave back, and I notice it's the poop butts. Like,
They ain't gonna
good,
wave. They're not gonna wave back because if they with Becky, Becky will cut his motherfucking arm off if he waves at you to say hi. Okay, and that's why most of the time those poo putts, they when they want to talk to a black girl, they'll wait until they're a white girl, whatever, go into a store or something like that, and then they'll sneakily try to come over and say something to you because the thing about it is these dudes they don't really they're really with most of them are really with those women either because they're self-hating and they love whiteness, and another is because they couldn't get a sister. They couldn't get a sister. You didn't make the fucking cut. So now you mad because you have to go over there with bad built Becky because you couldn't get a sister, but you literally be wanting to make the sister feel jealous. That's why they like to pin women against women. It doesn't even matter what race the women is. In fact, it's worse when it's different races of women that they love to pin against each other. Oh, you don't you better than a black woman. You Latina, you spicy. You know what I'm saying? Black women, they don't do this, they don't do that. Y'all, or you Becky, you more freakier in the bedroom. Black women have too many, standards or things that they won't do. You let me do anything. Like they always go back and forth. They move the goalpost to every woman that they talk to because they want women to be at each other necks. You know what I'm saying? Competing against them like
I'm
a bunch
glad
of
you brought
bitches.
this up because let me tell you, when I was young, when I was growing up, oral sex for a woman to do was hideous. And let me tell you something. If you accuse a black sister of doing that, girl, that would be a fight. I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about if a guy said a black girl did that to him, she would want to stab him. We just,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know to do that. I thought only crackheads and shit did that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this here. They used to always throw up the fact on talk shows that black women wasn't freaky, black women didn't go down, and all this, right?
All the time.
These new girls are doing so much,
Yep.
right? To be pleasing to these guys. I'm talking about stuff I feel like in my own self is horrible because I never even heard of this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But stuff, all kinds of stuff, anything to just please these guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like they really couldn't. I don't want to go too far into it, but anyway, these women are doing the most to make these men happy, right?
Yep.
And it was like first, oh, because we only with the white girls because they let us do what we want with them, and they more freaky and this and other. Now y'all want to call the women who trying to appease. This is why I say it's no win with whatever black women gonna do for them, because
And
now
that's
the
why
black
black women
women
need to
trying to
stop
be
trying.
extra freaky. All of them want to be gay or bi, and all of them want to go down, and all of them are doing the hella most, and all you can call them now is thoughts and ratchets. It's
Because
like it doesn't
because it doesn't
matter.
matter. It's them
When they
always
wasn't
moving the
doing it, they was
goalposts.
too prone and they were
Yep.
too prudish and they wouldn't do this and they wouldn't do that.
Yep.
Girl,
And
it
now they do
doesn't
it.
matter. And now they do it, their new bad name. Girl, I'm like, throw your hands in the air, throw the towel in. Black women, it doesn't matter what you if every black woman became extra feminine, extra submissive, they will have a problem with that. They will
Of
have a
course,
problem.
like I said, they're disingenuous. Is that they're disingenuous and they're gonna always move the goalposts because by them moving the goalposts and you seeking validation from them, they will forever have a large supply of easy access to you because you're still seeking validation from them. Like you state, like it's been recorded that they always used to say that black women were prudes. especially since Black women back in the time was more into the church than they were then. We was prudish. We didn't want to do this. We didn't want to do that. Oh, we went to white women because they're more free. They're more freer with their sexuality and da da da. They let me do A, B, C, and D. They're easy. Black women, they was like, oh, you better take notes from Becky. Black women started like, oh, being more open, more accepting to side chick shit and poly and that poly shit and all that stuff like that. Started doing all this crazy stuff. And now because the Black women who are acting in that way are taking control of their sexuality, of what they want to do, and it doesn't have to really do with the validation of a man anymore. Now the goalpost has changed again. Y'all bitches out here, wow, y'all freaks, y'all too freaky, y'all let it all hang out, y'all let everybody have access, y'all don't leave nothing for the to the mind for mystery, all of a sudden, because again, it's all about a sense of control. These men don't give a fuck whether or not if you are prudish or if you are open wide and promiscuous. They don't care because they're gonna still want to have access to you regardless. That's why you gotta just stop listening to nakers. Stop listening to men. Stop letting them
But this is the problem,
validate you.
MJ. It's not the men who are the biggest culprits who teach us. It is the women. And I'm telling you, I'm learning from this stuff. I was in this damn woman chat and it was like 3,000 people in this chat for the Crimson Curse.
Princeton, whatever her name is.
Curse, yes. And I'm talking about, I could not believe all these women was agreeing with her. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. When I look at the Manosphere shit, she has the biggest following. And when I tell you, she's leading women down, she's silly. She's telling her boy to beat them. It's like, I promise you, these women we have to really be careful with because they will really set other women up. I don't care what nobody say. They are not teaching you the right things to stand on your own, to be a productive person. Listen, falling in love is you. You can fall in love with a normal guy. He can fall in love with you. Blah blah blah. But this is the thing. We are so many productive women over the men. Right? Back then it was 2 million. Just imagine how many men are incarcerated, all this other shit, right? It might be
Mm-hmm.
5 million black women that's really more productive than the men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, it's so many more. Don't hold to me. And this is just the muse perspective, guys. If you disagree, you free to come up and disagree with me. If you're going to teach me, not if you're going to yell and curse at me. But if you want to disagree, that's cool. I'm cool with learning. But in my perspective, I don't want the women to be listening to these, what you call knuckleheads. I don't want them to be listening to these women who are telling you shit to go against your own self. Listen, it's nothing wrong that you became successful. It's nothing wrong that you went to school and educated yourself. It's absolutely everything you did that was right. Right? If we don't
Mm-hmm.
find a mate in our own society, that is not, condemning yourself. That just means because we're overwhelmingly a bigger majority than them. That's just what it is what it is. Shit. And so I hear a lot of my sisters saying that they never dated out, they never really wanted to, and they don't know how, they never was attracted. That's fine. I'm not telling you to date out. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is, I don't want you to feel bad about yourself and your own womanhood that something was wrong with you. That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
all I feel. Because whether
And
you find somebody or you don't, you should be good with yourself. Shit.
absolutely. And that goes on not seeking validation from anyone. Like, I'm sorry, like, my personality is there is nobody on this fucking earth that can validate me. Nobody on this earth can validate me. I have already validated myself at birth, and me every day doing what I need to do for myself and me and mine. I am all the validation I need. I don't need validation for no one. So nobody can ever fucking sucker me or fucking shame me into fucking trying to devalue myself for you to say, oh, this person is a good person. I am a good person. I don't need you to tell me I'm a good person. No, I'm not nice. I'm not a nice person. I'm a kind person, and I'm kind to people who deserve my kindness. I'm not a nice person because I'm not gonna play along and be nice with everybody. You got me all the fuck up. Fuck the, fuck. You got me fucked up. I'm not doing that. I seen what happened when people are nice. People who are nice get fucked over. Get fucked over, and then when you get fucked over by the same people who told you that you need to be nice, they say it's your fault. The fuck you doing that for? Stop doing that. Don't be nice. Fuck that shit. What you being nice for? Be a kind-hearted person for people who deserve it, who earn it, and who show that you should be kind to them. But I'm not gonna just be nice just for everyone just because you there. You're not entitled to my niceness. Being nice, that gets you caught up. I'm telling you, there's so many people who done lost their lives, who got swindled, taken advantage of by family members, friends, relationships for being the nice guy. The nice
Girl,
guy or the nice girl that always finish last. Fuck that shit. Y'all gotta get that nice shit out of y'all fucking system.
and you know what? I have to take I'm learning from that because that nice shit, I don't get swindled by the public. But you know who I let swindle me all the time? Family.
Mm-hmm.
And that is some shit I really am working on with myself because I can know you full of bullshit. I can know you don't need my money. I can know that you just lying to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I will still give my money.
Still help you.
I would know you lying to me. And I really gotta work on that self. I really have to work on that. Because, that happens and it's not that you don't want to help somebody, but you don't want to be played. And you know what? I allow. You know what? It's not even that I'm being played because I know you playing me.
Right.
But I also want to be nice. I'm like, well, that's my fam. I gotta help. And then what you do? Kick me in
Well,
my ass.
yep, and punch you right in your mouth, and then say that it was your fault for allowing me to punch you in your mouth. Now, if that ain't the setup of an abusive relationship, I don't know what is. Stop being nice and stop and don't and anybody who tell you that you need to be nice, run from those motherfuckers because they sitting to use you. They sitting to fucking exploit you. They sitting to abuse you. Cause that's the only reason why they want you to be nice and they can kick you in your mouth and kick all your teeth out and then still tell you that it's your responsibility to be nice. You got me all the way fucked up. You must be crazy. You better be lucky I don't nuke your ass. Fuck being nice.
Girl, look, it's just so much.
Yeah, don't be nice. Being a good-hearted and kind-hearted person, that's different. And that comes naturally. But nice is a people pleaser. A people pleaser will always be used and abused. They're always seeking some form of validation for what they can give to somebody. If a person only want to be around you by whatever they can get from you, is that really a genuine relationship or isn't that a transaction? So let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it 100. If you want a transactional relationship, let's be real about it. But don't start adding emotions in it, asking more for than what you want. We can keep it real transitional here. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, I go through that, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody be like, I just want this or that, and I'm like, you know. But then I'll come back and I'll say, well, no, not right now or something.
Nah, like just be like, just say no. That's it. Just say no. Especially if you know that they playing around. They're not really in dire need. They're just seeing whatever they can get out of you. You know what I'm saying? To add more to their plate. Just say no and be comfortable with saying no. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you an evil person or a person that doesn't show empathy or sympathy. That don't have nothing to do with it. You just a person that ain't gonna allow somebody to play you, and that's what you're supposed to do. Say no and say it with your chest.
And wisdom over feelings is right. Blame you for getting your ass beat. Talking about that's what you can't stand. Victim blaming. That's
Right,
like you
exactly.
got your own ass beat, girl. What's up, Brew down? Yo, Mew. What's up, Brew? Hit the link. But no, I mean, this is always something that it just never fails my mind. Like, how the hell these people? I don't know how do people. I don't know, girl. I don't want to really go in depth, but people in your own family will call you with some BS and try to work on that sympathy, and you know it's BS, and you just be like, you know what? Let me go ahead and just give her this.
Right. Like just give her this shut up. Like,
Yeah, give her this shit so I can just be done with it. But then you start feeling like a sucker, or you like you got played. But did you really
mhm.
get played? Because you knew the play before. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I mean, like, let me tell you something. I ain't even going to front. Like, that has happened to me numerous of times with a lot of family members, right? And especially with my brother, because he's like that sometimes. Where if he's down and out, he will call me, and I know the only reason why he's calling me is because he needs help or he needs some assistance. I know I ain't gonna get that money back. I don't expect that money back, and I only give when I want to give, and that's it. So when I know who I'm dealing with, I literally prepare myself to not expect anything in return. Like that's money that I have already like calculated that I'm just giving it just for the grace of the relationship. And if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be honest with yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to give and leave it like that. But if you ain't got it like that and you know what time it is with that relationship and you really feel in your heart that you don't want to do it, stand up for your opinions and how you feel. Don't do it.
No, that's real. That's real. Because then if you do it and you're not really doing it, like you don't give a shit. Like I don't really care if I get it back or not, right?
Mhm.
And you don't get it back. I learned that a long time ago. Don't give something too that you need. Because if you need it back, and even though that person said, I'm giving it to you Friday, I promise you, I
Right.
got you Friday. But if you really need it back Friday, it really causes problems when a person don't or can't give it back to you.
It
Because
does.
now you was counting on it, you
Right.
know? Yeah. So I learned that a long time. I try not to do that at least. But I do fall victim to doing stuff and then thinking somebody gonna even at least appreciate you for it. But they appreciate you when you give stuff. But the
Yep.
minute that's gone, that appreciation is over.
Hell yeah, that shit goes right out the window. Like now all of a sudden they don't know you. They don't know your situation. They don't know what's going on in your life. They don't know your number. It be everything under the sun. How everything changed when you start setting boundaries. Cause users don't set boundaries. You have to set boundaries. And when you realize that you're dealing with a user, you better set them fucking boundaries. Like,
Yeah. Girl, you never lie. Shit. Because, it just be for the play. But I mean, I don't know. I took for the most part, because I really don't give nothing I can't give. I might get upset if I found out you lied to me or something, but
Right.
it's not like I'm really hurt. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
just be like, oh, I knew that sucker was on BS.
Right. And you know what? If anything, that's a better situation than it being to the point where you're in a need and you know that that person is not going to fulfill their part of the agreement when it's your time of need. I think that hurts more emotionally than even the need if it's a tangible situation. It's because you couldn't count on that person, but you was there to be that strong person for that person, and it makes you feel like you was never valued the way how you value the relationship with that person. And that's where the hurt comes from, because now you're questioning your judgment on how you judge people, and now you're questioning yourself. And then you remember, you always got to live with yourself. You got to live in your own skin. You got to like yourself every day. You got to love yourself every day. So when you start to have to question yourself, your reasoning, your logic and stuff like that, that creates a lower self-esteem on your decision-making skills. And it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. It hurts. And the healing process of you forgiving yourself for any trespasses or any mistakes that you made is a long one, a long one and a strong one that you're gonna have to go through by yourself. You know what I'm saying? And so the best thing to do is listen to your intuition from jump. Don't let anybody coerce you into doing anything that you don't want to do. So if you make a bad decision, you made a bad decision. You take that L and you learn from it. Maybe you can salvage the relationship afterwards. But once you start to put any form of your life in somebody else's hand and then they drop the ball, that relationship is going to be over and it's going to be volatile. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
you're gonna like,
and
damn.
then they'll look at you as if you've done something to alter or to hurt that relationship. And
Exactly.
it's the same way with this here YouTube shit. They don't look at what they did to cause you to have those feelings for them, right? They don't look at what they did to make you feel that way. You
Nope.
know what I'm saying? It's like these people, these accountability experts, right?
Yo,
They want to hold everybody accountable.
that needs to be a new job. Like, what's your job? I'm an accountability expert, bitch. What you mean?
You know, they go around wanting to hold everybody accountable, but they damn self like, God damn, you just was perfect your whole life, right? Some
Yo,
BS, girl. Shit.
I swear to God, I would jump on. If that was a job, I would jump on that shit, because apparently, since everybody can be a fucking life coach, everybody can be a dating coach, everybody,
Look,
everybody is a fucking mentor. Like, yo, seriously, I'll jump on that fucking job position in a quick. I'll hold you accountable since you can't hold yourself accountable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Shit.
wait, what about the finger pointer? So I'm gonna be the finger pointer expert. You did that shit.
You gonna
A professional finger pointer. Yeah, that was you, nigga.
exactly point
Ma'am,
Dexter. There
ma'am,
he is.
ma'am. You did that shit, ma'am.
It was him in the blue in the middle of the night. He did that motherfucker.
I'm gonna be the finger pointer expert. Girl, look. These here people with this account holding of the people accountable, get that shit just it just be like, do you even know do you know people?
I don't
It's
know,
just
man. Like me personally, Mill, I don't want to hold anybody accountable but myself. You know
exactly.
what I'm saying?
Hey.
I really don't. Like, I don't give a fuck if whether or not you don't do what you have to do for yourself. I would wish that you would, because my real goal is for everybody to be happy and successful. I truly, genuinely want that for everyone, even my enemies. Go figure, right? Like, but I would love for them to leave me the fuck alone. But if whatever my enemies do that make them happy, go ahead and make you happy. That's your life. You do what you have to do for your life. And yes, we can have situations where we can have conversation about where accountability needs to be, talked about. But this whole trying to force people to do things that they don't want to do, I'm not with it. I'm not with it because I'm not a fucking beggar, and I ain't begging you for shit. You either do
Exactly.
what you need to do to be in my presence, or you won't be in my presence. And that's the end of the conversation. You got to respect it. You got to live with it. It is what it is. So if you're not doing what you're supposed to do for the community, I bet. Don't do what you're supposed to do for the community. Let the community crumble. Let how it affects you the way it is. I'm going to do whatever I can for me and mine. And if I can definitely help and assist with the community, I'm going to do that too. But I'm not going to carry your load though. You
That's
know what I'm
right.
saying? I'm not going to throw accountability in your face because I'm not begging you for shit. If you wanted to do it, you would have did it.
Exactly. And the whole thing is with this here whole gender war bullshit. Let me just tell you this here. This is how I really feel about it. I don't feel like it's a real gender war. I feel like it's an asshole war. I feel like these people want fake shit that they saw on TV. It's just keep saying that the woman is. It's just like this movie, the Woman King, right? And
Yeah.
all these here women are going on protesting for the Mansfield women are protesting the movie, right? Look at my in the car. I'm sorry, but anyway, if they're protesting this here shit, right? This is
Mm-hmm.
fake. Women, even not even just black women, worldwide, when the men would be at war, sometimes there would be raiders that would come and take the villages, right?
Mm-hmm.
There would be raping those women. There would be women hiding out, going stab those men to death. Try to,
Mm-hmm.
to defend the little that they can, try to fight back. This is not some shit that's just historically just black women. If you look at the cartoon Mulan, right? That
Mm-hmm.
shit happened in real life. Was listen, Joan of Arc. They've had women historically. They've always had women. Okay, we know we're not physically always stronger, right? We know the
Mm-hmm.
majority of us are not. So yes, that is to protect. It is fighting more for the men, right? But
Right.
that does not mean we're weaker in thoughts. We are stronger in thoughts. We are stronger in abilities to foresee things and outthink shit.
Yeah.
And this is why I say the creator really made us to work with each other. And this is why we fail as a community because we refuse to work with each other. That's the whole reason why we fail because one want to be so high and one got to be so low. But if
Well,
you
yeah, I mean, the one wants to dominate. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a domination. Like they don't want to dominate or compete with the people that they're supposed to be dominating with, but they want to dominate over the weaker, quote unquote, the weaker vessel, right? The one who really don't even have a say so in a system that is benefit for them as a man to benefit and not
But
really as a
listen,
woman.
just
You
because
know
you
what I'm
could
saying?
beat my
So
ass, just because you can beat my ass, don't mean you was smarter than me. You could be dumb as a box of rocks and beat somebody ass. That does not mean that you were smarter. And that is the problem with us in our community. We think the baddest MFer, the strongest MFer is this. But that does not mean you're smart. That does not mean you can really think, capable.
mhm.
And
Hell no, it doesn't. If anything,
basically,
most wars were won not because of artillery, not because of the machines and stuff that they had. Most war was won on a psychological standpoint. Most wars were won from the mind, not actually from physical combat. You can take Vietnam War. The reason why we lost that war is because the Vietnam knew that we had more manpower than them, but they used their terrain around their around their country, their woods, their forests and stuff like that, and that's how we got guerrilla warfare. They used their mind, they used the tools that they had around them to basically counterattack our force. And we had the gunpowder. We had more gunpowder than they had then, but we still lost the fucking war. So this is like I'm saying, when me being who I am, a veteran and all that stuff like that, and have gone to war. When I hear people who ain't never pick up a fucking gun, never been to war, never served, never none. When I hear people talk about warfare like because they learned it by playing fucking Call of Duty, it gets on my motherfucking nerve. It really pisses me the fuck off. You don't know what it is to be in war. You don't have no idea about what war is, but you sit up here on this fucking YouTube channel or in these IG spaces and stuff and act like you some war specialist or something like that. Nobody, you don't know nothing about nothing. Everything you do is based on assumption and bullshit. You know what I'm saying? War is won by the mind. It's not won by just brute force. I mean, motherfuckers be dumb as hell. It's be so annoying.
Listen, let me just tell you this little story about an African village that was taken over by the British in Somalia. Do you know not one British person in 50 years that they were occupied could give birth in Somalia?
I know,
They
because
called them,
Somalia didn't give two shits, because they killed every motherfucking foreigner that came through, and they would kill their kids. Even if
they
they even try to be around the border, they killed the
and they
motherfuckers. They didn't
said
give a
that they
shit.
were the ultimate savages because they killed pregnant women
Women, yep.
and babies. And the thing was, they never wanted a British person to be born there and say that they were Somalian. And I remember my great grandmother telling me these stories, right? My
Mm-hmm.
grandmother, too. My dad, everybody told me these stories. And it was the impression that if I was there, even if you were the maid of these people and they treated you really good, it's your duty. And this might sound horrible. It would be my duty to kill that pregnant woman or wait for her to deliver and kill that baby. And I was like, damn, that's some wicked shit. But you know what? That's some wicked shit. That's some shit right there.
That is some shit.
They knew that if they started letting these people populate there, they would then say that they are Somalis and this is their land.
Yep.
And
I mean,
because they
look what
kept
they did
saying
with
how
Egypt.
evil, they kept saying how evil those people were. But guess what? You could say they was evil and all this here hateful stuff, but they got their country back because
Oh,
they'd
more.
rather die
They're
than let you
evil.
live.
So those people are evil, but not the people who was throwing children and to feed alligators, right? Not the people who was cutting off limbs of children and enslaved people and stuff like that, and mutilating them and holding their body parts as fucking shrines and shit, right? Not the ones that was beheading people and putting their heads across the boundaries of the town and kingdom or whatever, not just so it would be a warning to any of the other tribes, whatever, not, who try to usurp or try to gain power. Oh no, but they're evil though, right? You like, listen, when are people gonna realize you gotta fight evil with evil?
Listen, let me read this here right quick. Incognito says, Baby Mama Tara says, I tried to ask Bernard Riley why they were protesting the movie, but he didn't answer me. I said the same shit. I was in that chat, Sister Incognito. I didn't see you in that chat, but anyway, I asked the same thing. I was like, why didn't you guys protest Wonder Woman? No answer. No freaking answer. So why is it when white women are fighting, you have no problem with those movies. You actually go to those movies and be like, "Oh, that was cold."
Yeah,
Marvel's a beast. Yeah, I love Marvel movies, but y'all hate it when it's us. And
because they
that's
hate
my
us.
problem. They hate us. They hate
They hate us.
themselves. And this is the thing. What I feel, it's like the white man ice is always colder. You guys love it when you go and see white women are very light skin, but because it's a bunch of melanated dark skinned women, they're masculine. They're this, they're that. This shit is horrible, and it makes me feel horrible. It does. You know, it makes me feel bad for all the little black girls that I see every damn day. It makes me feel bad. It made me feel good that this movie was coming out, and because I've been wanting a really strong, powerful. I haven't even seen this movie honestly yet because it haven't come out to say if
It,
it's a good movie for black girls.
I think it
But
comes out tomorrow.
okay, yes, I think so. But what I'm saying is if it would be a good movie for young black girls, right? If it
It,
would, because I haven't seen it, so I really can't say that it is, right? But what I will say is I'm waiting for a superwoman for black girls. I'm waiting for a Wonder Woman for black girls. And it's the self-hatred for me that if anything that a black woman would do, you're gonna just freaking hate on it regardless. It's just crazy. I'm waiting for a Xena warrior princess. I want my girls to know, listen, you can do whatever you want to do. I love that movie about the women in NASA, right? I
oh
have a
yeah, Hidden Figures.
Hidden Figures. I have a cousin who works in Maryland in NASA. And she has like 4 degrees. I mean, she's brilliant. She was brilliant as a kid.
Right,
Right? And she's been there for over 20 years. I mean, she does, whatever she wants to do. She's a boss. But
right.
she's the sweetest person in the world. My thing is stop knocking us. Like, god damn. It's like you didn't want welfare women. You didn't want teenage pregnancies. You didn't want this and you want everything black women try not to be, you still gonna hate them. You don't
So
even
they
hear them
hate you.
complain about welfare women no more. You don't even hear them complain and say black women don't do sex right no more. Now they're too freaky. Black women are too easy. Now black women should be on welfare, not in the workforce. It's crazy.
Hmm. Goalpost manipulation, narcissism. That's just narcissism 101. You know what I'm saying? Create move the goalposts to cause chaos and disruption. Get them to move wherever you need them to move. And you gotta understand, as long as these type of men keep black women on an emotional roller coaster, they are able to deceive you. You know what I'm saying? They're able to utilize you for their benefit and your resources, your body, your time, and everything. That's why they have to keep on moving the goalposts. It's a roller coaster. They have to have you emotionally invested into whatever the fuck they got going on and not focus on doing what you need to do for yourself so they can have access to you. If like, this is why you have these incels online crying about fucking women and about how women have too much standards and shit like that, because these women who have the standards decided to fuck what you want. This is what I need, and what I need takes precedence. Not what you want. What you want don't fucking matter to me in life. It's what I need that matters to me in life. And I'm gonna go get it. And that got these dudes fucking got their panties in a bunch. Cause they like, no, you supposed to be head over heels, emotionally invested in me and everything I need and all my wants. And that's where they want you at. That's why women gotta, don't listen to these dudes. Get your degree, get your education, get the job that you want, be in the profession that you want. Don't worry about what niggas want. It doesn't matter what they want. It's what you want. It's what you want. Because the person who's gonna want to be with you, he's gonna align with the shit that you need in your life. You only get one life. Why are you worrying about somebody else's?
Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, it don't even matter if you try to align with what they want with you for you to have. They're gonna change the shit.
Yep.
That's the craziest thing. If you try to do everything they say do, that shit is gonna change. You're never gonna be enough.
Right. And that's the whole point. The whole point is to keep you insecure and keep your self-esteem low. And so you can want to feel validated by them, makes them more important than they actually are, which also makes them not have to do shit that they really need to do or follow through because you think they're the cream's crop just because you seeking a validation. Like these niggas don't be shit out here. Don't got nothing. Can't provide for a woman nothing. No resources, no nothing. If they close down the supermarket, don't even know how they're gonna feed themselves. They don't even know how to farm. They don't know how to plant crops. They don't know nothing about plants. They don't know nothing about photosynthesis. They don't know nothing. They really, literally are just as much surviving off another man's economy as you. But they asking you to be validated by them. For what? What are you validating them for? What are you validating them for? What do you need to be validated by them for? If you literally do everything for yourself before they even come in your face. If you was already taking care of yourself, had your own place, your own home, providing food for yourself before they came through in your face, talk about they like you and they want you. Why are you fucking putting them above yourself when you was able to take care of yourself before they got there?
Bingo. That's what I just asked that same question 2 days ago. Listen, women, before you even meet the man, right? Just say you're a young adult, you single, and you living on your own. You're providing for yourself. You're protecting yourself. You're doing all this good shit for yourself, right? As a single person. Why do you all of a sudden become an incapable human being to think or do anything or need all this shit once you get a man? I just asked that question. And it's just like the women are like, well, I need a man who is authoritative because when something happens, I need him to be able to take the brunt of it for me.
But
No.
haven't you been
You
taking
set
the
yourself
brunt of everything before that
by
man came in your
yourself?
face?
Shit.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. And this is why men don't take a lot of women serious. And this is why they manipulate you and call you out your name and abuse you the way you do, because you was doing all this shit before they came. They didn't even know you existed until you knew how to take care of yourself. Men are not checking for women who look like they down and out. They on the fucking the welfare line, struggling, bustling. Like all these men who say they have a problem with single mothers and that marriage is the answer. Why haven't they wiped up any of these single mothers yet? Ask them that question. Why is there single mothers if you think marriage is the answer?
They don't even wife up the women who not single mothers, who they impregnate and then turn into single mothers.
This is what I'm talking about. It's nonsense, yo. It's nonsense. And you gotta stop letting these people fucking manipulate you with words and stuff and get you in your emotions. It doesn't make sense. Like, like a man is supposed to be an addition to your life. That is it. He has to be a benefit.
Look at Umar Johnson, y'all. He got 2 children by 2 different women. He's supposed to be this great black man, this shining star. He ain't wife none of them. Matter of
He
fact,
did a
he on
fake
child
one.
support for both of them.
Not even that. You
What the
remember that
heck?
fake marriage? That
Yeah,
fake
I remember
poly
when he
marriage
married
thing
a
thing?
dark skinned and a light skinned woman. That shit was
Yeah.
crazy.
That shit
Crazy.
was so fake.
But my whole thing is stop letting people just put you down. Don't listen to not going to boycotting a movie because a woman is a warrior. When we don't boycott any Angelina Jolie movie, we don't boycott any damn movie where white women are warriors and fighting. But now, if there's a black woman who in a warrior movie, she need to be boycotted. That's some
Right.
bullshit.
Because they think it's a slight against their masculinity. Then, if that's the case, don't ever say that black men are the strongest men on the earth. I'm tired of fucking hearing that. You can't be strong and kings and all this shit like that if you are subjugated. If you are someone can bamboozle you, if someone can use your women against you, like you say that you are a victim every fucking day, but then want to say that you strong, you the most masculine. Like those are oxymorons. You can't be both at the same time. I'm sorry, you can't. So which one is it?
Listen, MJ, what you don't understand is they're the strongest men in the planet, and they're the most dominated because of white supremacy. You see what I'm saying?
Nah, man, I can't. I can't deal. Lima, I can't deal with that logic. They
It's white
can't.
supremacy.
They can't be. They cannot be the strongest, but then be dominated at the same time. Nah,
They
it
are
just
the
can't.
strongest. You know what I'm saying?
No, they can't. They can't. They can't.
How
You
can you be
cannot
both?
be the. You cannot
You
be
gonna be
the
both?
strongest. You can't be the strongest and then be dominated by weaker men. It just does not happen that way. The math ain't mathing. They gotta stop it. They gotta stop this foolishness.
Look, girl, it's too funny. These
They
people
gotta
are
be
so funny.
listen. They have to operate from a level of
Incognito say MJ
honesty.
is preaching. She said they can't fish. Choco Kitty said she's speaking true. Hey, Choco Kitty says, come on, hit the link. Choco, Choco Kitty said they haven't even wiped up their own baby mama. Oh my God. Incognito say facts. Care 504 says there are men who never wanted to get married. Exactly, there are. There are men and women who never wanted to get married. But
Right.
Chocolate Kitty said they are the strongest physically. But like you guys said, real strength is in the mind and in the heart. That is so much facts. But my thing is, this was the point to me about the movie that I feel like everybody missed. In that history of that true story, these were not women who chose to be warriors. This was came out of a necessity over years and years of them at war, and only their men were soldiers. Only their men were warriors, right? It was just over so many years that men were, you know, when they would lose the wars, the men were killed, and the ones who weren't killed were kidnapped and brought into slavery, right?
Right.
So it just so happened that the damn village, that tribe became not enough men. It was only women really left, right? It was just
Mm-hmm.
a handful of men. And
Yep.
the king asked them to start to see if they could train the women. And that
Right.
was like a last ditch effort. So I mean, for you to protest a movie that it wasn't saying that this here was who they chose to be out of necessity. You know what I'm saying? So what they were supposed to just let their children die? Because
this is why I said I can't take them seriously, because if you're gonna promote, if you're gonna
no, no,
protest,
wait, let me just finish my thought,
okay,
MG. If
sure.
my husband wasn't home, right? And just say a madman came and broke in my house, right? And I had to fight him and do whatever I could to kill him. Would that make me wrong? Or would that mean I'm trying to protect my family? You know what I'm saying?
Well, according to them, that made you wrong because you were supposed to lay down and rape, get raped or die.
Girl.
They feel that that was more honorable of you as a woman than you actually defending yourself.
And that's the sickness. Wow, what's up, Choco Kitty?
Hey y'all.
Hey, would you like to add something?
Yeah, now I don't know really anything about the movie. I was actually of a different opinion earlier, because I thought that maybe it was women protesting the movie, but y'all saying it's men protesting the movie. Now I will say this is kind of like off topic since it's men, but I think that it's different when black women are shown in roles like warrior roles or just like fighting. And the reason why people say that it's masculine is because like we don't really have enough promotion that shows us like as regular women. Most of the roles that we play are in some kind of like um not necessarily as a warrior, but either some kind of matronly role, something maternal or like just a servant. You know what I mean? It's you.
Listen,
But wait,
Is
hold on, let me
Wonder
finish.
Woman a true story?
But that's not even my point. Well, let me just hurry up and finish that part. But I think that what I'm not saying I have anything against the movie, but I just feel like they're not really going to show us in roles like being taken care of, or just like being put on a pedestal. It's like we always fighting or like something like that. So
But historically, have we not had to always fight?
that's
All
true.
my
Yeah,
life, I had to fight.
that's exactly true. But I mean, my problem. I don't want to say I have a problem with it because I
Black
haven't really
women
seen it yet.
are care 504 leading this protest. And it's because of black women
Okay,
like the
so that might be why.
Crimson
That
Curse.
might be why.
They
But I've
are
heard that
leading
said
this
before.
here. They are
So it's like,
leading it. Black women are leading it because they're doing it on behalf of who?
what black
Because
men?
they've been getting brainwashed. For
Oh, so
real.
now
I've
that's kind
never
of a
seen
different thing.
black women upset with a Xena warrior princess, Wonder Woman. They don't get mad with any of the Tomb Raider, Angelina Jolie. They don't get mad with Nikita. All these non-black people that come out with movies, they don't get upset about. But let me tell you something about Sister Celia. Celia will tell that man beat her.
But
Celia will tell her to beat her. And that's the whole part what I'm trying to tell you about these black women who are protesting this movie. They are the fucking Ceilers. They will get you killed. These
well, I mean,
Ceilers will
that's different
beat you
ways.
down. These Ceilers will sit up here when Harper say, well, I don't know what to do. Should I do, Miss Celia? She gonna say, Harper, beat her.
Well, there's different ways you can look at it. I don't know why they're protesting it, but I've heard that
I
said
can tell you
before. As
why.
far as
Because
well,
they want Harper to beat her because they used to being beat
oh my
down.
gosh. Um, but yeah,
That's
but
why I done
but
told you.
but
Now you
but
know.
do you see the point I'm trying to make though?
I
Like as
don't.
far as like black women being undervalued or not like really being looked at as worthy of people doing for taking
So
care of
because she should be played
providing
as a
for.
maid or a mom or a person that with no strength and no what? That's what you're saying?
You're not really listening. I think you're not really like trying to hear me. What I'm saying is, what
I
I'm saying
heard
is,
you.
what I'm saying is, the problem with our image, the way it is look, we are not like um seen as wives. We're not seen as worthy of being taken care of and all this and all that. Now, yeah, they can have a Xena warrior princess, they can have Tomb Raider and all that like that, but white women's problems are not our problems. Our white women don't have the problems that we have. So them being portrayed as like Tomb Raider or
You know what one problem
Xena
that white
warrior
women don't
princess,
have? White
huh?
women don't have other white women going around putting them down. White women don't have coons going around masquerading as black people, putting themselves down. Not all the coonery in white women.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to show the other side of what I think
Hmm.
it. Well, I can't say. I don't know what. I
No,
would have
I
to look
mean,
into it to see what's behind these protests. But I mean, that's like my only issue with it. But I'm not saying I have an issue with it overall. But I'm just saying they so quick to show us as like that, but they don't want to show us in anything like that's gonna actually make us look better in real life. You know what I
What they
mean?
don't? What shows don't make us look better in real life?
Okay, so you notice like how if you was watching a movie or whatever, even if the
Hmm.
movie has like black people in it, the man might be black and they might make the woman like either light skin or they'll make her like another race.
Hmm.
Like for example, trying to think of what's that movie?
I
Shit,
mean,
I
I
can't
know
think.
exactly what you're talking about, and, I do. I really know what you're talking about. It is the representation, specifically,
Right,
more about dark skinned Black women as
right.
being portrayed as only being like the side chick or the maid or
Or
the
warrior.
bitter
That's
woman or
exactly it. Yep,
Or
exactly.
warrior.
Because
Well, look, I
I
just wanted to say this right quick to y'all. Part of the reason that some people protesting that I've heard, and we're talking about people that actually know the story. I looked at a documentary on it, and they were saying, first of all, some don't like it because it was written and directed all by white people, and they think they're using the story of those Amazonian women just to profit and stuff like that. So some don't like that, and they don't like how the story is written. That's some people that has nothing to do with YouTube. I hadn't seen it yet, but I was looking to see exactly what it was. So it is not one of them old, they go cash in and then not tell the story properly.
yeah,
That kind of thing. So if they go do it, represent the women that the Amazonian women right. Instead of doing their own thing, because they'll take our stories and do the shit, and we'll think that's how it is instead of giving them
They
fair
said that
props.
it's fiction based on a real story. So
Yeah.
it got parts of reality, but they know that they're
Hmm.
proclaiming it to be fiction.
I
So
mean, like,
Hmm.
at the
any
Yeah, and
Marvel
I think
show
that's
or
what the problem
anything,
might be.
it might
Hmm.
have a little truth. That's what they're saying. It's a real story, but it's fiction.
Yeah, they could
So
say
you don't
based
have a
on a
problem
true
with
story or
Black
something.
Panther that's fiction. You don't have a problem with all these Wonder Woman that's fiction. But when it comes to the black
Well, those are
women,
comical. Those are like action figure heroes. That's straight fiction. For
okay,
this
but
one, I
look at
think they
Roots. Roots was straight fiction. Ain't shit
and
was
exact
real about it. But we took it as facts,
well, that was
right?
a family story, and that
But
was Alex Haley
it
who
was
got it. And
fiction.
fiction.
but even
None of those
even
people
even
existed.
None of those
okay,
people
it's
even
existed, and
historical
it was
okay, it
fiction.
written
was a
by a
fictional
white man,
story, but it
right?
was still written by black folks, so they
It
just
was
Yeah,
took it
not. Alex
it's
Haley
historical
get
fiction.
directed.
no. Haley was sued because who a white man wrote that.
Exactly. It's just the
Look
same
up
as
Roots,
Shaka,
Mr.
Did he
just as
Kev.
direct
Shaka
it?
Zulu. Just as
Didn't he
Shaka
The
directed
Zulu.
it?
book, the actual book, Alex Haley
All right,
did
I
not
heard,
write it.
understand the book. Did he direct it?
Okay, but yes,
Did Alex had
He
it? Okay, that's
directed
all I'm saying.
It was
And this one has
directed by
new
white people.
Alex Haley. What did he have to do with the
Alex
movie? Then
Haley
nothing.
what they call
He
it?
didn't direct it.
No, he just scammed the book. He lied about the book, and they
Yeah,
wrote
well,
it fake.
I never liked the color purple and that kind of
No,
stuff. And
that's
all
not
that
the
was
color
just
purple. This is
all the
Roots we
roots and
talking
stuff.
about.
Anyway, I understand that, but with this movie,
Yeah,
I think that's what the issue is.
they're gonna
Nah,
always
And like
argue
we know,
whenever it comes to
and they
black
did
women.
have the issues with roots, and they had the issues with color purple,
They didn't have the
and it's
issue
another
when
one.
I was coming up. Roots was the bomb. They thought Roots
Hmm.
was a true story.
I had no problem. I read the book.
Yeah, but they thought Roots was real, and then I found out these people sued and won, and he actually admitted that it was something somebody else wrote that he took credit for. So Alex Haley was a real good con artist,
Yeah,
and
but
it's
I'm gonna look
still
more into this one and see what the issues is with that because I know a lot of historians don't care for it,
because it's
and
not a historical thing. It's just like saying we had World War II, and I show some stuff, evidence that really happened in World War II, but then I show some fiction and I
mm,
glamorize it, right? It
mm.
it might be the background of it was true, but they also are saying that they're going to embellish and they do a lot, right? So that this is just reasons for them to just lie to say
You
that they
saw it
don't want
already?
to.
Is it good?
No, I don't. I didn't see it, but I'm
No, I
hearing
would
these
say.
people
I'm gonna
protesting
let you. I'm gonna let when you see
something.
it. You let me know. I'm not gonna. I'll let me know if it's good or not. And if it
I
play, if
feel
it's
you,
free,
Mr. Care.
yeah,
I
you know,
want you
I
to go
take your
see it.
word
We
for
gotta
it.
go see it all on the same
If
day.
you ain't say it, if you ain't say it's
It
good,
ain't
I ain't
came
going.
out yet. How I'ma see it? It come on Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we'll see.
We
You
all
let me
need
know
to
if it's
go see
good.
it Saturday. Y'all all go see it Saturday, and then we gonna come back Sunday and talk about it.
All right, I'll talk to y'all
Yeah, but
later.
my problem is
No, don't go. Don't go.
why would black people protest a movie that hired predominantly black people, black women?
That's my
So
thing.
you
We
don't
need the
want so you
job.
don't want to see black women get money, you know what I'm saying, or get awards or be celebrated in or in the arts, right? Whether or not if the story is fictional or all the way truthful, you're willing to see money be taken out of black women pockets, but you about black empowerment though,
But we
right? But
still
oh no,
screaming
but not
Wakanda.
black women empowerment though, right?
But
Because
we
you
still
want
scream
to
Wakanda, and no, it ain't no place in history
because
called Wakanda.
you want to protest money being taken out of black women's pocket
Yeah, that
though,
was
right?
science fiction though. That was just that was just straight make believe and comic book heroes.
It's still fiction.
Yeah.
It's still fiction. And like I said, most of these stories that they say based on a true story, that means
Do
that
anyone
they
know why they
imply
call it the woman king?
because she was a king to her
Uh,
army. The position that she held is the highest position that you can hold under actually being under a kingdomship. So for
okay,
her,
but all
like
right. Uh,
The Dora Maji didn't answer to no one but her. Okay, and
uh,
she was the one who taught and was a consort to the king. That's why.
But you
You're
see
talking
how
about the
we kind of
Amazonian women. That's
interpret it
what
as
they do
like shade.
because what I'm thinking in throughout African history, there are also queens that ruled for a very long time. Your Nefertiti's and stuff like that. But there was the honor was to be the queen, that to be that strong and still dominate and control and rule armies as a queen. I didn't understand. That's why I didn't understand why it's king in this case.
But
So I
see, that's
guess we
the
had to
thing.
watch the
Because
movie.
she
Maybe there's
wasn't
something in the maybe there's
but
something in the movie that's gonna be
that
there.
woman wasn't. But that's the thing. If you're talking about the Dora Maji was the secret service of the king of Benin at that particular time. That you're not talking about a queen who got into the royal family by bloodline. You're talking about someone who earned their right to be considered royalty by the pursuits, the warfare pursuits that they had. Like it's a
Is that the
total
story?
different reason.
Is that the story in the movie?
No, that well, what the story in the movie is, from what I
So we don't
seen,
know what's in the movie yet. Yeah, but if we
what what
so
but
if you're talking about the
but
Dora Maja, we don't even know if the movie is based off of that yet
the
because we
movie
haven't
is
seen
based off of the Dora Maji. Those
Okay.
Amazons, that's the
Mm-hmm.
Doramaji. That's what it's based off of.
Mm-hmm.
It's based off of their story. Not everything in the movie will be accurate because it's fictional, but it
Mm-hmm.
is based on a true story
And so in the
about the
Dora
Doramaji.
Maja's history, there were women that was considered called themselves kings.
Where did it say that the women consider themselves
Well, I mean,
kings?
I'm still trying to get to why they call it the woman king.
They're talking
Because she took
about
the
the
place of the
leader.
power role without the bloodline.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Where do king come from women calling themselves kings? They say the woman king. So that means one woman, not a whole group of women being called kings. So
Okay, I
where are
got
you
that. The
getting
woman
that from?
king. I'm just asking about why they get the title from. I never heard that. Or I never heard of queens ruling. That's all. That's all, sweetie. It ain't just a conversation. So we'll find out when we see the movie.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Well,
But
see,
I
I
don't
like the
understand.
whole. See, I'm gonna go a little deep. I like
But
to go a little
wait,
deeper.
Mr. Kev, can I just say one thing? Because I'm frying cooking some food
Mm-hmm.
right quick. So I'm gonna go back on mute. But no, let me just tell you this here. Tradition, okay, they didn't used to have the word queen a long time ago, right? Even in ancient Egypt, they didn't have a name for a female ruler. So even when like Hespeth and the other pharaohs, woman pharaohs,
Mm-hmm.
they actually was considered pharaohs, and they would wear the beard of the pharaoh, right? And they would wear all the garb, right? But they were considered pharaohs even though they were women. You get what
Right.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I
Because
know.
there
I
was
at
a
got
this
the
here
rulership.
point in
right. But see, I'm
history, the
right.
ruler
See,
was
it's
called a
just these. It's
king.
just the
No,
yeah.
but what
Okay.
I'm saying
Well,
is it didn't
I'm
matter if
just
it was a
more.
female or a male, it was still called king, just like Pharaoh
Well,
was still called Pharaoh.
I I understand what she's saying, but I was just like she telling me about this history. So I like more the history aspect of it. So when I see it, I'm gonna see if I know what I'm looking for the foundation. That's just interesting because they just got different. They have different tribes that did different things. I like knowing the whole deep history of it in itself. So now I know to look for how the Doromaji type of tribe work because what it is tribes and just like pygmy tribes and other tribes, so and they all had different cultures and different dynamics of their background, so it'll be interesting if that's
So do you think that the upset is because they called is because of the title of the woman? Do you think that that was a disrespect to black women by
I
saying
think
that
the
she's a
upset.
king?
I think that may be the upset for YouTube folks in general. They may be that might be part of it. The idea that it's called king, the idea that it's masculine, which I have no problem with it. They were damn female warriors. They're supposed to be fighters. I mean, that's nothing new. They've been in, like you were saying, they've been fighting been in a whole bunch of wars, especially back then. The women did help, and they were just always heard of them being a really strong fighting class. So I'm interested. So I'm happy that they go bring out we go be able to find out, history in general outside the movie. Just bring them up as the female warriors from back then. Because I'm starting to look online and seeing some old photos. I'm looking at the documentaries, of it and some old pictures of it and getting the idea. Because I like the history part, our history, period. I like that. So a movie is just a movie. But I'm sure they got people that have a problem with the male dominant female thing, masculine, dark skin. I'm sure they got people all over the place with that in the protest too. And I don't doubt that at all. From the name all the way down to if the story was written right. But I'm not gonna knock the actors. I mean, that's their job. It's like when they was trying to protest the NFL for Colin Kaepernick. Okay, well, damn, you want all the black dudes to, just quit their jobs and shit. They got families. Instead of working out in other ways.
I mean, I would say for me, if people have a problem or issue with the title, that's something that can be discussed. It may,
Hmm.
who knows? It could have been used as a slight, what I'm saying, to black womanhood. That is definitely could be a possibility. But I mean, the thing about it is that this is a part of our history, whether people want to accept it or not. Women have played a role as being in war. There was a time, especially when it comes down to black women. Black women has always been in war. Black women have always fought. That has not been the case with other races of women. And it's a part of our history. That's not something that we should shun away from it. And that does not take away from the masculinity of our men. And I just wish that people would stop putting men and women up against each other. We're not in the same level. We're not on the same playing field. You know what I'm saying? Like that is
Hmm.
it's completely different.
Yeah, I'm
So
not one of
stop
those
compete.
though.
So
I like the
stop.
story.
Yeah, just like stop
Hmm.
competing. Like men shouldn't be competing with women, and women should not be competing with men.
And they
But
got to see the movie like y'all was saying. It's just entertainment. It shouldn't be knocking entertainment.
right,
We already know that it ain't gonna be. It's not like Jamie Foxx making Ray. Okay, that was based on some real shit because Ray was right there telling him. But I get what you're saying. So that was more his real, more of a real story. This fictional.
Yeah, it's gonna be based on more fictional to make it more exciting, more entertaining, more of a adventure, suspense type of situation. That's how
Kind of like Wonder
movies,
Woman.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's how
Right.
movies become,
Yeah.
popular
yeah,
and
but
good.
this, yeah, but this the whole thing. It's not even that. To me, the thing is what they don't get for that tribe. It was not like women chose to do this. It was out of necessity. It was because the men had been fighting the good fight for so long, and it just ran almost out of men because they were all going off the water fight, right? So it became a
Hmm.
scarcity of the men. So the king actually started asking the women who were in this private security thing for one of the princesses or whatever to train other women because they were just so short-handed, and he was
Hmm.
testing it out, and it kind of was working for them the best they could. Even though they was losing battles, they would still win them enough to keep the people from invading and taking over their territory all the way.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
and I'm sure they were well trained. Hmm.
do y'all see any parallels between what you just described and like the community, or can you see like why men would be offended by that? I mean,
but
I see,
it's the truth. That's a
and
true
I'm not saying
story,
no.
honey.
I'm not saying that. I guess what I'm saying is I'm just still answering the question as to why people are mad about the movie.
Well, why do you think a man would be offended by the truth?
Men are offended by the truth
Well,
all day, every day.
the movie is not truthful in
Okay,
general.
but I'm
Period.
saying if I
Yeah.
tell you the
But
history of the
like
benign
if yeah,
people,
like if y'all do
would
the
you be
whole
upset
history
about the
thing,
truth?
no, not at all. I think that's interesting. I think that's wonderful, and it should go into some black
That's
teachings.
If
okay.
that there are actual
Just
women
the truthful part,
warriors,
the truth.
Well, okay. So
would you
can
feel
I?
offended by that?
No, not me. No,
Mm-mm.
but can I? I
I
feel like
feel like it.
huh?
I feel like women are
Mm,
offended by the truth that women
No.
actually were warriors at one point.
Okay. I can I just like have like maybe 2 minutes?
Yes, let's go ahead.
Okay. I feel like my point is not getting like I'm not able to like anyway, but
No, I'm
what I
sorry.
was
I
saying
don't want
about
you to feel like that. Go ahead. I'm
oh,
sorry.
no, that's all right, that's all right. But I feel like there's two different ways to look at it. And like I said, I think the first part that I was trying to get across is the fact that like it's like when they looking for somebody to play like the wife or the girlfriend or something like that, somebody that's getting spoiled or something like that, they always go find somebody that's like biracial or light skinned or something like that. But then
Mm-hmm.
as soon as they need somebody that's a warrior or a maid servant or just like the mother, if it's like the loud, fat, domineering mother,
Mm-hmm.
or just anybody that's gonna like be loud and have an attitude, then they go look for somebody that's dark skinned. So
I
I
agree
think
with
that
that.
yeah, so
I
that's
kind of can see your point on that, but my thing is too, if that's the roles they can get, that's the roles they can get. I'm
yeah,
not gonna protest them on the role that they can get once
no,
they
it's like
finally get a decent role.
Yeah.
I
Go ahead,
mean,
finish. Don't let her finish.
yeah,
What else?
Yeah, go ahead.
that's one way to I mean that's one way to look at it. But at the same time, I feel like, and I'm not speaking on this movie specifically. I'm speaking on it because of, that's what we're talking about. But at the same time, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about this movie. But so I don't want to be like I'm judging a movie before I actually see it or know anything about it. But I think that like you don't necessarily have to take money. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can get offered money, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to take it. So I mean, of course, people gonna say, well, why would you tell them not to take a job? But it's just looking at the bigger picture. So yeah, they can put out anything. Does that mean that we have to accept it or we have to be receptive to it? No. And once again, I'm not speaking on this specific movie. It might be a great movie. Like once I find out more about it, I might not feel this way. But yeah, so I feel like just because you offered money to do something, that's not really an excuse like to do it. Because that's kind of saying, well, you only care about you getting like a little bit of money that's gonna run out, as opposed to like your image overall. So I just feel like it's two different things. If they just doing it because they
Mm-hmm.
getting paid, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that like people can't have a problem with any movie because every movie somebody got paid to do it. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily a positive thing.
Yeah.
So But the second point I was gonna make is, see how you said that they weren't. It's not something that they wanted to do, but it's something that they were forced to do. I think that. Sorry, getting over a cold, but I think that has a parallel to the community, and maybe that's just the way I see it. Y'all heard me talk about that before, but this, like, basically black men might look at it like it's emasculating because it's saying that the black men failed, and so basically the black women say, okay, well, they couldn't handle it, now we got to go in and make it happen, and I feel like that's kind of a parallel to the community, because like if black men are not doing it for the woman and their family, then she got to go out and do it. That's why they call, like, black women the leaders of the community. And you know how they were mad when they were talking about putting Harriet Tubman on money, like, and
On the $20 bill, yeah.
yeah, and people were mad about that. And it was one of those judges, I forgot which one. It was I don't know if it was Joe Brown or if it was the other one, but he was mad because he said it's an insult to black men for a black woman to be the first
I
black
think that
person
was Joe
on money.
Brown on YouTube. Yeah, I think I did
Yeah,
remember saying that.
yeah, which, I mean, I could get into that,
Yeah, I
but
have
it's
no
like,
problem
okay,
with it.
right, yeah, right. But he felt like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what his argument was, but he just felt like it was an insult to use a woman first. But Harriet Tubman is a monumental character in our history. So it's like you're
Rosa
mad
Parks shouldn't
because,
have been on it. I tell you that.
huh?
I would agree. Now, if they tried to put Rosa Parks on that, I'd have voted against that.
Yeah, yep. And I could get into that too. But it was like he was more offended that, like, the black woman was seen as the leader and the bastion, because they know that that's a stereotype that basically, like, they follow behind women, or basically wouldn't shit be moving if it wasn't for black women. So I feel like that's probably more likely why black men are upset. If black men are upset about it, that's why, because they looking at it like, well, yeah, they're saying that, well, y'all can't do shit, therefore we had to go send in the woman because y'all just never are going to be able to get anything accomplished. That's honestly, I would take that. Like, I feel like they being slick in that capacity, even though I think that is true. I agree with that sentiment, but I do feel like sometimes you got to think about it. So white people set up here and made this movie, like, what were they really trying to say? Even though it was true, but like, is that what they were really getting at? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're talking about like Queen, the woman Queen is all made by white people too. I think they mentioned that as part of the issue. There's no
Yeah,
white writers or cast or directors. I
So
yeah.
do,
So
but
that.
I will tell you this though, and I worked on Queen Sugar with one of the actors
Mhm.
in the woman Queen, and and you calling it right because it just so happened. I forgot the girl name now, but I worked with them all the last year, season 7 of Queen Sugar.
Mhm.
But throughout the movie, when I look at it, she was the darker skinned one. She had dated multiple dudes, black
Oh,
dudes. Yeah, they had. I mean, she just dated a bunch of different partners, and
yep.
the other ones did not. They were
You know what?
married and was
You remember
and you do get that, and
remember
sometimes that's a subliminal message.
Coming to America? Remember Coming to America? How they
Hmm.
did the light skinned sister versus the dark skinned sister? They
Had
did
her
the same
hopping on
way.
a damn leg. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
well,
my
no, not even just her. I mean, her sister. Remember Lisa, her sister? They made her
mhm.
sister.
Oh, you
She was
probably
like
talking
a
about
hoe.
two?
No, the first one.
Oh yeah, the first was a skinny sister, the thin one. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And they
Okay.
had her
Yeah.
like sleeping around to try to get, like, oh, she thought that one was a prince, so he lied to her about being a prince, so therefore she slept with him.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? It
Right.
was like then another guy was saying, oh, are you the prince? You know what I mean? Well, not, she thought he was the prince, and so it was like she turned her self to him, like, okay, well, now I'm going after him. But and that movie was made by black men. You know what I mean? That was made by
Hmm.
Eddie Murphy. And Eddie Murphy in real life, he had a wife that was very, very light skinned. Then he had a
Hmm.
child with Mel B, who's
That's a good
biracial,
point.
and then he had a child with, like, maybe at least one child with a white woman. So yeah, but that's really how they do it. But I notice it all the time. Like when I'm just like looking at stuff, I will see like how they do shit, and that's why I don't really like to really get involved in like movies and TV shows and stuff like that, because it's just too much,
Yeah, I think they
and
control,
nobody. Mhm.
American society way of thinking too much because that's what we see. We see entertainers and celebrities, and damn near mimic what we think of, what's acceptable and what's not. But I will say this that even with Queen Sugar that any the only female directors and writers that wrote that series like that,
Mhm. Yeah,
so they
it's
do it
sad.
too. Right,
Yeah,
and
it
I have a
says.
cousin that's named Sarah Webb. She wrote the book on colorism. Right, she
Mhm.
wrote a book called Colorism One and Two. Her name is Dr. Sarah Webb, and her her and her sister, same mother and father, but you know, shades different. One's light, one's dark, and
Yeah.
and they talk about their experience treated completely different, even by their own friends and family. So
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's an
Yep.
underlining thing
Yeah.
that I can see what you mean by that.
Exactly. And the thing is, like we talk about, or what they got paid, do we not want them getting money or whatever like that? But I feel like we have a bigger, and it's your personal choice. But I feel like we have a bigger
Right, it's a
responsibility.
personal choice. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a, but I feel like, me personally, I feel like we have a bigger responsibility to reject that type of content, because they couldn't keep doing that shit if we weren't letting them get away with it. But we keep eating it up. That's why they keep serving us that, like, if they feel like that's what we want to see, like they feel
Well,
like
see,
we
but now
always.
I think the glass is half full on that, and we're gonna have to monitor exactly what goes on now that we got some of these new black production companies and
Hmm.
studios. The studios
Hmm.
is one of the main things because then you don't need Hollywood to determine what we see and what we do. Now it's gonna be
Yeah,
wide open. You got Tyler
true.
Perry's, you got another guy open on one in New Orleans, and I work in the one with Oprah's. So they're gonna have another series where you can tell our own story. I personally believe our stories. Don't forget, they made billions of dollars with our character in our stories. We just didn't capitalize on it. Now we
Yeah,
can do it ourselves.
but the only thing with that is, like just like Eddie Murphy, black people will do the same type of thing, And when you said, I didn't want to cut you off, but when you said that the NFL, they have families to take care of,
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say white families, because most of them are with women that's
No,
white,
now you can't say most of the NFL married to white dudes because everybody look at the popular guy and you don't look at the big old 300-pound lineman. He still got the same little old lady from high school. Right.
Yeah.
She still love his big
Well, yeah.
ass.
Hey,
Well,
okay,
Right.
guys,
So
listen.
mm,
Can I jump in because y'all done brought up three different topics, and I done
oh
took
yeah,
notes
yeah.
so I could
What's
speak
your
on
what's
all
your
three.
thoughts?
Hey, first I want to say welcome, Chocolate Kitty. This is the first
Thank
time
you.
I've talked to you on my panel. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, I was listening. I was lurking for a while.
Okay, and thank you so much, Mr. Care, for bringing your, the man point of view.
oh
So
yeah, I
I
know
just want to
Choco
say,
Kitty. Yeah, she
oh,
real
you know
well
Chocolate
behind it.
Kitty, good, good.
No,
Okay,
no, I just see in the chat room and over my
Yeah,
bottom every now and then. Or when she go off on some niggas every now and
I've been
then.
laying low.
Yeah, but they
okay,
ain't like they don't be asking for it, mule.
Right.
what? Okay. So I want to say first of all, listen. Even though this story is considered fictional, when they talk about that empire, that was a true story. If you want to look it up, you can look it up, right? And it was something that happened out of necessity. I want us of women not to have to be ashamed of our history and ashamed of ourselves for other people, right? We did something out of necessity, and guess what? We kept the tribe alive to face another day. That
Mm-hmm.
tribe is still alive today because of the bravery of those women. And I told MJ this earlier. I have a family. If my husband wasn't out here and some invader broke into my home, I would do everything I could to kill him because I would not want him to come in and kill me and my kids. Right? So would that make me masculine? Or would it make me doing what I had to do to preserve my family? That's the first thing I wanted to touch on. Second thing, y'all brought up Judge Joe Brown with the Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill. Let me just be honest with you. Judge Joe Brown is a clown. And the reason why I started thinking he was a clown is because of the Harriet Tubman situation. Listen, on that subject of the $20 bill, it was a bunch of white men, not one black person,
Right.
not a black woman or
Right.
a black man that
Right.
was voting. They put up 10 people names to vote on. Out of the 10 people names to vote on to be who was gonna, they chose these white men white men decided it's time for us to put a woman on a bill. And these white men picked two black women, Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman. And then they chose 8 white women, right? When it came down to the final thing, it was Harriet Tubman against Susan B. Anthony. It
Mm.
was never a black man in a freaking race. And it was not black women or black men who was choosing for any of this. It was white
Right.
men. These white men kept voting until they voted on these final two. It was going to be either Susan B. Anthony or Harriet Tubman. And what I felt like Judge Joe Brown was a hater to his own community and his race is because he had rather seen Susan B. Anthony than he seen Harriet Tubman. And
Yeah,
that's a
crab in a
coon ass
barrel.
nigga. That's a coon ass nigga for sure.
Crab in a
Because
barrel.
you would rather always see a white woman over your own women. And that's the coon ass shit for me.
Well, who did he say? Who did he say should have been on there
He
outside of
felt
Harriet
like a
Tubman?
black man should have been up there
What do you
before a
think?
black woman. So he didn't
Who
care
did he
that it
think
would
should?
have. He
Who did
felt
he
like
think?
he felt like Susan B. Anthony should have been up there because other
Did
white
he
men
say
had
that?
been on there.
I'm just saying, who did he think? Who did he say he thought should have been on there, other
I
than
just
Harriet
He
I
Tubman?
just
he
remember
said
him
it wouldn't have
saying,
mattered if it was another white woman because white men had already been there. But because black men had never accomplished that, they should never put a black woman first.
Well,
That
like
was
I was
some
that's
thinking that if he
coon
was
crazy.
ass
like
shit.
Thurgood Marshall or stuff, what was he
It was
saying that?
Thurgood Marshall was not in the race for it. It was
I'm
only
not. Well,
them
he might
deciding to
not.
put
Well,
a
it's
woman.
if even if he wouldn't. In my opinion, I didn't know who was in the race. My opinion was the only one that can come before Harriet would be. I think that would be an Indian chief or something like that, a native. I don't know if they have that. Any one of them, somebody famous. Other than that, I'll give it to Harriet first.
Yeah.
Right, a
And
Native American, famous Native American, and on the face that'll be the only one before that.
well, they do
Harriet
have
Tubman.
them on like some quarters and stuff, right? They on
Oh, look at
quarters
you.
and stuff.
And they don't even
But
and they're trying to
you
get rid of
know,
using change. So you know that.
but what's crazy is like, but what's crazy, what also stood out to me is like, okay, so the black man, okay, money is for everybody, but at the same time, the black man don't have his own money. It's
Not
the
trying to
black
cut you
man.
off, sis,
Oh,
but
okay,
it was
okay.
3 points. So that was
Uh,
the thing. The shit with Judge Joe Brown, it was never a black man in that race. And for him to turn against his sisters, this is how you know this how distorted the community is. You would rather see Susan B. Anthony on that 20 than Harry. It was never a black man chosen for it. And it wasn't black people who were voting on it. It was all white men. Not even a white woman was in that
Well,
thing. So that was some bullshit. So and
well,
the
see,
third part y'all brought up was Coming to America.
hmm
That movie was written and directed and also played by, like you said, Eddie Murphy. And it is historically shown and proven that black men hate the color of their skin and hate dark skinned women. Everybody, like you said, that was dark skin was a problem. The dark skinned woman was a freak. The light skinned woman was so this. Even if you look at Tyler Perry and what's that movie, Soul Food, the light skinned woman was the lawyer. She was so accomplished.
right,
The
yeah.
darker the sisters got, the medium was they had some small hairdresser, but the darker the sister got, she was more homely and
hmm
not attractive.
Well,
Yeah.
So
this is what
this
let
is
me say this.
historically what we do
Mhm.
to ourselves.
Right.
So
Right.
I'm sick
Exactly.
of
But
it.
and look, let me put this in there. And what part of the country that come from? I keep telling you, the West Coast different. And that's where we get the images of all the damn movies and stuff of black people that come from New York, filmmakers in West Coast. Warner Brothers, a lot of J people, and that's who dictate that. And then, like you said, some of them go follow right along behind them because they didn't got commercialized on it. And I get what you're saying, Choco. Okay, it's a personal choice, but how you gonna make that choice now? Like you hear some of these black dudes walking around talking about they voting for Trump. Man, you see this man is a flat out racist. You know the history. You know what German. You know the Nazi history. You know he following in that path. You flat out know the man surrounded himself with a bunch of racists. But you gonna have some coon ass niggas like that.
But do y'all feel like Judge Joe Brown? I feel like he kind of proved the point, the point of Harriet being more deserving than like a black man, because it's like he's waiting for a white man to decide that he's worthy enough, or a black man is worthy enough to go on the money. You know what I'm saying?
No,
It's
he
like,
didn't prove
so
that
he's
point. He proved I'm a coon ass hating black woman person. That's the point he proved. Because not a black man. If a nigga was in the running, then I would say, okay, let's compare the black man against the black woman. But if a
no,
black man was not even in the running against
but
any of these women,
mhm.
how the
But
hell
who
could you bring
decides
that
what the
problem
running
up?
is? Who decides what the running is? It's like he's like he was in competition to be master's favorite. You know, it's like
Exactly.
he not gonna go out and do shit for himself, you know, because that's not what they known for, is going out and making shit happen. No,
No,
you rather
no.
complain when you
I
see a
don't
black
even
woman
have a
is
problem with
in
that.
a
My
position
thing
that you
was
want to be in.
when you saw who was in the running, you didn't have a problem with one white bitch that was on that running. You should have had a problem with a whole lot of them because guess what? Those was the ones who didn't want you to have the right to
I
vote
think you
over
one
them.
of the few people that knew who was in the running for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
but
I
he
didn't
didn't have
know.
a problem with
I didn't know
none of
that.
them.
I don't
He
think he
didn't
knew
have
that
none
either.
of them problem with them separatists who did not want black men voting before them. He didn't
Right,
have no problem with them niggas. He didn't have
right.
no problem with none of them white women, but he had a problem with her. That was
Yeah,
the
it's
that was the
easier.
turning point for me.
It's easier for them to go against black women, you know, because who do we have, right? You know, so yeah, it's like we like an easy target, you know. So yeah, so
Mm.
I think that I'm gonna find out more about the movie, and actually now I'm just kind of suspicious because I saw that today somebody had made a post to, what's his name, John Boyega. I think John Boyega is in the movie, but somebody made a tweet to him and that basically said, "Oh, how are you allowed to say black women are your preference?" You know, because if a white man was to say that, then he would be racist. And then so John Boyega, he responded, he basically told him, you know, mind his business, like my preference isn't up for debate, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, well, that's real convenient that happened today. You know what I mean? Like, do
Mm.
he want us to just be like, oh, now we're going to go out, I'll go out and go see the Woman King because he said that his preference is black women. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just thought that was kind of suspicious. I didn't think it was suspicious at the time, but now I'm putting two and two together and I'm like,
Mm. But I do get your point on some of that stuff. We'll see if it changes when we start having more black filmmakers and black writers, come into play and see how they portray. It'd be nice to
Well,
see some strong sisters as lawyers and stuff like that. More of that. I like personally. I like action movies, so I would like to see some more sisters in the
look,
action movies,
but
like
Kev,
in
Mr. Kev,
Columbiana. Hmm.
but Mr. Kev, look at even Tyler Perry. Every damn movie he make, the
I don't
lighter the
watch Tyler
sister,
Perry movies.
the more successful she is. The darker the sister, the more trouble she is. The lighter the lighter the guy, he's gonna be the captain saver, and the darker the guy, he's gonna be the evil man. And let me tell you something. He
But women
does
like
not
that.
just do that
They
to the
love
men.
it.
He do it to the women. And I'm gonna tell you, even what's Rudy? Keisha Knight Pullum, he was on that movie. What he had her? She was a crackhead prostitute. So
yeah.
I mean,
And
y'all
it's
sit up here and
Now
talk
and
about white
see
folks writing and directing shit.
Rudy should have
Yeah.
she fought our history. Rudy should have a nice role in every movie she because we grew up with Rudy. Now they also have now they got the I forgot that the girl that played named Simone that used to play in the Cosby Show, the little kid. She gonna
yeah.
do the a transgender cartoon character type of deal now. Like, see, it's gonna be
Um
all over the place.
I really think colorism is embedded in our society. It's embedded in our language and everything. So I feel
Hmm.
like um in order to fight against that, it is going to take conscious thinking and conscious decision making, because when you think about it, I don't watch Tyler Perry movies, so I don't really
I
know.
don't either.
But but what you said, Mule, it reminds me of like that's kind of like how they do in even in like white movies or like see if you just watch The Lion King. My cousin, she pointed this out to me when I was a child, but she said how you see how they made Scar look quote unquote evil. They made him darker
And
and they made his
darker.
hair
Yep.
dark, you
They
know.
do that on.
But
Yeah, they got a
yeah,
history of that.
but exactly. But when you think about it, like when you listen to our language, you know how we say if something is dark or like, it'll be we describing it in a bad way. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like
Yeah,
saying,
it's
oh,
a
what is
negative connotation that
right,
comes with
right.
it.
And so this subject is dark or like, it's used to mean like evil or depressed or something like that. I was going through a dark time. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So I myself, like I picked up on that a few years ago. And there's a book about that I want to read, like just how it's embedded in our language and stuff like that, and just in our culture, and like how white worship is just embedded in our culture with like the images of Jesus and all that stuff like that. But I think it's lazy casting because just because the way it is embedded in our culture, it's easy to use something dark to represent something bad because people already know that's how a lot of people think. So when we see it, we're gonna automatically think, oh, that's the good woman, or that's the prize, that's this, that, or that's the bad guy, or whatever like
Hmm.
that. So it's I would never that's why I would never reduce it to a paycheck, because I really think that just
It
our
means much
society,
more. Yeah.
yeah, our society overall needs an overhaul, and our community definitely needs an overhaul. So I feel like in order for that to happen, people need to
I
stop
don't
just
feel like
going
people
with the
reducing
flow.
it to a paycheck. This is
Uh-huh.
their art. This is their art form. This is how they express their art. So I don't look at it down on the actresses. I look at
Hmm.
it down on the community for putting them down for being strong, healthy characters. They're not portraying prostitutes. They're not being
Yeah,
drugged
some of them
out
hard
and
on.
pimped out. I mean, it's the fault is not those women who chose
Hmm.
to portray strong characters. It's
Hmm.
the prostitutes of the world who want other women to be submissive and to be the new prostitutes. Because let me tell you something, all these submissive bitches is all women who would have been pimped the fuck out.
Hmm.
Submissive below, beneath niggas. That's why
Hmm.
they would go out there and sell their body and give their money to them niggas. So that's how I really feel about submissive and femininity shit. If you really want to know, that's the
Well,
meal, baby.
I kind of see what you're saying, but then at the
I
same
really feel
time, it's
like
like
that.
black women
Every time I
like.
hear women trying to be extra feminine, I think, bitch, go get stand on the corner, bitch. Stand on the corner.
Well, everybody knows that black women are strong. So, as far as like them portraying strong black women or anything like that, it's, nobody's going to say that black women are not strong. Like we're known for being strong, and it's good to be strong to a
Some,
fault. But at the same
some
time,
women,
hmm,
because we've always had that whole culture, that trick culture that needed a pimp. We've always had the black women who would set up other black women to be abused, raped, molested. We've always
that's true.
had them
You're right.
prostitutes.
You're right about that.
And a lot of those women, even though they might not have been on a corner, they like was Miss Sealy. They were so used to being abused that they would hurt you and set you up to be abused.
That's true. But that goes to show how everything needs balance, So
True that.
it can't be just like strong women because it's not like, yes, black women are the leaders of the community, but the community is still not looking good. So, clearly for black
Right.
women, to
The
just be
community
strong
ain't
and
looking
strong and
good
strong.
because of all of the weak prostitute
Girl,
tricking off black
who are these
bitches.
prostitutes that you talking about?
Girl,
Even
all of them. Crimson, Curse, all of these hoes. These bitches is waiting for a pimp. I promise you. That's all they got is a good pimp that's gonna sell their ass to the highest bidder, and I'm gonna give all my money to daddy because he know better than me. I'm so weak. I'm so submissive. I give him. But what Silly told Harper when he asked Miss Sophia, Miss Silly, what should I do with Sophia? Beat her. Oh, they are turning. They're the most vicious to the women. but they very submissive to the men. Oh yeah.
That was just an entertain. That was for entertainment. That
But,
wasn't a true story.
You hear these women right now, Mr. KF,
I
say
was just
all
messing
kind
with
of
you.
crazy shit. These women sit up here and tell women the most ridiculous shit, and it's all of these women giving advice to teach a woman how to be abused. They teach women how to be abused on YouTube. How to become a battered woman 101 is what they teach. They need
but
to teach a college course.
but do you see what I mean about like balance?
Yeah, I
And
understand what you mean. Because you got
yeah,
to attack different things
exactly,
coming. Yeah, you got to
exactly.
address
That's like
several things at a time and really have
exactly.
address them.
Exactly. So it's like if you're making a dish, that's made up of different ingredients, you're not gonna just put a whole bunch of one thing in there. No, it takes everything like to make it, work the way it's supposed to. And you said people don't protest when they see Xena or Wonder Woman, but they have that balance. They're not constantly being portrayed as masculine. They're also gonna be the woman in a movie that's gonna be saved. They're gonna be rescued. They're gonna be the wife that's going to be protected by somebody is going to be
Right, right,
at
right.
home with
They
the
get a
kids or
different roles like that.
exactly
Right. They
they're
can
not
jump
going to
into a
always be
professional role. They can jump into a
right
housewife, a family,
right
So
or
I
even
tell
a
you
damn
what we should
horror
do.
movie
We
and
should
get
wait
some
for the
love.
first black movie that come out with black women trying to be superheroes and being warriors, and let's hate on them bitches and
no, it's not
protest
the first one though. That's what I'm saying. That's really
Right.
the only way they portray us. They're going to
them.
portray us
Which
if
one
it's
is one other than this one?
okay. So we were talking about Black Panther.
Well, that
That
would
was
be
like a
Wakanda. Yeah.
Black
that was like
Panther wasn't about starring the women though. It was
I
wait,
starring
thought
huh?
the
the women
men.
was off the chain because the women
But
were the
the
warriors.
men were the stars of that show, right?
Yeah.
Correct or not?
But
That's true. But yeah, but it
Okay.
was.
yeah.
So what other show had black women as leading roles that was warriors?
I
Name it
mean,
for me.
None.
I'd have
Tell
to
me.
think
None really.
about it.
Oh
But
yeah,
Nope.
exactly. Because I researched it. None.
okay, so
Right. None.
but the point I'm trying to make
What's
is
the point?
Because that's why the story need to be told right. So people, I
You
like to
can't
see. I'm
tell
a
me a
learner.
point and
no,
it's
it's just
none.
I don't want to talk over people. So yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is, I said it earlier. When they looking for somebody to be masculine, when they looking for somebody to like literally like take charge or be
But
just
telling
the
truth is
downtrodden single
but
mother.
telling the truth is Harriet Tubman a better choice than Susan B. Anthony, or Harriet Tubman did what she did and
You
freed
still on
slaves.
Harriet Tubman.
If you tell her
Harriet
story,
Tubman was
then
the
you
better choice.
emasculating men.
No, that's not what I'm
No.
Are
saying.
you just telling her truth?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, so I think
So
you
we
heard me.
should not tell black women truth because then it might emasculate a man
So I
somewhere.
never said that I'm against black men being emasculated, nothing like that. So I mean, so what I'm saying is that's why men are offended because they know that it reflects reality. That's what I said. So like I said, they portray dark skinned women a certain way, they portray light skinned women a certain way. It's reflected like in the community, it's not a good thing, so constantly being portrayed as masculine, being portrayed as like the leader or the one who can handle everything by herself, that's not a good thing. Because like like just like the movie, Black women are forced to be in that position. They don't want to be in that position. They forced to be in that position because they don't really have any men that's like gonna step up. And then you see, like just like the men in the NFL, once they do get to the position where they can take care of somebody or whatever decide they want to take on that role, they go get somebody that's not the Amazon or whatever warrior princess. They go get somebody that's not the downtrodden single mother. She's not the fat servant or the fat nurse that's just gonna,
Hmm.
or somebody gonna come out and serve everybody with some food. They're gonna get somebody who fits that image in the media of the woman that is worthy of being taken care of. You see?
Hmm. I
And
get what you're
he's
saying.
going to do that regardless because they've been doing that since 13 years off the plantation, right? 13 years off the plantation.
I'm saying that the media enforces
They've
that.
been doing
They
it. Wasn't no
reinforces that.
media back then, right? It was no media.
Yes, it was.
13 years.
I mean, it might not be media,
Okay,
but
my
Yeah,
dear,
media.
13 years off the plantation. Was there even a TV?
okay. So think about it this way. Think about it this way. So
No, no,
what
no,
was
no,
going?
no,
All
sister.
right,
Hold on. Let
all
me
right.
ask you this here. 13 years off the plantation. It was black men marrying white women.
Okay.
Frederick Douglass married a white woman. There
Okay.
was a story 13 years off the plane. There was a one black man wound up marrying over 10 white women, right?
Okay. So
So
what was
my thing is right off the plantation, because this is who they were conditioned to be the
exactly
standard of beauty.
right?
So this here shit is existed since all 13 years from the plantation that we know of on recorded history. This is not some shit you can say started in 2022. So
I
my
definitely
thing
didn't say it
is
started in
the
2022.
self-hate that black women want to protest a movie with strong black women when all we have had to be was strong fucking black women is self-hate in this coonery. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna go back on mute.
Well, yeah, I disagree with that. I already said why, because in everything you're gonna need balance. Nobody on this earth needs to be convinced that black women are strong. People look at black women like fucking men. I'm
We've
just keeping
never
it real.
seen a black movie with lead black women being warriors.
Yes,
So
we
what's
know
the
that.
balance? We've seen them as being weak. We've seen them being battered. We've seen them being beaten. We've seen them as maids. We've never seen them as freaking warriors. So
Right, we get
how
that,
can
but
you
you
not
got
say
to hit
that is
it. What you
coming to
mean
a
is you got to
balance?
do it from both
How can you
ways, and
not
then
say that that is coming to a balance, sister?
I already told you, because when
What you told me?
they
Oh,
don't
it's
get
okay if
all
they
right,
getting beat in Tyler Perry movies.
all right,
It's
all
okay
right.
if they getting
what
battered.
she's saying is you
You're
still
being
don't see a lot
irrational.
of lead roles as lawyers. It's still it's it's still a fighter. Even though
Right.
we do love the
It's
story,
still something.
they still fighting.
Right.
And are
That's
they still a maid? Or we got Lizzo coming out breaking new grounds on way, but you had to like that. You don't get the intelligent, dark skinned woman doing lead good roles like that. That's what you're saying, like Swordfish, with the Holly Berry roles and things like that. A damn sure not acting. I like the idea to see some action black female roles similar to like Tomb Raiders and Columbiana. That's what
mhm.
I'm waiting for. Because it's just slim pickings and those roles are,
Oh, another example. Just this
mm,
is just an offhanded, and I could give you more. It's just I'm not. I mean, this is just off the cuff. But you remember, how they when they had that dark skinned black woman in that James Bond movie, like how they portray every other Bond woman before her. But look at how they
mm-hmm.
portray Mayday, which I like Grace Jones, but I'm just saying, look at how she's portrayed in that black girl. Forgot what her name is. It might be Natasha, something like that. But
Mm.
she was maybe in the most recent Bond movie, and they made her 007. It's like, okay, so why when you get the idea to put a dark skinned woman in the movie, she has to be 007? Like she can't be a Bond girl like all the other
Yeah,
Bond girls. They didn't do that
never
to the
the
white
Cause
lead
women.
we
sexy
some
woman.
bad asses. We
And see, you
bad.
looking at it like it's a compliment.
We
It's
some
not a
bad asses.
compliment.
Am I right or am
I
I
pro-
wrong? We some
Yo, it's
bad
not a
asses.
compliment. It's not a compliment.
Oh, it's
They're
a
basically
compliment.
saying,
It's a
no, it is not.
compliment.
It's
It's
not.
straight up. For me, it is.
No, they
So you're
basically
gonna tell me
saying
your opinion counts more than mine?
it's not a compliment.
I
I'm
think
letting you
It's
I
a
know
think
it's
it's
not a
compliment, my
compliment.
dear. It's a compliment.
All right. So
We've been badasses throughout history. We've had to be.
mule. Why? It's like, all right.
We're
I don't know.
badasses. Just
All right.
admit it, my sister. We're some
you
right.
badass bees,
you
baby.
you
But
the
We're
type of
everybody
badass.
person
wasn't
you like to
badasses
create
though.
your own
Like
We're
reality.
badasses, girl.
like they got a lot of sisters, a
You
lot
don't
of
see
dark skinned
how
sisters
We
that's a
that
some
was
diss.
that was
badasses. You
there
would
were a
think
lot
All
of
we
right,
dark
ain't.
mule.
skinned sisters that was
Shit.
Yeah.
cowards.
Women
Okay.
They
been
had a lot of
badasses.
So, but
they had a
Shit.
lot of dark skinned sisters that were inventors. They're not showing
In
that.
Venice,
Is
we've been
what
everything. Our
I
brothers
know, but
been inventors. Well, listen, black
that's what I
dark
think she was
skinned
saying.
people, black men and black women, we some badasses. You understand? I came from a badass fucking man. We some badasses. I came from a badass woman. We some badasses. Shit on that. We some badass people. That's all I got to say. Y'all hating that we badasses? Come on now. I'm gonna need
you
some real dark skinned people up here. Y'all too light for me.
no, it's you. It's like you ignoring my point. It's like you taking the parts that you want, and you ignoring the other side of it. Like, you're looking at it in isolation. I'm telling you, if the first female Bond is a dark-skinned woman with natural hair, that's not a compliment. You know, when they had Halle Berry in there, she was not masculine. She was not giving off masculine energy. She was the Bond girl. She wasn't
I'm
007.
Choco Kitty, what's up? First off, let me give a
Hey.
shout out to Mule University. Shout out to Kev 504. Shout out to Choco Kitty 7.
Hey.
Congratulations on your appearance on Baller X 2.0.
Who?
Yeah, we caught that, Choco Kitty.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah, you.
You a lie?
Oh, you ain't seen it?
No.
Yeah, I guess you got into it with Woman's Sphere or something over at Shugs. Yeah, that shit all on Baller X 2.0 right now.
Oh shit! When? From when?
Like, I don't know when that shit happened.
When did it? Because I was on Suge's panel yesterday. Was it older than yesterday?
Baller X uploaded that shit today. That shit got some music edited in the background.
Oh shit! I'm gonna check it out.
That shit like 10 minutes long.
Oh shit! Wait, so who he tried like, you know, he tried to make me look good, or he tried to make me look bad with it?
No, this one it wasn't really nothing even really edited. Like, he just played the shit for real. So, you know what I'm saying? Woman's Sphere kind of went in and you just stood your ground. That's really what I saw.
Yeah. That's literally like my third time or my fourth fucking time getting into it with her. It's like, at this point, it's about to become a running joke, but you know, whatever. But I need to go check that out. I'm gonna go check that out tonight. Oh my God. I just made it.
I wanted to add something to what I was saying as far as like the Bond girl thing. All right, so Halle Berry, she was a Bond girl, but she really wasn't a Bond girl. Like, if you know, like Bond girls, like she was Jinx, so she was like another double agent herself. You feel me? And she was like supposed to be smooth like Bond, so they still kind of made sure she was kind of like her own double agent. But I was cool with it because she wasn't no 00. She was an American double agent.
Spy.
When they called some chick 007, I pretty much took that as an insult because I grew up watching all of the James Bonds with Sean Connery and Roger Moore and
with the
Timothy Dalton and then Pierce Brosnan, and then I started Daniel Craig shit. And I'm like, oh, there's just something that it's like a 00.
I like Pierce Brosnan. He my favorite.
I mean, whatever you like is whatever you like. I'm like, hey, if you want to make some black chick like a 00 agent, call it 008, 009.
But not only that, but she had masculine energy.
I'm like, hey, she can be twice as tough as Bond for all I give a shit. I'm just like, don't call it 007. Don't try to redefine what's on there. Make something.
Replace 007.
You coming at it from a different angle.
007. That's all I'm saying. You
coming at it from a different angle. That's not even the point I'm trying. I see what you're saying, but the point I'm trying to make is when they was looking for a Bond woman to be sexy, pretty, feminine, they did not go find a dark-skinned black woman for that. They got every other type of woman except for a dark-skinned black woman. But what if it was like more of a androgynous, like Grace Jones? And not saying that Grace Jones herself is androgynous, but the way they styled her up was androgynous. They allow her to be, you know, androgynous Bond girl. And then now when they're looking for a female like 007, they go get a dark-skinned black woman. But it's like, I see the patterns, but I feel like you look at only the good side of it, but you don't see what the bigger statement is that they're making, you know?
I get where you coming from. It's like, damn, why you gotta portray dark-skinned women as
and it's a pattern.
They never, she's saying that like
women can't be the pretty damsel in distress love interest.
Yeah, there was never the damsel in distress in, you know, the heartthrob, the sexy girl, you know, Bond was with at the end. They ain't crossed that line. Now I get that they held up Idris Elba, but you know, that's what she going with it.
Y'all don't get what I'm saying.
I do get what you're saying, but
hold on, let me just say this here. I see interracial marriages a lot, not couples, marriages. And when I see these white men who they're marrying, they're not light-skinned damsels in distress. There are wide-nosed, dark-skinned women with natural hair who are all have white husbands, and it's
I,
ridiculous out here.
Yeah, but what does that
It
matter?
is
Hey, the only way
ridiculous.
that matters is if Brad is,
Hold
is
on.
the
No, no,
prize.
no, no.
Is Brad
What
the
I'm trying to
prize?
tell you is, listen, the same way you see these super black dudes with wide noses marrying all these white women, to them, that might be attractive, might be the ideal, what they call the preference. So to me, when I see very dark skinned women with white men, that is actually their fucking preference. When you see these extra good dark skinned guys with white women, that may be their preference. So why is it that you think? Because I'm telling you what I see in my reality. I don't know what the stats are. I can't give you a stat on it, but I can tell you that I see it a lot. I do not see extra light skinned women
I
married
do.
to white men.
I
Well,
see biracial
well,
women with
but
white men.
you see
I
a lot of
don't.
light skinned women with dark skinned men for some reason. That's
You
usually
see
what
a
they're
lot of
attracted
what?
to.
Kamala Harris, shit.
No, I mean usually light skinned women are attracted to dark skinned men for whatever
I
reason.
see
Yeah,
white
that,
women
yeah.
with
I
Yeah,
had,
black,
yeah, I got.
I'm
dark
just saying
black
they'll tell you
men.
both of my ex
I
wives light
see
skinned and they'll tell
you
you
don't see
they ain't dealing with
dark
nothing light
skinned
skinned.
men.
You
You
know what I'm
don't
saying?
see you
I
don't
feel
see
like
niggas like Tyrese with white women. Y'all
yes,
don't see that?
but I feel like biracial women,
Okay.
I mean white men that date black women, I think they more likely to be biracial. I know other people
I
be
think
saying that
so.
they
A
be
lighter
dark, but
skin.
I think
I
most of
don't
the time they
see
be
it.
biracial.
Believe it or not, man, white men for the most part, if they like black women, they don't give a damn what her complexion is. They just want a black woman. Care
I,
how
I,
light or how
disagree,
dark she is.
I
They got
disagree
a
with that.
fetish for black women. It's just
I
black women.
see it, honey.
Yeah,
I
right.
see it
I do
all
with
the
that.
time. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm too light for them, and
I'm
I'm
just
not
saying they
even
ain't.
light.
Trust me, they ain't even choosing like that. I'm
Them
just saying
motherfuckers like it, dog,
you
baby.
see more black men that are more concerned with skin, like actual
Exactly. You see
shade,
black
skin
men
tone, and shade
with
than white men
the
are.
No,
I
I
don't know
think
about all
I
that.
think like you said it was earlier that it was an attraction thing.
I think it's opposites
I got
attract.
accused of that though because a lot of when I got a little older, a lot of light skinned girls were attracted to me. It wasn't that I was choosing it to be that way. It's just that how it turned out to be. And they were like, "Did you ever?" I said, "Yeah, I dated plenty of dark girls. Y'all just noticed the lighter ones."
That's
You
it.
know,
I'm saying, but the light skinned women that I've either dated or just even talked to on YouTube, they'll tell you, hey, they don't deal with nothing light
a
skinned.
dog
They don't
dude.
deal with no
But
Yeah,
light
you know
skinned.
why?
yeah.
Let me tell you
Listen,
why
my
though. And
sisters only date dog guys because they
let me
really
tell you
like light skin.
why. So let's
Why?
see let me see if anybody disagree with this. That's because light skin is considered to be feminine. Do y'all agree with that? That's why they call light skinned men pretty boys. Do y'all
For
Well,
see
we
what I'm
agree
black
with
saying?
that.
people,
I
for
respectfully
black
disagree.
people, right?
Yes,
Because the
well,
white
both.
men, they don't feel like that.
But I disagree with that. So I
I
hear what
wouldn't
you're
say I
saying, but
wouldn't
no,
say
I disagree with you.
feminine. I would say not as masculine. That's two
Right,
different things.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Because we have this thing. And let me tell you what I think. I think that first of all, we already know that dark skin is considered masculine and light skin is considered feminine. But I think
Not
that
as masculine. Feminine
okay,
is something different, you
Look
know.
okay.
at Serena Williams. She
I'm just saying
dated
I know
Drake. She dated all these light skinned Common. None of them wiped her up. You
But
know
let
who
me tell you
wiped her
why.
up? A damn millionaire white man who owned a
But let me tell
company.
you. Let
that
me tell you
woman didn't
why.
want to
Oh,
marry them men.
but look how dark she is. You
Oh
see what
God.
I'm saying? It's always that.
What'd you say, Chaco?
Okay, so you know how historically we was always looked at as like lesser than white people, and it's the reason why you notice how like other races will
I
think that
wouldn't
they're
say
better than.
always, but go ahead.
Okay, so you notice how like other races that's not black or not white, they still feel like they're better than us. But the reason why is because it's called white supremacy. So therefore, white is going to be considered like the pinnacle. But like the farther you go away from white, you're going to be considered less. That's why black people feel like, oh, if this person is mixed with white, that's a good thing. But even if they mix with Indian, if they mix with Asian, people are still going to
And
look
to the
at it like
point that
it's better.
they even more comfortable with it. I've seen that, you
Hmm.
know.
Look,
But
look, I feel for
let
anybody
me
that
wait. Let me
even
finish. Let me
has
finish my
any
point. Let me finish my point.
mentality
Let me
that's
finish my
near
point.
that.
Let me finish my point. Okay, so but the reason why it's okay for like black men to be dark is because we were always looked at like we're really like kind of closer to animals. You know what I mean? Like
Oh yeah.
we were dehumanized, you know? So it was like, you know how they try to call us apes and all this and that. So therefore it's like we're looked at like as we're wild or whatever. That's why they make all that porn where it's like blacked or whatever. It feeds into the beast fantasy of the woman just being completely ravaged. So therefore it's considered more attractive for a man to be dark because in just being animalistic and like brutish, that's considered to be masculine. You see what I'm saying? But that's where that whole dark skinned men being like just the most masculine gods of men, that's where that comes from. Do you agree?
I don't know nothing about any of that. I don't subscribe to none of that. I know some
Okay,
soft,
did
light
you
skinned dudes,
did you
like soft,
see?
like Charmin,
No,
dark skinned dudes.
no. I
Um,
think that a lot of that shit with the especially with white women come straight off the plantation with them thinking it was the mandingos, the bigger dicks of the world. And straight up. They got white women who did all kind of surveys and stuff, and they'll say that they'll sleep with a black man, but when they ask them will they marry him, they say no. The
yeah,
same
That's what I'm,
women that said that they want to sleep with him because
but
it's this thing where they think they got these big old mandingo things. So
true.
I mean, it's
But you
just
know how women like masculinity, women like men that are like strong and like, you know, almost kind of wild. But that's where like that's the reason why black men are so appealing to a lot of women because they feel like being black itself is animalistic. Do you see what I mean?
nah, I would never use an adjective
No,
like
you
animalistic
you you
to
you're taking it
describe
like
myself.
you're taking
Um,
it like I'm saying that black people are animalistic. What I'm saying is just the fact that black men are on somewhat of a pedestal when it comes to it, it's in that specific way. Like Mule said, they're preferred sexually, but they're not necessarily preferred as long-term mates. What I'm saying is that that whole thing is rooted in the idea that black people are animalistic. I'm not saying that black people are animalistic. What I'm saying is that's kind of why we have that dichotomy where why it's good for black men to be dark skinned but not black women, you know,
I mean, I
because
don't see why it's not
masculinity.
good for black women to be dark skinned. That's what I'm saying. I
Okay, so
mean,
I'm not saying that it's not good. I'm saying that that's what society thinks. So I mean, I don't want you to take what I'm saying as if
no, I,
I'll
I,
say that
I
I
I get
agree with
what you're
that.
saying, and that might
Okay.
be a perception to some, but I don't think that's as much of a perception to as many people as a lot of people would want to think. Just
Uh,
because it's something that you don't see that's promoted in propaganda, television, movies, and all of that other shit, doesn't mean that it's something that's frowned upon within the community. Like, for example, just like Kev said, I most of us have dated dark skinned women and light skinned women, and we don't
mhm,
really give a shit. We personally
mhm.
don't care. We ain't gonna treat y'all no differently. Now some men are gonna have a preference. They prefer a light skinned woman. Some would prefer a dark skinned woman, just like women. You know what I'm saying? Some will prefer a light skinned man. Some will prefer a dark skinned man, and
That's
some won't give a shit. As long as
that's
he's a good man,
true.
that's all that matters. It
But
just is what it
that's
is.
but I'm not denying. But let's not deny the existence of colorism and who
I,
colorism favors.
no,
You know,
no,
so
no, no.
when you
I mean,
say things like that, it's kind of like you downplaying
no,
it.
but
But that's the
when you see
specific thing that I'm talking
colorism,
about.
I want to know about like a specific time when you were discriminated against, or any, or you can mention a time when someone was discriminated against, not just an insult,
Well, okay, well, yeah,
not just a
I can give
roast,
you an
but
example.
when someone either lost an opportunity, their
Well, all right,
lives, or
I
something
got one.
fucked up happened because of their
I
skin
got
tone and they
one.
were a
I
black
got
woman.
one.
Go ahead, go.
I got one. Okay, so my aunt, she said that I don't know if she used to work in court or if she knew somebody that used to work in court, but she basically said that dark skinned young men, like say if they commit a crime and they go before the judge would just throw the fucking book at them and get them all kind of time. But if it's somebody that's light skinned, that's like got curly hair, green eyes, they're gonna get like probation, they're gonna get community service and shit like that. But if you dark, it's like you going straight to jail. You know, you're not gonna pass go. And of course, that doesn't mean in every situation, but she still noticed a pattern of like once a light skinned person get before, and that makes sense because we already know black people get sentenced more time than white people. So of course, lighter skinned people are gonna get better treatment than dark skinned people, right? So yeah, she said that if you dark, it's like they're not trying to hear shit that you're trying to say. If you dark skinned and you got nappy hair, nigga, you going to jail. you know. But if you're light
I
skinned, they
think
look at you like,
that's more of racism than colorism. But I agree with you. I agree with you on that because you rarely see
So
the
excuse
light
me.
skinned dude get
Can
attacked by the
can
cops as
can
much as you
can
see
you guys
the dark
explain
skinned
to
dude
me
get
what's the
attacked by the
difference
cops.
between
Huh?
racism and colorism?
Okay, racism has to do with systematic obstacles put in place to keep a specific race behind. So what she's saying, it makes sense, but I mean, everybody's getting charges. It's just the light skinned folks are getting lesser charges, but everybody's
okay,
getting still bringing
Well,
black people
what's the
into court.
difference
that's a
You
big
between
know what I'm
deal.
saying?
racism and colorism?
No, I'm
Are
just
they
saying
not
it's
To me,
both the same?
colorism. To me, colorism is racism within our community. Because I mean, we're gonna say it's not racism, but it kind of is, because people that are lighter skinned and have a certain texture of hair, they're that way because they're not fully black for in most of the cases. So I don't want nobody to say they know somebody that's 100% black, that's light skinned with green eyes. But yeah, so to me is to me I consider it to be like racism that we inflict on each other because we give people preference based on how close they are to being white or just being non-black. Because like I said, you don't have to be mixed with white. You can be mixed with anything that's not black, and you're still going to be considered better than a black person. You know.
so
I
so so
agree.
so
I
here's the
can
deal.
agree with you, Chocolate Kitty
Racism
sister.
is
I
this.
agree.
Well, no, I'm going to tell you what the difference is between racism and colorism. So racism, just like I said, the systematic obstacles that are put in place to keep a race behind. For example, you know what I'm saying? I don't give you a job because you're black, or I arrest you because you're black in a white part of town or something like that. Colorism is if I say you're stupid because light skinned people are stupid, or because dark skinned people are stupid, or something like that. You know, that's
White,
colorism.
but see,
So,
white people practice colorism too.
I mean, they do. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? They do. But I
they
think
more
a lot of
comfortable with.
people, especially
Yeah,
people in these spaces, they have colorism confused. They assume if a man says, look, I don't date light skinned women, that makes him a colorist.
no, that's
It's
not
like,
colorism, because colorism it favors the dominant, so it's gonna favor colorism. People can say it's colorism if it's discriminating against light people, but that's stupid because colorism has never worked that way. Colorism was always a description of like the fact that you're gonna have more like negative consequences on you based on being like black. You know what I mean? So being closer to white is not, that's not colorism. If somebody is mean to you because you're light skinned, that's colorism has always favored light skinned people. It's never been like a negative thing for light skinned people. So I feel like that's a cop out and that's a deflection. When somebody tries to say that like somebody's being colorist against a light skinned person, you know, over some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just not how it works. Yeah, all of our pioneers in our community have been like light skinned or biracial. Like the first president, that our first president is a biracial man. The first vice president, female, whatever, is biracial. So it's like if you just look back in history, the first everything like, you know, NAACP, societies, CPAs, anything, it's going to start with light skinned people. But that's because they always had a leg up in society, because that was really their relatives. You know what I'm saying? Like way
I
back.
mean, but if you really want to go that far back, was Frederick Douglass light skinned? Was Harriet Tubman
He
light skinned?
claimed his daddy was white. I don't know if I believe him, but
I
that's what he
mean, but
claimed.
he wasn't. I'm just saying he wasn't light skinned.
That's not the
No,
same
he
thing.
did. He
Harriet
claimed
Tubman was
his
not
dad
light
was
skinned.
white.
Harriet Tubman didn't do anything that would require her to be light skinned.
No, I'm just saying you going back in high school. I mean, you going back
No,
in
I'm talking
history.
about positions where you're going to need to be approved by the wider society, whether it's by other black people or
I mean,
by white people.
hey, if
Yes,
you're in any position as a black person where you need to be approved by wider society, you might want to re-question your existence. That's just
no,
my
you're
opinion.
missing my point. Like I feel
Frederick
like you're
Douglass
deflecting. You're
claimed his
deflecting
dad
That's
was
what I mean.
white.
because
The
you're
point that
trying to
I'm trying to
deflect
Douglass
make
from
is
the
that
claimed
all
his
of
existence
that
of
dad.
stuff be in
colorism
your
by
head.
making like an
All of
argument.
that stuff, I mean, it's based on the perception of others, so it's really in your head. You know what I'm saying? It's focused on how you're perceived by others, not necessarily how they treat you.
No, I'm talking about how it's easier for like lighter people to get into those positions because black people are more comfortable with them and white people are more comfortable with them. So you try to say, well, no, there's no like negative association with being black or no negative consequences of being like dark. I'm saying that yes, they are. You can look at like the leaders that we have had throughout history. You can clearly see that light skinned people are like gonna have a leg up. Like somebody mentioned Rosa Parks earlier. There was
Yeah,
actually
I
people.
came up here to say that.
Yeah, there was people before her, women before her, that refused to give up their seat, but they felt like Rosa was the person that they wanted to go with because she's light skinned, you know. And they had
Her,
another black girl that was like a teen. She was a
her
single
her
mother.
name was Claudine Colvin, and she was brown skinned. She
Yeah,
was supposed to
exactly.
be the one, but they chose Rosa instead because of her looks, her appearance, and her education.
Yeah,
As
Hey, and
and
exactly.
that I won't
and
disagree
the
with
young
at
lady
all.
was pregnant. Yeah.
No,
Hmm.
that I won't
I'm
disagree with
sorry.
at all.
Wait,
I'm
let
not
me
gonna
just stop
disagree.
you guys right quick. I want to say we have a new guest. At first it was
What's
just
going on, Mew?
me and Auntie and Chocolate Kitty. Now we have Mr. L. Nixon to the panel. Welcome, Mr. L. Nixon. And next
What's
we
going
have
on?
Sharice. Good. Hey sis. Hey baby sis.
Hey,
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 everybody.
hey, Mule.
Okay,
hey.
so
Hey,
now we're
everybody.
gonna let L. Nixon talk first. Thank you.
Hmm.
No, I was coming up there, but Choco Kitty, she hit it. That's what I was coming to tell Aunt. But yeah, I'm sitting underneath the star of the evening yesterday. Choco Kitty. Hey,
Wait, huh?
go check the video out.
What, the Baller X? Wait, what we
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about?
yeah. The ball X one.
Yeah, I gotta go check that out, man. I kind of feel violated.
No,
Because
but no, I
when
can't.
you go up on a panel, you don't know how your voice gonna be used. Like, that's, but whatever. But
Right, but now
I'm a
you
little
hit it.
excited. I feel a little bit violated.
I was coming up here to say the same thing about yeah, the Rosa Parks situation. That definitely was one where it was an appearance and an image look.
Hmm. Yeah, because I mean, so why couldn't we got way more dark skinned black men than light skinned or biracial? So it's like, why is the first president somebody that's biracial? And I love Obama. I'm not saying this is anything against him, but there's a safe black. There's a safe black, and he's considered like a safe type of black. Just
Hmm.
like just I feel the same way about Kamala Harris. Yeah, they're gonna have like full black people here and there, but it mostly that's dominated by people that are biracial because they're kind of like the buffer zone. It's that if we're eventually hopefully moving into like black people actually not being a permanent underclass. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but my point is they're still going to accept. It's like a transition. They say, okay, well, we ain't got to go straight to a black man. We're gonna just take it slow. We could put a biracial man in there that's, well spoken.
They, I
That's
feel
what
like
this is.
I feel like they actually do that more with the women. Like they usually
Hmm.
use dark skinned men for black men, but with black women, quote unquote black women, they put mixed women and pass them off as black.
Yeah,
So I just
Yeah.
wanted to say I think it definitely is the criminal justice system. There definitely is a colorism issue.
Hmm.
It's like
Yep.
well known and
Oh,
documented.
I just remembered something, y'all. Okay, I'm not trying to, but the mule, this is for you. Remember, orange is the new black. Look at that shit.
I
Like,
remember that.
okay, so how I'm like, okay, that's exactly my point. That's the point I'm trying to make. So they weren't warriors, but it's like, okay, how come if this was a movie about somebody being some like girlfriend, some beautiful girlfriend, some high class woman with an education, they would not go get nobody that's dark skinned. But since you're looking for prisoners, oh, now you're gonna fill up the cast with dark skinned women. Yeah, like y'all don't see, but if people was watching that shit, I'm like, so y'all really gonna sit there and watch this shit? They ignore the existence of dark skinned women every other day. But like, okay, so since they making a show about prisoners, oh, now they know the difference between dark skin and light skin. Oh, we not all black today.
Exactly.
They specifically need dark skinned women to play these masculine ass roles.
No,
So,
I was
that's
just
the
gonna say
point that I'm
that, like,
trying to make. I'm not gonna deny any of that stuff going on, but it is just propaganda. Like this is like mostly either fiction or something that they just do, and they try to put that in front of us. So if we can be as
Yes.
I
intelligent
mean,
as you are to see it, like why even succumb to that? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I'm like,
that is propaganda, but it's not just us succumbing to it. Like it does affect people. It affects people in the workplace, in the criminal justice system, like she just explained. Like it actually does affect people in the real world. It's not just us
no.
like
Hey, I'm
feeding
a
into
it's
dark
it.
because
skinned man. Trust me, I know that. I know that firsthand.
But being a
So
dark skinned man
I'll
actually is more beneficial than being a light skinned man because they actually like perceive dark skin.
okay.
They
Okay.
actually
I mean, look.
in the
I
black.
mean,
Can
look.
I can I finish
I
my
can
thought?
speak
Can
on
I
being.
finish
I
my
can
thought?
speak on being a dark skinned man in
Bro,
corporate America. Like I
what's
can
wrong with
speak on
you?
that because I've done it.
Okay.
Okay,
Anyway,
I
in the
can
black
speak on it more
community,
than you can
dark skin is
because you
considered to be
couldn't do it.
masculine.
Okay,
Dark.
I don't know what you're talking about. I can tell you like this. Okay, I can tell you a
You have.
specific story. A specific
Okay,
story.
so in the black
Coming in,
community, dark skin is
coming in
considered
to
to
the
be
same
masculine,
job,
and
having the
light skin is
same
considered to be
position
feminine. That's why they always
as my
call dark
best
skin black
friend,
women
5
masculine.
minutes late at the same damn time, and the boss telling me that, hey, I'm late. I need to not be so lazy, and asking him, is everything okay?
Maybe it's because
Are
your
you
attitude
feeling okay?
sucks.
Like,
Yep.
huh?
Maybe it's because your attitude
That's
is
the way,
trash.
because we already know the light skinned man is a lot less threatening.
Okay,
Okay,
well, you would
we
listen. I
know
said
that.
in the black
So I wouldn't
community.
deny that. So don't tell me that being the dark skinned man in corporate America is more beneficial than being the light skinned man, because even if you were right, it would be a lucky guess because you don't know.
I wish you would be quiet because that's not what I said. I said in the black community, it's more beneficial to be a dark skinned man. Dark skin is considered masculine. They consider light skin to be feminine. That's why they call light skinned men feminine and dark skinned black women masculine. I mean, you're just talking away. Maybe the boss had a problem with you because your attitude is trash.
You're just
Like,
talking
you're not
about
even
things you
listening.
don't know. When as soon as you talk about what it is to be a dark skinned man and what you got to deal with, or even a light skinned man, or anything regarding what a man has to deal with, you're out of line.
Okay, and you're too emotional.
So
Yeah, but
Sharice,
anyway, do y'all agree with that? That people in
I
the black
do.
community do like consider dark skin to be masculine?
Yep, I said that before you had got on, but I will have a question that's related to that. I asked what's your name? Though you said that you work in corporate America. What's your name?
Absolutely. Auntie.
Auntie. Okay, so I know your name, but the names aren't showing up on the screen. So okay, so this is the same thing I asked you a little while ago. So what do you think the reason is that like dark skin is considered more masculine? I said that the reason is because black people were always dehumanized. Like they looked at us like beasts of burden. That's why they had us like slaving and stuff like that. They look at, and that's why they have those the porn that features the black men. It's basically like people who get off on seeing black men defile white women. It's because blackness is looked at as animalistic. So do you feel like that's the reason why
Right.
dark skinned men are considered more masculine, and why dark skin is more acceptable on a man than on a woman? It's just because of like that whole dichotomy of us being like, untamed beasts, quote unquote.
Hey, I get what you're saying. It's just
Yeah.
that's something that I've never really even thought about, because one thing that most of us cannot change is our skin tone.
Right.
I mean, I just like, it is what it is. So regardless of how people perceive me because of the skin tone, I don't care. Like I don't care because I can't change it. And even if I could, I still wouldn't. But I feel where you come from.
I would like
because
to
different
ask the
people
new
have
people
different
on the panel,
feelings about it.
Auntie L. Nixon and Sharice. I want to go in order because Auntie was first, then L. Nixon, then Sharice. How do you feel about this movie, the Woman King? Do you feel like it is a bad play on black women, or do you think it's a good look? In order.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, I heard
Kinda
her.
cut
She
out
was
for me.
asking
Can you
about
repeat that?
Yeah,
Was
she's
that the
asking
one?
about the movie The Woman
Yeah,
King,
yeah.
and people were protesting it. And what are your thoughts on that? Like, do you think it's a good look or a bad look for black women?
The movie The Woman King?
Yes.
Yeah, but I
I didn't
wanted
hear
this to
about
go
it.
in order. I wanted Sharice. Okay, well, Auntie, give me your perspective, please.
Well, I don't want Sharice to lose her thought. I can go after her.
Well, I was just gonna say because I don't really know much about it. Like, this is the first time I'm hearing about it, but no, I don't think it's a good look at all. Like, I don't think black women need to be fighting for. Because you said it's about black women protesting.
Oh no, it's not about black women protesting. It's about people are protesting the movie because I guess I'm not sure why. I need to look into that. But it's a movie about black women being like warriors. It's an army, I guess, of black women with no men. So people are protesting it, I guess, for different reasons that I need
It's
to
an
look into. But
army of women in Africa. This is a story that actually happened to the Benine tribe in Africa. The men of that tribe were brave warriors, but a lot of them died because they kept having tribal warfare. So it got to the point where they damn near didn't have any men alive at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the king of that tribe saw that they had some women security guards for one of his sisters. She had an all-female guard. He saw them fight, and he started asking them to train other women, and they became a army, right? And he kept it going, and it lasted for almost 20 years. This is the true story to it. The movie, they say, don't depict this far into it. But anyway, sorry, yeah, I'm eating. But
Oh, you good?
the
I think
movie don't go as far deep into it. But basically, a lot of black women on YouTube, Crimson Curse and the Nene and all these people saying it's just another way to show black women is masculine. These women didn't do this out of choice. They did it because their men warriors were already killed or taken into slavery. So they were such a small male population left. The king had no choice but to try to use the women. What it happened was they fought off these people for 20 years, right? And then the ultimate people, and they lost plenty of wars, but they kept fighting them back to where they didn't overcome the empire, right? But the French wound up coming and just really ruined it. I mean, killed them all. And but by the time the French killed them, all of their warriors, all their children became adults, basically. So if it wasn't for them trying to make the community last while all of their men had been murdered off, the children would, it's still an empire left there still today. It's still black people there that carry on this legacy today.
Well, I mean, now that you like kind of like describe it, I don't think. I mean, I see what people are saying
I know
because
what it sounds like.
yeah, but at the same time, a warrior spirit is a feminine archetype, so it's not even it's really not masculine. I mean, that is an archetype of femininity. You know, there's different like I can't think of them, but there's like the warrior, the nurturer, you know, stuff like that. I don't know. I gotta look into it, but I do understand why people have a problem with it because I mean, for the longest, I mean, for one, we have these dudes online saying we're masculine. I mean, for the longest, that's all we're portrayed as, and it really does affect us in a lot of ways, like medical, um, criminal justice, all that. Like us being portrayed as masculine affects us in the real world.
Yep.
I think it in the social climate, it's just convenient that a movie like that is out. That's just pretty much like propaganda for some gender war type of
Yeah.
scenario. That's the way I see it because it's similar to what's going on, and right? And I don't think a lot of people
That's what I
understand, right?
said.
A lot of people
I'm
don't
sorry.
understand this whole gender war is really stupid because I hear stuff like, "Oh, you work for Zaddy, you work for the white man," and I'm trying to figure out when did black women be able to come their own demographics where they don't have to worry about the fact that the Asian man is number one, the Asian woman is number two as far as finances, and theirs. So if daddy is over me as a black man, then nobody is over you. Like you get to not be under nobody. You're total on the side by yourself. It's like we in the 14-man race and we're arguing. You may be number 13. I may be number 14, but we still last while we're arguing
Yep.
with each other. We're still last.
But
And
black
so
women are
it
last
don't.
by default.
But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, right? When it comes to what men do in our community, we obviously can't hide from that. We can't deny that because we're the face of everything wrong. Even even movies and propagandas, it's the face of a black man. So we can't lie and say that. But at the same time, when it comes to these weak men, when it comes to these coddled men, and when it comes to people getting pregnant, with all these talks we talking about, it takes two
People
to
don't
do
get
that.
pregnant. Men get women pregnant.
Okay, but I'm saying it all takes two in all these scenarios. I've been around this space for a while, right? So you hear bits and pieces, and I hear women complain about men. I hear men complain about women, but they in some of your DMs. They don't like strippers type of women, but they pay money for strippers. And I hear women talk about men, but yet I hear y'all on another stream say y'all like toxic men. I be hearing women say that shit, but then 3 months later they forgot that they said that. But then you complain about men. We're all making a conscious decision to be in the relationship that we're in, and we blame each other. But unless you are a volunteer or volunteered against your own will, we are grown people making a conscious decision to do what we're doing. We're getting with people that we're not supposed to get with, and we're trying to blame who did what. Like nobody's being forced in any these situations, and you got one side not wanting to take accountability, and the other side. Some women complain about weak men while coddling their very young men to be a problem for another woman. Some men are talking about black women while they have a daughter in their house. It's not just one sided. We both got to take part of this. You can't just say that black men, like when I hear we're just responding to what y'all do. You know what that sounds like? It's like you telling your kid, well, if a kid jump off the bridge, you got to jump off too. You can't go to a judge as a woman and say, I did it because he did it. Your ass going to jail. You can't stand in front of the Lord and say because they did it, I did it
It's
to
not the same thing.
everybody.
You said that black
Everybody
women
on
are
the.
at the bottom too, and I said they're
No, I'm saying you
not
guys
the
are
same
with us.
thing. That's not them
You may
choosing
be
to be
more
at the bottom.
educated.
It,
You may be.
it,
I'm saying
Y'all
we
can
are
be
still
both,
in
but
this
that's
together.
not the same
for
thing.
for one moment, because I want to get back to the movie for a second, and y'all can go right back into that. You know what I'm saying? All right. As far as that movie goes, right? I personally don't really have a problem with it because I understand in like different models, especially, you know what I'm saying, movies, fictitious or halfway fictitious propaganda, whatever the hell it is, you can just kind of switch up the variables and all of those things. And storyboard writers, script writers, and those that approve big multi-million-dollar production budgets know that too. So if there's a certain narrative that they want to push, they can. So I would question the authenticity of the documents that actually depict those, you know what I'm saying, those events that happen. That's it. I would just want to ask like exactly how factual that is. And if they're deliberately trying to do that at the expense of the image of men, because I don't have a problem with propping up women, but if you have to do it at
Right.
the expense of men, that's a
Right.
problem. And vice versa. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with propping up the image of the black man, which there are plenty of events in history that we can sway it if we wanted to make a movie and it would show that. But if we had to do it at the expense of black women, that would be wrong.
Right.
But
You know what I'm saying? So
how's it at the
other than that,
expense?
I wouldn't have a problem with the movie. I didn't see it, so I don't know exactly what goes on. But that's my thoughts on it.
How's it at the expense of black men though?
I don't know. I didn't see the movie. I said if it is, you know, if it is, because we all do know there
Right.
have been certain propaganda, you know what I'm saying, certain movies that really did just double as propaganda in the past, okay, that I propped up one gender at the expense of the other. You know what I'm saying? And it was nothing but
or skin tone
it
or
was nothing
skin
but
tone.
like
Yeah,
there
I
were
think it's
people
more like skin tone. But
that saw those. No, there were people or skin tone, whatever. But there were people that
Exactly.
actually saw the legitimate events and were like, "Nah, this is all hyperbole. Like this is exaggerated." And it was actually the other way around. Like people have said that about
can you give an
things
example?
such as the Ike and Tina story. There were people that have seen
Oh, okay. So
saw those two firsthand and were like, "No, it was
Right.
the other way around. She used to kick his
Right.
ass." I don't know
okay.
Right.
that happened because I
I
wasn't
can't
there,
believe it.
but I'm just
But
saying.
I cannot
You
believe
can
it.
say that is
Ant.
hyperbole.
But see,
You know?
Ant, here's the thing, Ant. Here's the thing. Just like we can look at, the colorism part, right? And we can see there's certain agendas. We can look at, the agendas where you'll have a whole group, different groups of people, and you're like, wait a minute, where's the black couple? You see it in a racial couple, you see a gay couple. There's a lot of different propagandas. So just like we can see all those, then we should be able to see when there's propaganda where they're doing the one gender against another. You can't
That's
see
what
all
I'm
that and
saying.
not see one,
Can I
You can
not
respond
see
make
to
the
it
other.
that?
straight, like you
Can
can
I?
put straight hyperbole into a fictitious or slight, because they'll say that
Right.
they've used actual events to inspire this fictitious drama. They
Mhm.
will
Right.
say that in a heartbeat,
So
okay?
sure.
Which means a good percentage of that is likely fiction. You know what I'm saying?
Sharice, how about this? I drew the parallel to the black community today, where Mule said that they didn't have a choice but to go out and fight because like the black men had been defeated, and so therefore the black women
Right.
were responsible for like saving their tribe or whatever. And I
Listen,
drew the
that was a
parallel.
historical fact. You
I
can't
know, but
draw a
I'm saying
No, no,
parallel to a
we're not saying it's
historical
not a fact.
event.
but
If it
people
is,
do
I
draw
just want to know
parallels
Hold
though
on,
in
Ben.
real life.
record of events that
Hold
depict
on.
it.
Can you
Let
wait
me
a
just be
second?
honest with you. Hold on. If my husband isn't home and somebody break into my fucking house, and if I fight them off and kill them, am I now masculine because
Mule,
I
you're
defended my
explaining
Right.
why
babies that was
you
in the
don't
house?
have a problem with the movie. I'm explaining why some men might have a problem with it.
The thing
Hey,
is,
if it
listen,
happened,
the men
I
who would
just
Right.
have
I
a
just want the
problem with it
documents
It,
where
are
where
weak
y'all got the
hold
pussy
on.
story.
Can you
ass
be quiet for a
women.
second? Because she's talking.
There wasn't nobody alive then. So
What'd you say, Mule?
The men who would have a problem with women having to defend themselves and their children are weak pussy ass men.
Right.
Point blank, period. And the
No,
women who have a problem with women having to defend themselves are some pick me ass, submissive ass women.
it would be
Yeah.
representative. It doesn't mean that's exactly what's
That's
happening
what
in
it
real life.
represents.
It just
It
It
means
actually
that
represents
seems
the
like
pick me,
it
submissive
seems like
women
that
having a problem
they
with
can't
women
defend you,
having
so
to
they don't want
defend
nobody
themselves.
else to.
So if
Like,
you can't, if the man is not there to defend you, damn it, just be murdered off.
no, that's what
n-
it is,
no,
basically.
No,
mule. Can
go
I?
ahead, go
Can
ahead,
I?
Chuck.
All right. So no, what I'm saying is it might
Tell me what
remind.
you're saying. Tell
Okay,
me what
what
you're
I'm
saying. So should they
okay.
have just
So
not
what I'm
fought?
Oh,
saying
I didn't
is
even hear.
what I'm
So are
saying is
you
it
saying
could.
they should have
Oh my
not
god.
fought?
Oh my god. Okay, I'm saying
Should they
that.
have fought or not?
I just
Huh?
Answer that, yes or no. Should they have
Wait.
fought or not?
That's not the point. Like you
That
asking
is
me
the
to answer
point.
a
That is
question. What
exactly the
you
point.
literally ignoring
That is
the
the
point that I'm
question.
trying to
The
make. I can't
question
make my
is,
point because you're
listen, Choco
focused on
Kitty,
the
do you
historical
agree
story.
that
That's
they
not my
should have
point.
fought to
Yes,
defend their
everybody should have to
kids
defend themselves. Yes,
and
I agree.
or let their kids die and be murdered and
after you just
slaughtered
did
off?
that.
You
Should
are
they have
not.
fought or
That
not?
is not what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Yes,
but
they
I'm
should
asking
have.
you this
Yes,
question.
they should
Should
have.
they
So
have
what does?
fought or not?
Yes, and I'm telling you that
Oh,
has
they
literally
should
nothing to
have.
do with what I'm talking about.
Oh, they
She's
should
making a
have.
parallel to what's going on today. That's
Yes,
what
Oh,
she's
like
saying.
okay, they should have. Okay.
okay, I don't know
And
what
and, and
you.
this is why I'm
Oh my
thinking
god.
women should start dropping these
But
kids
no,
off at
but
the
see,
fire
no,
station
hold
and
up. Let
not
me make
even
a
trying
point,
to
right?
raise them
So
because
you
it doesn't matter if they do
All
the
right,
right
go ahead,
thing
bro. Please.
or
Yeah,
not. They're
so
still
I
gonna
didn't fit.
get
So
blamed for society.
I wasn't able to finish my point because you wanted to talk about what happened in the movie, but that's not what my point is. My
Oh,
point is some people might. I'm saying why some men might be offended because they might look at it like they're trying to take a dig at black men in general in society today, like to say that they're inept, to say that black women have to handle everything. Oh, the black men already failed. That's why the black women got to
And
take up
therefore the
arms and
gender
go
war.
fight. That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. Yes, that's what I'm trying to make.
I
Yes,
mean,
I'm trying to relate it
a
to what
term
he
like
said about
the
a gender
woman
war. I'm
king.
not
Well, how
talking
would
about
No,
like
I'm
somebody
just saying
what
a
take a
term
nigga
specifically
like the
like
happened in the
that?
woman
story.
king is pretty damn insulting
I
to
mean,
both
hit
men and
dogs
women.
will
If you
holler.
ask me, I'm
Hit
just
But
being
hold up,
real.
hold
dogs
up, hold up,
will
hold up,
holler.
y'all. This why we
If it ain't
can't have
true,
a
why you worried
conversation.
about it?
We can't have a
No.
conversation because
The woman
we
king.
hold on.
That's insulting to women and men. Come on, yeah,
But
you
Ant,
know that.
but Ant, but Ant, we trying to have conversations and we taking things out of context. Okay, let's say that's just like let's say you had a content creator, right? And people do this all the time. So it depends on how you use it. Nothing wrong with the facts. If it happened, it happened. But people got to understand sometimes
Right.
it depends on when you use it or what the intent behind it. So we're not saying, yeah, if I'm not home, yeah, my old lady got to defend herself. We're not mad at that. But sometimes we get caught in stuff and then we end up having a conversation, but the intent was for us to go at each other. Like, let's say if you have a content
Right.
creator, I can take a 20-minute message and clip something that may look bad for my lady and send it to her to shame her. And that same 20 minute, she could find a clip that may probably make me look bad and then send it to me. So it all depends on how you intend to go to the message to come out. So we're not saying there's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes people would make films or whatever at a certain time and they'll kind of look at the climate and see what's going on and say, oh, well, you know what? This could be perfect. And if it helps fuel something that's going to give them some type of return, they'll put it out. Meanwhile, we will go back and forth about it. So
well,
we're
I
not
feel like
saying there's
I
nothing
was
wrong with
and I
that.
was responding to
black
Sharice's
women need to
question.
be
She said,
in
"How
it.
is it propaganda?" That was the only question I was answering. How is it propaganda? How could it be propaganda?
You know, I get what you were saying though.
Well, I think that if we're talking about like the time period, then I feel like then they should, because black women do need to be painted in a positive light because they're just being shitted on
But
nonstop
see,
by
but see
everybody.
in the chat, that's why I list. And I wanted to ask y'all, do any of y'all follow like comic books and stuff like that? Because I just list a whole lot of black and they were brown skinned women. Comic books. The new Batman is black. A Batwoman is black. There's another series on
That's
CW where the
me.
character is black. there's a lot of
But
characters.
but
Oh, there was a Captain
14.
Marvel
I'm
that was
sorry,
black,
y'all,
black
but
woman.
MJ put in the chat.
Hey,
It's called the Dahomey Amazons. Zahomey Amazons.
The
This
new
is an
Little Mermaid
actual.
is black.
Yeah.
This is
hey, let
actually
me
called
My
in
point is this,
Africa.
like,
It's called
bro, a
the
title like
Dahomey.
the Woman King
Hello, am I? Can,
is
My bad,
hello,
Mio.
propaganda.
can can he not hear me?
Barely.
Go
It's
ahead, Mio.
called the
Yeah,
Now
you're
you
real
can
Dahomey.
turn
low.
your mic up.
Uh,
You sound like you're far away.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's called the Dahomey Amazons. Zahomey Amazons. And you guys can look that up. Okay?
Hey, I wanted
Oh,
to say
and
this about. I
somebody
mean,
also said the movie was made by white people. So okay, I
yeah.
just
Can
want to
I?
put that in.
Let me say this right quick.
Okay,
I
it
think.
was directed and stuff by white people like a lot of films are.
Yeah.
I'm not
What's
saying
the
Right.
anything's
point?
wrong
A
with
lot of
that. I'm
films
saying
are.
that
What's the point?
I'm saying that might be why a black man might be offended or
Girl,
why
these
somebody
here
might think it's
niggas will hate
propaganda.
anything
Why
that your
wouldn't
black
a
ass
man be
is in.
offended by
Yeah,
something
that's
And
all
called
that
you
it
the
know
is. They
what,
Woman
just don't like
King?
sister?
black women be
You
painted in
know
a good
what?
light.
No,
And
I don't
the
know how you
name is
look,
the
Chocolate
Woman King.
Kitty,
You're not offended
but
by that?
Chocolate Kitty,
Huh?
I
they
mean,
will
like,
hate anything you
I
or
guess,
your
but I don't
daughters
know.
is
Like,
in. Do you hate your daughters? It seems
Wait,
like
huh?
you
No,
probably
I
would.
think that you should be able to look at things from different perspectives, and that's all I'm doing.
But thinking about the perspective of your child, your daughter.
I'm not saying I even agree with it. I'm just
Okay,
saying
I'm
that's
just saying they would
two
hate your
different.
daughter. Think
I
about
mean, I
that.
really think the
Something you
name is
just
kind of
heard.
Hey,
like a little bit weird, but um, I
Yeah,
don't
that
see a
that too.
problem with.
hey, I wanted to bring
These
in this
people hate
perspective.
themselves. Okay, go on. I'm
Hey,
My,
sorry.
Mio.
I'm going on mute.
hey, Mule, why? What's happening, baby? No, I wanted to bring in this.
Wow, what's up, Moo?
And
What's
then y'all
up?
got it. How y'all doing? But
What's
no,
going on, bro?
you got it. I wanted to bring in this perspective on the movie because I think this conversation has been great surrounding it. But at the end of the day, like almost like a bottom line type of thing. Now we're going to go see the movie tomorrow. We always me and my girl, we love to go see movies. That's our thing. So the ticket sales have been very low. Like in every theater we was considering going to see it in, it's barely sold any tickets. And that's unfortunate because everyone, like, we should all go see this movie, and here's why. And it doesn't matter if you like it or don't like it at this point. You know what I mean? Like, you should see it and have conversation about it because you got Gladiator, which is one of the like cinemas, white cinemas, like one of their greatest so-called masterpieces. Is basically 95 or 98% white. You got Troy with the one with Brad Pitt. Like, they have all these classic like action movies set in an old European background, and it's big budget movies. And so black people should go see this because we should want to see more big budget black movies and period pieces, which you don't have very many of them. So at the end of the day, those movies, when you talk about Troy and Gladiator and 300, none of those movies were accurate. None of those movies were like, um, you know what I mean? Like, none of them were historically accurate, but people don't care because they're good action movies. And this movie may very well be a good action movie, regardless of if it's historically correct, if it's offensive to men, or whatever the case. It just might be a good action movie, and black people should support that so we can get more good black action movies with a bigger budget.
I hear you. I agree with that.
I can
Yeah,
agree
we
with
do.
that too
I
because
agree with that too
it
because
supports
guess
black
what? We went to
actors.
see Black Panther 3 times
Yeah,
just so they could
it
get
gets them
the
more money.
ratings.
Now
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
But
Um,
Mule, I wanted to point out one more thing. So remember in Gladiator, you remember Gladiator, Mule?
Yes.
Okay, so do you remember? I don't know if it was the first or second, but remember when he fought and they brought out like all those people for them to fight against, and one of them was a black woman. It was a dark skinned black woman, and she was like one of the people that was fighting against them. She was out there fighting like with men, and then she ended up getting cut in half. Do you remember that?
Uh-uh.
Okay, so that's what happened. So that I just thought of that as another example of like how they masculinize black women. They didn't have a white woman come out and fight against them. They didn't have a light skinned woman come out and fight against them.
Yeah, but
But
still, my bad. I ain't mean to cut you off, but it's like I've been hearing this being said. White women have been being masculinized, but we just don't call it that. We don't call it that, and they don't call it that. Like you had a whole show. They've had whole shows about women. Like look at every fucking scary movie. The white woman always lives while the dudes always die. So like what this been going on with white women, but yet it's only with black women that we'll let ourselves fall to some sort of narrative and say, oh, look at them showing them women as masculine. Well, if they
no, the
doing
point I
that,
was trying to make
but hold on,
is
listen what I'm saying though, because every time we try to single out black women and say that they're just portraying black women as masculine, that's really not what's going on. I know we like to say that, but if you look at movies across the board, they really honestly trying to get like black people into the fold of what Hollywood is. Now you can agree or disagree with Hollywood's formula, but they've been using this same formula with themselves for years. And so white women have been being portrayed as warriors and everything else, but white men just don't refer to them as masculine. They just see the shit and be like, oh, it's a cool movie or not.
Wait. Hold on. Hold on.
For a minute.
Hold
they
on.
only pull black women out
No,
when it's
hold
time
on,
for
hold on,
them
hold
to have
on,
a
hold on,
masculine
man.
woman.
I can't even stop
That's
now.
not true. That's not true.
Wait
Yes,
a
it
second,
is.
dog. Wait a second. I've been trying to get in for
I
a
gave
minute.
some examples
All
before
right.
you got on.
So
Again, that was just the
look,
latest example that I could think of.
look. First of all, I'm just saying. Look, the title of this movie is The Woman King.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I guess
Precisely.
Woman King, like that's already it's turning people off right there because
It's turning silly black people off.
Yeah,
it's turning
but
right
that
because
was obviously
just
the purpose because they chose the title for a reason.
no, because we too
You know what I'm saying?
sensitive sometimes and we don't know. Hold on, listen what I'm saying.
That-
We are
no,
too sensitive sometimes and we don't
Bro,
see
I'm
the
not
whole
sensitive.
picture.
I'm gonna watch
Right. But listen
formulated
but
opinion
hold
based
on.
the
Listen what
movie.
I'm saying,
I get what
boss.
you're saying. I want to
They have
finish my
been
thought. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm
Hold
just saying.
on.
okay. Go ahead. My
One
bad.
mic.
Go ahead.
One
Finish.
mic.
I'm
One
not
mic.
disagreeing with you at all, bro. That is from a lot of sensitive people, but it's a lot of them. We know that.
What
Now,
if it was the man queen?
yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, if it was that, and
Let
they
me
were
just say
portraying
this
it.
here.
Look,
Wait,
but as far as
one
Hollywood
second,
and what's going on, as
let me
far as
just say
just
this.
black, hold up, as far as dark skinned women being quote unquote masculinized, just like the brother said, I don't know his name, but yeah, that's going on all over fucking Hollywood. Women are kicking men's ass all over movies and shit in
But
Hollywood.
they
That's
also portray
that's the way
white
it's
women as
supposed to be now.
feminine.
They
I'm just
portray
saying,
black
They
women as
balance
feminine
that.
too.
They
the women of
balance
all
that.
You don't see black women get portrayed as feminine?
Hold on. Let me
No,
Fuck
I'm saying
no.
Hey, let
hold
Mule
up,
get
hold
in
up.
there.
I can
let me
tell
go
you.
ahead
Look,
and mute
they
you.
got they
I
of
can
course
mute
got
you now.
they got white women like on the Captain Marvel, the She-Hulk, all of that shit, Black Widow.
Okay, so I just want to say this here. They have on I've never had to mute anybody. I can't believe he wouldn't stop talking. Let me unmute him and just ask him to stop talking. Give me a minute to let me clear my thought right quick. Listen, I try to be considerate of everyone up here. I don't want to have to over talk or yell over anybody. I respect everybody who come up. I want you to come up because that's how we learn and that's how we have thoughts, right? That's how we have a great conversation. So anyway, but my thing is, y'all go ahead and finish your thought, Auntie, now
No,
because
what I
now
was
I
saying
done
is
lost it.
you
Go
got
ahead.
women of all races being portrayed in these superhero roles, all types of tough roles, and that's been going on in Hollywood for like decades now. Just like the brother said, you can go all the way back to, you know what I'm saying, Sarah Connor, Charlie's Angels, like that was white women just getting tough, whooping ass, all the damn scary movies, all of that. So that's been the propaganda being pushed for a long time. It's just now you see black women getting those roles in Hollywood too. Y'all go.
What I was
But
saying,
see, even my bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
they also portray white women as damsels in distress. They also portray them as educated. They also portray them as like people being cared for, provided for, and nurtured. That's not how they portray dark-skinned black women. Generally speaking, they portray dark-skinned black women as overweight, older, sassy, having an attitude, being a caretaker, a gangster, criminal, prisoner, things like that. So
And I'm gonna
yes,
tell you
they also
why.
portray black women as warriors. Oh yeah, I'm almost done. But I'm saying that yes, they might portray white women as sexy warriors or whatever, but they also balance it with more feminine roles. So, but it's like they only pull us out their
Let me.
bag for certain things.
Okay, so let me just say this here. We are the only race who have a race that we consider a sub race inside of our race, right? It's a white race, it's an Asian race, it's all these different races, right? But with black people, we have the light skin race and then we have a sub race, the dark skin race, right? Let's just fucking be honest about it. And we're the only people. So when white people show Halle Berry, all these other light skinned black people in a movie, right? They showing black women doing all kind of phenomenal things, feminine things. They show them as the damsel in distress, all this shit, right? They show them as all kind of people in movies. Light skinned sisters, right? Now, what you're now having a problem with is you're claiming that when they show dark skinned women in more aggressive roles, you're saying that's the only roles and maid roles, that's the only roles they show dark skinned women in. What I would say is it their fault or is it our fault? Because when you look at more black people who made movies, how do they portray the underclass, the dark skinned women? Do they
Well,
uplift? What? Hold on. Do see when white people make movies and they put Halle Berry as the star or the girl from Colombiana and all these here people, we don't have a problem. We don't say a word. So I want you to
I do.
the
hey,
people
let
who
me let
don't
me
say a word about those people, I want them to shut the fuck up now.
I talked about the
Those
Bond
hey let me
movies.
people, no. Because then you want to bring up dark skinned people playing as the woman king. And let me just tell you this here, sir, auntie. Let me just be honest with you, sir. In the old, listen, ancient times they didn't have a woman a name for queen. Even with the in Egypt, in Africa, they didn't have a, a difference of when a woman was the ruler or the man was the ruler. If you were the pharaoh and you were a woman like Hesped and whatever the other couple of, their names were still pharaoh, right? So the same way as in king or chief, even though there were female chiefs, they were still the chief. If it was a female king, it was still the king. If you were a
That's not true.
female
You were right until you
pharaoh,
said that.
if you say a female pharaoh,
You were
a
right until
what?
you said that.
I'm
I was.
lying.
I feel like
That's
by
why
that
they called
logic,
the movie The Woman King, because they knew that's bullshit. Like, come on.
I feel like by
So
that
hey I want
hold
logic,
on. What
by
was
that
the name
logic,
of
they
a
shouldn't
female
be.
chief?
but listen,
A
but
I'm sure
Mule,
woman
that
but
in
chief.
let's
Africa they weren't
let
calling
Tell me.
themselves king or woman
Hello.
king.
So what was the name of a female pharaoh?
Facts. They weren't. That's what I'm saying. They wasn't saying
They
it
didn't
wasn't.
have a
They,
female pharaoh,
uh,
nigga. Are
it
you
wasn't the
serious?
king. It wasn't king.
It wasn't
That's it.
pharaoh.
It wasn't king. They
It
changed. They
We
deliberately
can't
changed the wording around to get a
we
specific
can't we
reaction.
can't
Straight
listen.
up.
We
Oh
can't.
my God! Do you know anything about history?
The issue is we
Listen, wait a
can't.
minute. Are you serious?
Yeah.
What
I'm
was a
just saying.
female
You know
pharaoh?
that.
What was the
Why didn't they
name?
call the
Hold
movie
on.
The Woman Pharaoh? If that's the case, come
Okay,
on.
so hold on.
They made
Was
sure
there?
they called it the Woman King for a reason to
Hello.
invoke this
Wait,
reaction right here.
Auntie. What
So
was
it's
the
all good.
name of a female pharaoh? Was there a difference? What was the name? What was the
I
difference?
know it wasn't King.
Was it a pharaoh that was a queen? What was the difference? Pharaoh, was it unisex?
Was it called the Woman
Was
Pharaoh?
so pharaoh is
Was
unisex?
it called?
That's what
Like,
you're
come on,
saying.
the Woman King is
So
deliberately
it's
there
chief.
to
Right.
It's
Yeah.
chief.
Because
like,
See,
come
king.
on.
King and
So
queen
it's
is a dichotomy. You're saying that they only
okay.
had
So
one
chief
thing,
is
but
okay. So what's the female version of chief? What's the
Uh,
female version of
but
so
pharaoh?
but what I'm saying is we
she
know the
not
word queen exists in their language. Why would they choose the word king? You saying that
Choco,
they
Capitalism.
Choco,
don't have an equivalent of queen in their language, then why are they using English
Cho-
to call it
Choco,
that? Why would you say
Choco. She
woman king?
she not getting it. It's just like you got a YouTube and you got a
That's
channel,
propaganda.
right? You're gonna come up with a catchy title to get somebody to, you know what I'm saying, to get some type of feelings and emotions out of it.
No, you're not
Yeah, it's
answering
like
the simple
we can't
question.
say the word queen doesn't exist. Like if even if king
Wait,
Yeah,
didn't
but
so
exist,
y'all,
so
hey,
queen
y'all
didn't
but
just
exist
some
gonna
in their
people
ignore
language.
my
It
are
exists
question?
associated with
That's
men,
in
what
and
you're
like
gonna
queen. I
to do
mean
do?
with
in
men and
English,
Hold
dressing.
on.
and that's the title is in
What's
English.
her name? Choco Kitty Auntie. Y'all are gonna ignore. So what was the
Chiefess,
female
maybe.
version?
I don't know.
What was
Chiefess, is
the
it?
female version of a pharaoh? What was
I don't know.
Hepset called? Did she not have to wear that damn beard and the same headpiece as the men?
A beard?
But you see,
Yes.
but do you see the point that I'm making though?
No.
You're saying
So
that.
what was Hepset? No, no, no. Don't make a point. Answer the fucking question.
What's the
What was
question?
Hepset? What was the what was I recall
I guess she was a
Egyptian.
pharaoh, but she wasn't. She wasn't
She
a. I'm
wasn't a
assuming that's
pharaoh.
the answer, right? Was she a pharaoh? But she wasn't a woman king.
She was a pharaoh though, right? So what is
Okay,
a
yes, she was a
pharaoh?
pharaoh.
So what is
So,
a
so
pharaoh?
I'm saying that why would you?
Wasn't a
You,
pharaoh depicted as a man?
it's whoever is the pharaoh.
No, it was always depicted as a man,
Okay.
right? And when the
No,
women had the no,
not if there were female pharaohs. Then no.
yes, they were. That's why they still had to display and wear those beards. And you don't know history, Chocolate Kitty, so I'm not gonna
So
argue with
so
you.
then what is the bust of
I'm
Nefertiti?
not gonna argue.
What
I'm
is
not
that?
gonna argue with somebody who said
There
that.
was there was
Okay, so
there
where
was
did the bust
there
of
Go
was
ahead. I'm
only
gonna
Nefertiti
let
one
come
you
from?
go. I'm
there
gonna
was
let you
only
go.
one successful female king.
I can't argue with somebody who just don't know. I mean,
Okay, so
In
that's
I'm
Egypt.
asking you
dumbness.
a question now. So what do you are you familiar with the bust of Nefertiti? Was she depicted as a man?
Wisdom over feeling
The-
says
In
a
the
black
18th
man
dynasty, there was
created
one.
Boys in the Hood, Friday, Menace to Society, etc. Look at how they wrote and create those characters. We can't always blame the white
Hey,
man.
I wanted to go back to something Chocolate Kitty was talking
Wow, what's up, I scam goofies? What's up?
about how dark skinned women are portrayed in movies. Now, while there's definitely colorism, I'm not here to deny that or even try to. I also think that sometimes we overstate some things. Meaning, like if you really look back at the history of black cinema in particular and white cinema, I would dare to say most of the most prestigious black women actresses are dark skinned women. When you look at Angela Bassett, when you look at Diane Carroll, when you look at
Right.
She's not dark
like
skinned.
Yeah, I
but
wouldn't
they're not
consider
light
that.
skinned.
Brown
But
brown skin.
they're not light skinned is what I'm saying. So
Mm,
if we really
debatable.
take she's not light. You think Angela Bassett is light skinned?
No,
No, Don
Diane
Carroll.
Carroll.
Diane Carroll not light skinned.
Well, I'm gonna have to Google her because the movie I
she's
saw
She,
her in, she
she
was
was
light
she
skinned.
more she was more brown skinned, man.
but she's not. But see, what I'm saying is, even when you go to the
She's
who's the
not red
lady,
bone.
Cicely Tyson. When you go to Cicely Tyson, when you go to even Viola
Maya
Davis,
Angelou.
when you go to what I'm saying is that when we say that these women were not portrayed as feminine, you can look back on the history of cinema with black women in cinema and see a lot of non-light skinned women being portrayed as feminine, and though they were like some of the best at it. So even when we talk about Halle Berry is just like that's a name that people say, oh, she's so pretty and this and that. But Halle Berry's resume can't hold up to Angela Bassett's resume. Angela Bassett, Viola Davis, they're a much bigger deal than Halle Berry is. So these a lot of dark skinned women have represented femininity in film, and it's like I don't like that we always try to like say that they haven't.
Yeah, but
I
I
guess
think
I'm
we
just
need to be. My bad.
Oh, I was gonna say, I guess I'm just speaking to daily life. If you just watching a movie, just the patterns that you would notice. So, I mean, I guess that's not to say that at some point in history that it wasn't always that way, which I doubt, because I feel like Josephine Baker. I mean, that's going farther back, or Dorothy Dandridge, but those are like the biggest names way back then, and they're both what, like, if I don't know if they
Yeah.
biracial as in having
But
parents of
but
different
but
Can I
was
races,
just
but
was
ask
that
one
they're
quick
was
considered
that
question?
like our
I
versions
mean,
of
at the
Marilyn Monroe.
expense of a dark
Let,
skinned
let,
woman? I think that's what the brother's saying. It's like there have been light skinned women and dark skinned women that have gotten to that pinnacle in cinema and
Hey,
entertainment.
okay.
Um, just because, and I get it, there have been a lot of light skinned women that have gotten a lot of roles, and then yes, people said yeah she's pretty, but there have been a lot of dark skinned women that have gotten roles. They might not have gotten the yeah she's pretty thing, but they got Oscars and Emmys and shit too. You know,
okay,
and
Yeah,
I'm
let me
but
saying,
just
Ant,
say
and
but
I'm
this.
Ant,
saying,
I
I'm
just
everybody.
feel
saying,
like as
I'm
as
you know,
we're pertaining to this movie here, when I'm hearing the people of black people of our culture talk about protesting the movie before it even came out, before anybody even saw it, I'm saying the women, all of the women, every single one who sit up here and say that it's showing women in a masculine role are self-hating fucking coons.
I think people are
Point
trying to say
blank,
they
period.
understand why people might feel that way. I don't think
Yeah,
that that's what they
exactly.
believe.
All of those people who say they understand, I'm telling you, they coonery.
No, listen, you listen. This is the
Yeah, I
problem.
mean,
Black people are so sensitive. Like, listen, you
I
can
ain't
feel some
right.
sensitive.
type of
I'm
way,
telling you,
but you
it's
have no. I'm
coonery.
saying you have to be able to go outside of that and
Right.
understand a different perspective. Just like black people, we got one thing we got to get out of is defending people because they black. If the motherfucker guilty, they're guilty. All that. Oh, I'm gonna just defend them because they black. No, because that make us look
No,
bad
brother,
when
I'm
we
just saying
defend it.
I'm not
We
gonna hate on them because they black, and
I'm
that's
not
what
gonna
these
hate on.
people do.
I,
They
I'm
hate
not
on
gonna hate on
black
them
women
either.
because they're black women.
I, I'm not gonna hate on them either. But what I'm saying is we got to have a conversation, right? So if everybody want their side to be right, I could sit up here and I could agree with some of the things that happen to black women as far as skin color and all that, and colorism. I can agree with the whole men are calling them masculine. I can agree with that, right? I have no problem with that. But then when they say a man says he's perceived one thing another way, then that's your time to try to see. Okay, well, let me try to see if I can understand where he's coming from. The problem is when we go back and forth with this thing, even
The
with the whole
problem is,
gender,
let
even with
me
the
just
whole
say
gender
this:
thing, right?
not
With the
one
hold
man
on, with the
came
gender
and
thing,
said
right?
he
If
saw
it,
something a different way. Only a women. Only
okay,
women
okay,
are saying that.
all right. This is what I'm saying. I notice even in these gender conversations, right? When I mention black people as a whole, and I mention where we get to where we at, and I mention the issues. And this is a lot of panels I've been at, and I go back and I go back to where things start from. Both sides have told me, "Oh, there you go, victim Olympics. You're going back to the past. You're going back to the past." But what do we do when we talk about when women talk about stuff? They go back to the past where service started, where black men didn't do this. What do black men do? They go back to when y'all kicked us out of the home. So both sides they can go back to the history of when the other one fucked the one over. But when we say, look, let's go back to where we both were going through situations because of where we came out of and civil rights and all that. And this is how we got here together. Nobody wants to go back. I was on a Facebook group where there's tens of thousands of black men and black women going back and forth, back and forth. So I said, let me do a test. And I told a lot of people I did this. I would, uh, uh, I would on purpose, I would post a picture of a black couple with nothing but positive stuff. And you talking about tens of thousands of black men and black women. And I did this a lot. 8 likes for the whole week. So
Mm-hmm.
then somebody posts something. So, black men don't marry women and black women don't do this. My algorithm, I got a lot of that stuff. So I posted 20 screenshots of positive number of positive black people. No engagement at all. So you know what that tell me? Both of us on both sides, we just want to talk shit to each other. That's it. We all want to argue our side. That's it. We
yeah,
want to
the
put it on each
issue.
other.
Hey, big bro, the issue with that though, and I see what you're saying, and I think that there is a conversation to be held in the middle, and like all spaces aren't built for that. So I get what you're saying, but
Right.
the issue with what you was doing in that situation is when you say, well, I posted up like uh pictures of positive black couples and stuff like that, that's still kind of asking people to ignore the reality that that doesn't represent the collective of, like, that doesn't really represent black relationship statuses. So
But here's the
so
thing, bro. Here's
that's
the
why
thing.
it didn't get the engagement that it did, because people know it's just really at the end of the day, like, it's a hope. Like, we want to see that, but that's not really the reality that most of us are living in.
All right, no, the reality is this: your algorithm is based off of your algorithm. So the more stuff that you like, that's what your algorithm is.
Right.
That's
And
why you
I'm
probably can't
saying
see.
I'm saying
You,
I'm saying the reason why it goes to that algorithm is because people are being realistic about it, and they're seeing like black love is mostly just a fading dream.
but here's the thing, right? So we got statistics on everything, right? We got statistics on, black men's reading level. We got statistics on a lot of shit, right? But who in here gonna look at their kids and say, you know what? Don't even try to read. Don't even try to do this. The statistics say you're not gonna do this. No, you should want to make your kid be an outlier. So you read to your kid. So you're gonna do the things so your kids are not considered a statistic. So we looking at black love negatively. First of all, I'm optimistic. I don't look at that. I never looked at that. I've never said I couldn't find a black woman. But what I said was I chose the wrong people, and I may have done things that I could have done better as a man. I don't think that black relationships are in danger. I understand when it goes deeper than the psychology. A lot of us have childhood trauma, and a lot of us go into it negatively anyway. So how the hell can we build a good foundation if we both got a broken foundation because we didn't get it, and we think we're gonna come together and try to build it? It's
Right.
not.
So
It's not
this
gonna be right.
so
Hey,
I feel what you're saying. And I'm saying this. Even when you make the analysis of, well, should I just not teach my kid, try to teach my kid how to read, because it says that the most black children, or black boys in particular, are not reading on a certain level. That's totally different, because that's something that's left up to an individual. So if you teach your child how to read and do whatever you got to do, then that's totally up to like that child and how they learn. That's not that child trying to make something work with another person. So when it comes to relationships, we gotta see. I think the issue is, in general, is that we try to have general conversations about relationships, and for the most part, they're not going to be successful, and they're not going to change nothing, because relationships are so personal, and there's so many nuances between two particular people that you can't really have a productive general conversation about it, other than like basic shit that people should, like, I ain't gonna even say they should know, but it's like very basic shit, like, okay, be courteous and this and that. But you can be with the most feminine, smartest, like, this woman could be everything, but if y'all don't share the same sense of humor, that can end the relationship. You know what I mean? Like, y'all cannot be a good match for each other if y'all don't have good chemistry as far as conversation goes. So when we talk about like black love being black love and stuff like that, you got to really focus on the two people that are in the relationship, and they got to do what they got to do to get where they need to be. And it's hard to like generalize it, because there's so many nuances, like I said, between two particular people, that you can't really just generalize it. So now
You're,
what we stand
you're
at,
right.
so now what
But
we
as a
stand at is like when we say, so hold on, I'm be finishing 1 second. So now what we stand at is like when we do try to put that up to say, just have hope, just have hope. Well, people aren't having good experiences with each other. You know what I'm saying? And regardless of who they want to blame, the fact of the matter is, we haven't been having good experiences with each other. And that's something that we should talk about. So while a lot of people complain about the so-called gender war, I'm happy for it. I'm happy for it because it's putting a lot of truths on the table and really putting a mirror up to the point where I don't think black people are entitled to each other. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody is entitled to a relationship with anybody. I think it's something that we have to earn between us two and work on. So if black people don't want to do that, and whatever relationship they in, then we don't deserve to be with each other. And it's nothing to try to hold on for or hope for. We need to move on and do something better if we can't get it together.
But
Hey,
see, when you talk about a collective image going out, right? So you got 18-year-olds, right, already going into it negatively before they even had experience, because we're sending out messages, right? So they already discouraged. Like, it's just like we sit on here and we say, well, The problem with black people is we need X, Y, and Z. We need these things. We need to talk about this. We need to talk about that.
Mm.
This is our
Yeah,
complaints, right?
well,
But hold up. That stuff that we talking about, it's already here. But if you go to those channels, guess what? There's only 5 people there. We talk about it, but we ain't over there. We complain, but we still don't go over there to watch it.
hey,
We
y'all, I
don't.
just
Right.
want
And
to
it's
And
ask
there.
a
that
question
should
for a
that should
quick
let
So
you
it's the
know something.
mindset. So we making the fuck shit popular. But that stuff is there. We just not
Right. And
supporting it.
that's and
So
that's
it's
what
on those who complain but don't go do it. You just talking, you know action.
right.
Right.
And see,
Hey,
maybe
I
we
do.
need
I
to
agree
maybe
with
we
him
need to
on that. Y'all.
realize that most of us want to be on some fuck shit. It's like we kind of
Exactly.
got
There,
this
there you go. So
right.
let's
You know,
so
no,
that's what I'm
so
saying. If we're gonna have these
right. So
conversations, let's be honest. So listen, I can agree with women up here saying most of y'all men lying, y'all don't make 6 figures, y'all ain't leadership, y'all ain't do this. I can agree with that conversation. As long as women get on there and say, well, yeah, well, some of us are lying too, because all of us ain't good moms and all of us want the perfect person in the relationship.
Well, what it come
But if
down
we ain't
to,
gonna do that, then the conversation is disingenuous.
what it come down to, bro, is pretty much
But
ultimately
what you
we
just said
gonna
was
have to
a
fix
false
our own shit. We're gonna have
equivalency
to
because
come
you didn't
together
say
on the same
men weren't good
time.
fathers and some women aren't good moms. You were
No, I'm
like,
saying
oh,
we sit on
women
these
aren't
panels
good
and
but
we
if
lie.
employees.
right,
Here,
but
those
see,
are
Everybody on
bro,
these
women
panels
lying.
got
Most
six
women aren't
figures
good
and they the
moms.
best person of the you barely see people come up. A lot of us are lying. A lot of us ain't the black women that's doing good. It be some of these women on the panel that I know be trying to bask in their glory, and they broke as a motherfucker calling men dusty. And men doing the same type of shit.
yeah, but
We
here's
ain't
the
being honest
issue.
in these
we we,
conversations.
we
But
got
here's
a
the issue with what
unique
you're saying.
ass
Hold on. Here's the
situation,
issue with what
bro,
you're
as black
saying, big
men,
bro.
bro.
Because
Our
the
situation
statistics show
unique
us
as
that
fuck.
it's mostly black men that are abandoning their children and things of that nature. So there is a separation and a difference when we have these general conversations. Because if we having general conversations about the behavior of the collective of black men and black women, then we gonna have two different conversations when we talking about men and women, because black men statistically are doing a whole lot worse to black women than black women are doing to
But
black men.
I agree. But I'm talking
And
about the
I just want to
conversation.
say this:
A
you
man
have
on the
somebody
panel
new
can't
on the
talk about taking
panel.
care of his kids, and he ain't taking care of his kids. He's not the one. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. It be men that be actually doing the fuck shit that be on the panel talking against the shit when they ain't taking care. It's like men on the panel talk about single moms, but he the dude that got 4 kids in other houses. So you can't talk about single mom. That's what I'm talking about. The people that's having the conversation
Yeah.
during
Well,
the current
the
I
time.
people that's
agree, but
affected
let me
by
say
something
this here. Hold
can
on,
talk.
we
We
have a
can't we
new
can't we
person
can't go
on the
around saying,
panel.
well, you
Coal
did this.
Black, welcome to the panel.
Hey,
Welcome to the
how
panel.
you doing, man? Thank you. Y'all doing all
Okay, go
right?
ahead. Yes, go
Can
ahead.
y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hey, I did want to start off by
Sometimes we got to call out that resume.
I don't know what happened to Coal Black, but I was giving you the flow, brother. You just
Yeah, I
popped it. You
think
hey,
he's
came
kind
up.
of like
can you
bored.
hear me?
Yeah,
Yo,
I can hear. We can hear you.
okay. So
You have something that you want to
You
add?
might have to. He might have to either turn his mic up, or he might have to turn his own like mic setting up on StreamYard.
what about now? What about now, y'all?
Yes,
Is
we can hear you. Go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead and speak.
All right, cool. So
I think you just got to compromise connections.
Okay, Coal Black, go out and come back in. Go out and come back in. I'm
okay,
sorry,
I
y'all. Go
will.
ahead and talk. I'll announce you again when you come back in.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, panel. Thank you guys for rocking with us. But go ahead and finish your thoughts. I was just trying to introduce a new person on the panel.
No, I was just saying I like you know what I'm saying, like even when we call, like we put the stereotype and call women hoes, right? When you break down behavior, men could be hoes too. We just put it on women. It's like we say Pop was a Rolling Stone, but when you go down and do those family secrets, listen, it's my two oldest aunts right now ain't my grandfathers. My other grandma, she had a boyfriend she used to see in New York. But we put that on men. Like if you really go down to it, when granddad was sliding out to the bar talking to some woman, some of them women was your grandma.
I mean, that's all true, and I'm not denying none of that. Like, I'm not here to say that women don't do immoral things or
No,
don't
no,
do
no. It's
dudes
not. It's
wrong.
not about.
So,
I'm not putting it on women. I'm just saying,
right,
like sometimes we have half of the conversation. That's what. So it's not about women. I'm just saying we have half of the conversation because we might put a title on a specific gender or a specific person, and
right,
it that's only half the story.
and I think the issue is like when we talk about how men come to the internet and start talking about like generalizing women and stuff like that, and vice versa. Conversations would a lot of times be more productive. Is like, let's talk about your experiences. Like, let's have an
Right,
honest
right,
conversation
right.
about your experiences, and then you know what I mean. Like, we get somewhere. But now, like I said, if we start talking about statistics and stuff like that, then that's gonna put men in a different space because we have statistically underperformed.
Oh no, I'm not.
And
I'm not disagreeing with that. Yeah, I mean, and then when you talk about even when you talk about education, all men of all backgrounds, like the women, all more educated. So yeah, it's some things that you never can. When it comes to even if men start speaking up about sexual assaults and all that type of stuff, numbers going to increase, but it's still not going to be the same. It's still going to be a large gap to women. You know
But
what I'm saying?
why do you need
Wait,
women
let me
to
ask
like
you a quick
acknowledge
question,
the negative
Sharice.
shit that they're
I'm
doing
sorry.
for men to acknowledge what they're doing?
No, I'm saying
Wait,
no.
wait, hold
I'm
on,
talking about
Sharice. I
a
wanted
full
to ask
conversation between
Moo
men and
this
women.
question. Do you have an opinion on this movie, The Woman King? Do you have an opinion on the title of the movie, The Woman King?
yeah, I think it's cool, and I'm interested in seeing it because, like I said, I think the title is very what you call it, like the brother was saying, like it's meant to kind of catch your attention, and that's usually a good thing for movies. But I think for us, black people, um, I think that we sometimes self sabotage, and I'm not talking about whether the movie is offensive or historically inaccurate or that it doesn't deserve the criticism. That's not my issue. Like, I think because I I hated the message in Black Panther, but I went to go see it, and I still think it's a great movie, even though I dislike, like the undertones and the message and stuff like that. So,
Right.
like, I have the ability to see things as far as like movies and stuff like that. Like, I could separate it from being like, oh nah, like fuck this. This is gonna be the detriment of our society. Don't go see it. It's gonna ruin houses and not like nah. It's like, okay, let me go see it. If I like it, then I like it, whether it's a positive message or not. If it's a good movie, it's a good movie. If it's not, then it's not, and we can analyze it from there. So I think it's good. I've been looking forward to seeing like women
I can
portrayed
agree.
that way. I want to see more of that because I grew up on ninja movies and karate movies and stuff. And so
Right.
you had a
Right.
lot of, you know what I mean? Like you had a lot of movies where you got Michelle Yeoh and different women that they fucking badasses in movies. Like you seen the skinny white girl in Kill Bill beat up,
That's what I
saying, me
said.
500
Right.
ninjas. So it's like
Hmm.
Right.
I want to see black women on screen whooping ass, and I just hope
Right.
the plot, like I hope the movie is just actually good. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's cool.
Now, I wanted to say earlier. Did you see that last Terminator movie?
Yo, can y'all
No,
hear me?
but what is the problem
The
with
the
Yeah,
black
me
last
women
too.
Terminator
are
movie.
badasses?
It was
What
white
is the
men that
problem with
pretty much
saying
had an
that
issue
black
with that.
women are? What is the problem with Choco Kitty saying that black women are bad, can be badasses too? Why is that a
What
problem?
happened? What'd you say?
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
Why
I,
does
I agree.
Choco Kitty have a problem with black women being badasses?
I don't think she said. I don't
I
think she have a
explained
problem with
that
it.
Nah,
already.
we
I
gotta let
said that
Taco.
they limit us to certain roles, and the roles are always masculinizing or low class. So it's
But
Yeah,
not
I
like
do
we are
agree that.
getting.
Yep.
I
Can
do
y'all
agree
hear me
that,
now?
but I don't think this is that at the same time.
yeah, but Sharice, but how? Listen, what I'm saying. You would really have to like, cause I could go down the line right now just off hands and name like black classic movies where black women are not portrayed as masculine, even though you have like those particular women in there. And
Well,
so what I
even in
think,
Kill Bill,
but
Vivica
listen
was
what I'm
in it, and
saying.
she wasn't masculine,
Right,
but
but
she still
Sharice,
like.
so they
Vivica?
have
What?
but listen what I'm saying. they have those same characters in white women. And what I'm saying is,
Right.
when we say like they only doing this to black people, I'm saying that that's not true at all. Like, look at Melissa
Yeah.
McCarthy
Well,
and the role that she like. Look at the
I
what's the
think it's
chick name?
different. I
But
think like
it's
they do portray white women as like the warrior spirit, but they do not portray them as
no,
like
no. I'm talking
in a
about
negative way.
masculine. I'm talking about masculine idiots is how they portray a lot of white women. So when we
I
like
don't think
look,
it's the same though. It's not the same.
Yeah,
Like
I
but
just
see,
I just
even
mentioned
even
I
when
but
they
you
portray like dark skinned black women more so, like they portray them in a negative, usually ghetto, ratchet, can't get a man type of light. Like they don't ever like. I mean, I see that a lot. At the
Look
same
listen.
at
time,
I
Leslie
just
they do
Jones.
show
right.
white women like
Leslie
kicking a
Jones in
whole
the
bunch of like
Ghostbusters,
And
men's
right,
oh yeah,
asses.
right,
right. So you
and just
can
Leslie Jones in general.
right.
I
You
would
right.
got
say
you
Ghostbusters
got your Leslie
overall.
Jones. You got your Leslie Jones. You also got your Melissa McCarthy's. You got what's the other
Yeah, I'm
girl
about to say
from
all
Saturday
of the
Night Live?
Ghostbusters.
The
You just
white
go down
the
the whole
so
Ghostbusters
like
cast.
you can even in the original Ghostbusters, like the
Yeah.
dude you had the black and the white
You got
idiot
your
who was
Leslie
Annie
Jones,
Potts,
you got
who
your
was
Melissa McCartney, you got
yeah, you
your
know what I'm saying? So like
But
Roseanne
you
Barr.
have right,
But
you
at
have
the
these
same time though,
characters, you
I
have
do
these
think that
white
black
characters
people have to
too.
like control their own media. Like, you know what I mean?
Nah,
but see
hey,
that
I think
that's the thing.
Sharice
That's the
just
thing about this.
hey, Sharice
That's the
just
thing
hit the
about
nail
this.
right on the head
Go ahead.
when she said she was like, nah, you don't control the media.
There
Mm-hmm.
you
So
go.
you have very
So,
little say so on who
and
gets those roles
and
anyway.
here's the thing. Here's the
So
thing. I mentioned the Terminator for a reason because the women took over, and it was white men who had a problem with that. So even though that is true, right? Everybody on this panel is not wrong
well,
because there has
as
been.
far as
Hold
those
on, hold on, hold
movies
on,
are
hold on.
concerned,
Everybody on this panel is not wrong. There are instances of a lot of things. So we got to be able to have a conversation and understand each other's perspective. Nobody on this panel is wrong because we
But we
see
do
stuff from different angles.
Hey,
but we
Mule,
And
do
can you
it's
have
hear me
some
more
now?
access to control our own media. Like we have social media at our fingertips. YouTube is like cable, and like if
right.
black people actually supported like, you know, black women and like, you know, doing positive things, like even like y'all know Chloe and Halle.
Oh yeah,
Well,
Haley's a new mermaid.
right. Well, Chloe, you know, like they used to do gospel, but they weren't really popular like that until she
Right.
started, you know, like playing more into like, you know, the sexual, like the sexy type of, you
Was they
know,
music good though? And see, look, like
Yeah.
Sharice,
No, it
this is
was
what
it
I'm
was
saying.
it
Hold
was
on.
pretty dope. I liked it. It was
But
pretty dope.
hold on, Sharice. I'm not saying that I completely disagree with everything you're saying or that it's not an issue. But I think that my issue is what I'm saying with us is that when we look at and I write films, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm in the so-called movie business. So
Exactly.
when we really look at the landscape though, I'm saying what we messing up at is we keep saying that they're doing this to us when we really not looking at this is just the Hollywood formula for everybody. They
Right,
not just you know what I mean? Like
right.
this is not the formula for black women, it's not the formula for dark skinned women, it's the formula for women. So if you did like
no,
say
well, hold on,
suppose
Mama. I think there is like a difference. Like if you gotta
What?
pay
No,
attention,
Sharif.
like the
What he's
colorism
trying to
plays out
say is
on
No.
you
TV.
can be a black author, you can write a script and have black characters. And Hollywood can take this whole script and put it for all white people and it sells.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's a black author and they can turn it in for all white characters and nobody has a problem. It's been done time and time
Right.
right. And
again.
so this
Hey,
the
hey,
But
issue.
the
See,
problem
Sharice,
is when
hey.
those
To add
same
to her
people
point.
take that shit and put it towards the real black people, it is a big problem.
Hey, to
yeah,
add to her
Right.
point though. Can y'all hear me now? I left and
Yeah.
came back.
Oh, Cold Black, come on in. Now. We
Okay.
never heard your voice,
All
brother. Come
right.
on in. Even
All
though he always disagree with me, y'all. This man
right.
hates the mule. But go
Yeah.
ahead on,
Cut
Cold
it
Black. Go
out, man.
ahead.
You know I don't hate you. I
You be
always
wrong.
appreciate you letting me up to have a conversation. So I want to read this real quick, y'all. All right, this is about the Dahomey tribe. The Dahomey tribe is the tribe being depicted in the Woman King movie. Okay, I'm gonna make it quick. So it says, for much of the 18th and 19th centuries, the kingdom of Dahomey was a key regional state, eventually ending tributary status to the Oyo Empire. European visitors extensively documented the kingdom and it became one of the most familiar African nations to Europeans. The kingdom of Dahomey was an important regional power that had an organized domestic economy built on conquest and slave labor. Significant international trade and diplomatic relations with the Europeans, a centralized administration, taxation systems, and an organized military, which is being highlighted by the Woman King title. Notable in the kingdom were significant artwork and an all-female military unit called the Dahomey Amazons by European observers in the elaborate religious practices of voodoo. Okay, the second paragraph goes, the growth of Dahomey coincided with the growth of the Atlantic slave trade, and it became known to the Europeans as a major supplier of slaves. As a hold up. It's getting good. As a highly militaristic kingdom, constantly organized for warfare, it captured children, women, and men doing wars and raids against neighboring societies. It sounds
So
like
the
the hood to
women
me.
went around capturing men,
No,
women, and
no. The
children.
women were only a
No,
unit. The
so
women were only. Hold on. I'm almost done,
Says they
y'all.
were
Don't cut me out.
selling
Don't
them.
cut me
They
out.
were rounding them up and selling them. Everybody.
Damn,
The
the
women weren't.
women were rounding the men up and selling them.
Nah, they
No,
were selling.
listen,
You sell
Enough.
everything.
listen,
You
y'all.
selling slaves, you sell it all.
Yo, listen. The Dahomey Amazons was not an all military unit. That was just I'm sorry. The whole military wasn't all female. We're talking about a unit of the military was female. Okay, let me finish though. It says that organized warfare, it captured children, women, and men during wars and raids against neighboring societies and sold them into the Atlantic slave trade in exchange for European goods,
Selling all of them.
such as rifles, gunpowder, fabrics, tobacco, pipes, and alcohol.
Okay, Cole Black. Let me ask you
Pillage
this.
and plunder. That's what it
Okay,
sounds like to me.
but
exactly.
we
But I
already knew
studied this
that though.
tribe. But
I'm
We
almost
already
done. I'm
knew
gonna say
that.
this last
no.
part. I'm gonna say
Cole
this
Black,
last
let me
part.
just
I
ask you
like
this
that.
here.
Does the movie
Hold
depict
on.
that?
Was there a small male group in the Homey tribe?
It was a
What?
large male group in the homie tribe that also assisted them
Oh
with
no,
slavery.
no,
So,
no,
so let me
sir.
finish. Let me
No, sir.
finish though. In
Why
the
did they need
1840s,
women
I'm
warriors
almost
then?
done. It's just a little bit left. In the
Why did they
1840s,
need female warriors?
I'm almost done. In the
See, this is
1840s, the
whitewashing.
homie
This is
began to face
bullshit.
decline with British pressure to abolish the slave trade. Again, I'm gonna say that again. In the 1840s, the homie began to face decline with British pressure to abolish the slave trade, which included the British Royal Navy imposing a naval blockade against the kingdom and enforcing anti-slavery patrols near its coast. I digress.
Cole Black, listen, bro. This the issue. I personally, I already knew all of that, and this is what I'm saying. Yes, they were aggressive enslavers of other African people. So my issue with that whole, because that's the reason why some black people don't want to see it, or some black people are against it, because they're saying that these people were, like I said, aggressive slavers taking
And
other Africans in. But this is what I'm saying.
mhm.
You go find me a movie, any period piece that's accurate or historically accurate, that's in any culture. Most of them are
That's
not. But
definitely
hold
a
on.
fair point. That's a fair
So
point.
most of
And
them,
look,
most of them are
if
not like that.
we had a
So what
movie
I'm
come out
saying
where
is,
white people were being portrayed as some heroes, when we know that damn well they had that same tribe that they portraying as white
Hyperbole.
heroes,
I'm
for
telling you,
people
dog.
to
You can
Cole
find
write a
out
Black,
story
this
however
is
you
not
that
the
want,
they was on
issue.
dog.
some
The issue
bullshit.
is
You can
them
write a
saying that
story however
women
you want to.
warriors are masculine. That's the issue.
Right, but I don't think that that's true. I think the other stuff, like when they show them like in like being ratchet and like, when they can't keep a man and stuff like that, I feel like
Yeah.
that's negative.
I
But
wouldn't.
I
I
don't
ain't
think
gonna lie to
showing
you.
them as a warrior.
Men have a monopoly on comeback. When it comes to physical comeback, it comes to killing, wars. That's
Okay,
that's
you
one of those
saying men have
things.
a monopoly on it, but now you saying that the women were going around monopolizing and beating and killing and
No,
and and, and
he's saying the whole
enslaving the
tribe. I
men,
don't think he's just
That
singling out the
there was
women.
a
right?
unit
He's saying that was
So
again.
just
the
a unit
men
in
the
in the
Again,
women
tribe.
couldn't go around capturing and enslaving the men of all these tribe.
I
Hey,
don't think he was
hey,
saying
there's an
that.
electronic department in Walmart. Does that mean that only thing that Walmart sells is electronics? Again, there's a unit or
What I'm
department
saying
of
is,
women soldiers.
what this
That's
here
not saying that
movie that
the
we're
military is
discussing,
100%
which is
women.
the
Cold
topic.
black, God,
So the topic of the
cold black. I'm calling.
conversation is the
Hold on,
women
hold on.
Right.
of
Mule,
this
can you speak
tribe,
up a little
right?
bit? Because you're kind of low.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the discussion of this conversation is the women of this tribe. Can y'all hear me better?
Yeah.
Yes, man.
What I'm saying is, if the women of this topic is the conversation, is he saying that the women was going around enslaving the men of surrounding tribes?
I don't think the women was doing that on their own.
Yeah, I don't think he was
I
saying
already
that.
answered that. I said
I
they had a unit. That means not a military full of women. They had a unit of women. That is a clear distinction.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the point of bringing that
Right.
out though?
That's what I want to know.
Okay, I was bringing that up
Okay,
because
wisdom over
we
feeling
have these
says,
issues
if
today in
that's the case,
2022
Hold on
when we're
real quick.
talking
why
about
were
Hold on.
black
relationships,
men so
and
easily
we can't
conquered
figure out
Hold
what the
on.
y'all
problem
She's
so
trying to
is.
read a
big and
comment.
strong? If wisdom over feeling says, if that's the case, why were black men so easily conquered since y'all so big and strong? If y'all so much stronger and this that over the women, how could the women do that to y'all?
You're
Right.
assuming that this tribe was some type of goddamn combative power in that region. They weren't. Clearly, we just read that they had backings from Europeans and were receiving goods in exchange for slaves.
Let me
And
ask
then
you
the
something.
economy,
Are you
their
going to see the
economy
movie?
tanked.
Are you going to see the movie?
You said, hell yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Hell yeah, I like the I like the
Are you going to?
analyze
Cold
shit.
Black,
I
when you
got
Yeah,
come
you.
back,
I'm not
we
gonna go
going
see
when
it,
you
but
going
I'll
to see the
see it.
movie, Cold Black? Cold Black, when you going to see that movie?
I'll probably get that motherfucker on one of these websites or
That's
something.
what I'm saying. I'm
When
about to
you go
pirate
see
that
the movie,
bitch.
hold on, Cold Black. Tell me when you going to see the movie so I
I
can
ain't
go
paying
live
for
with
So
that.
maybe you
Melanie.
should
I
explain
ain't
it
paying
again.
for that.
Why they shouldn't do that.
You said
Cold
what,
Black,
Mule? What's up, man?
since you always
I
hating
don't
on
pay
me,
for fiction.
I ain't
even
hating
though
on you today.
we got a love hate relationship, but I'm just saying, you ain't hating on me today. But I'm just saying, when are you gonna see the movie so we can go live the next day so we can get your review of it?
Oh shit, when it come out? I don't even know when it come out. I've
It
been
come
seeing
out
it.
Saturday.
Oh, it come out
Saturday.
Saturday. Oh, okay. Shit, I can probably put it up, man. 'Cause I got to coach a football game Saturday, so I know I ain't going to no fucking movie.
Oh Lord,
But yeah, I watch it though. I definitely watch it probably on my phone or something. I got access
I'm
to
going to
all
see
the
it
because
tomorrow, Mule.
oh, thank you, Momo. I need you, brother. You know I need you. But I'm just saying, I want people to go see this movie and then we're gonna do a review of it because the thing is it's broadcast is actually labeled as fiction based on a true story. That is what it's titled. It's fiction
right.
based
But
on a true
there's a.
story.
I
So
think
that
what we
what
having this
they're telling you
conversation,
is they took a true
we highlighting
topic
the
and they
inflammatory nature
fictionalized
of it. We
Nah, but
highlight the
But
inflammatory
what's
nature of
inflammatory?
it, right? We on the
I
our
feel like you
podcast
hating,
right
pro
now.
black, cold black. I feel like you
Yeah.
hating because
always.
it's like
It's the
and
whole
I'm
thing
not
is
saying
the
that.
women are
Masculine
masculine
men shouldn't
being
feel
warriors.
demasculinized because women are warriors in a movie.
nah,
Like,
what
Let
he's
him say
saying
this
is
thing.
there's a lot that's being left that's likely gonna be left out of that story when you see it.
Yeah, but
but
it
they
doesn't
I think
matter,
that's
is
what
what
he's
I'm
saying.
saying. Because like the Roman, like when you look at movies like 300, them Romans and them Greek armies, them niggas was gay, and they conveniently left that shit out, but nobody cared. Like white,
Yeah,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? White people
absolutely.
ain't constantly
And it
bringing
was
up.
all types of hyperbole in there too. And we're gonna see the
Exactly.
same thing in what we doing. Like this formula is not new. So I agree with Mule on this one. Let's everybody watch the movie and come back for conversation, reaction, review, whatever.
Right,
mm,
right. Nah,
Yeah.
man, I ain't on no hating shit, man. I'm just
No,
pointing
I
out the
want
facts, bro.
everybody
I
who's
mean,
here to
we
come
we,
back
we,
and
we
have
we
a
do live in
review.
more of a feminine correct society. You're starting to see a lot of movies being redone in more of a feminist leaning type way, which is why most people have an
When you
attention
say a
with it.
lot, what do you mean? See, and this is what I'm saying, man.
you are
Like
feminine.
we say this, like I want you to do this though. Go through your whatever service you have, whether it be Prime, Netflix, Hulu,
Mhm.
whatever. Really go through there. Just take like 5 minutes and go look at the actual movies that's on there, and you'll really see how few of those movies are actually what you're saying. Because yes, while they do have a few of like stuff that they come back out with that they may put more of a feminine touch on,
That's
it's
all I was
really
saying, bro.
but listen what I'm saying, it's really
Yeah,
so
feminine.
few, it's really so minuscule compared to the other movies that they don't. But for some
But
reason,
it don't
men are
have to.
always triggered by it when it happens, the very few times that it does, and act like, oh man, it's taking over or something like that. No, most of the movies you gonna see, most of the action movies you gonna see are gonna be led by white men.
You keep trying to tell me what my opinion is.
Exactly.
They don't
Hold on. You
care.
keep
They don't
trying
want
to
it
tell
to
me
be
what
led by
my
black
Most
women.
of
opinion
That's the
those
is.
problem.
movies
And
are
I
gonna
just
be
simply
led
just
by
pointed
white
out why people have
men.
contention with the movie.
Yeah, but it's
You
They
not
keep
have
about
trying to
being led
contention
by
with it
manipulate
black
because they
me
men.
haters.
into
Nah,
either
I
a
mean, look,
hater
a movie is not
side
gonna
or
cause
another lane. You
us to
keep
be
trying to
led
force
by
me in
black
whatever
women
lane
all
you
of a
want me to
sudden.
be in.
You know, like
I
it's a
have a
movie.
Apparently, it
chosen
is.
side. Hell,
I'm just
the
saying it's
movie
just a
might come out and
movie.
be accurate.
Right.
I don't know. But again, like I
But
said,
that's
I
I'm
how.
think more of
asking
us need to
about why
realize
people
that
are
it
having
is
a
just a
conversation
That's
movie. I
how
without
think
anything
people
can
giving
way
me
too deep
emasculate
into
them.
it.
That's why, like, it doesn't really matter whether it's the movie or not, because anything, like y'all complain about, is emasculating y'all.
Nah, I mean, we're supposed to critique it. We're allowed to do that.
right.
Like,
Yeah, but I don't see how it's emasculating. If you're masculine, like, I don't see how a movie that's fictional, based
now
on
I
a
would
true
never
story.
say that a movie
Who
emasculated. I mean,
said? You see,
a movie is
that's what I'm
art,
But
saying.
and
He
it
never
is
said
labeled
that.
as
I
fiction.
never
That's
said
why I
that.
said what I said in the
You can't
beginning.
form a conversation or
But
have a conversation with somebody who already want to lay the groundwork before you even
Yeah,
ask the
but y'all
question.
representing the voices of niggas who do say that.
Of
Exactly.
what?
I mean,
Who say
And I'm
I'm
what?
pretty
not
sure
saying that
somebody
at
said
all. I'm
that.
saying I watched the movie before I come to a conclusion about it.
They said,
Um,
you don't have
I
to, you don't have
already
to
knew what
uplift
was
black
up by
women by
the
tearing
name of
down
the
black
movie.
men.
And no, I'm just saying by the name of the movie, the reviews that I'm hearing, because I've seen this before in history. I already knew that, and I said that when I came up here. This is fiction that's inspired by true events. I already know. Like,
Listen,
there's gonna
listen.
be
I
a
mean,
lot of hyperbole and narrative that gets pushed in there. You know
it's
what
a
I'm saying?
movie. People should be able to have their
But
different
that, that
opinion
that's
and critique
Hollywood.
it
Like Hollywood, that's
versus
not.
somebody putting a title on it. Just like if it was a light skinned woman against a dark skinned woman and they were having critique about something. We got to be able to have a conversation
Right.
without going there. And that's all we're doing. We're just
Hey,
having a conversation. We
but
don't have to
L,
be against women or we don't have to be against
nah, but
men. We're
L,
having a
if I
conversation.
can
That's it.
get onto something though, this is why a lot of people, both men and women, black men and black women, have a problem with this shit because a lot of us don't know our own fucking history, so we're taking these movies as history.
Right.
All right, what we need to
That's
do is
fact.
actually
Yeah.
do real research and real homework into our own history. I'm saying as a whole. I'm not saying anybody on the panel. Everybody up here seems intelligent and astute.
Yeah.
So
The
I'm
re-
pretty sure it's you, but y'all
but
know
the
what I'm
reason I
talking
brought
about.
that
As
up
a
though,
whole,
y'all, the
there are a
reason I
lot of
brought it,
people that just don't know shit about what they're going through. So they really think like they're from Wakanda or some shit.
But
right?
and
You know
but
what I'm
and
saying?
but and, and that's
The
but
reason I
that's
brought
why
it up though, y'all, is because we got this false sense of Africans and our descendant and our ancestors as being some peaceful people who were just walking around some type of utopia. That whole fucking continent was war, destruction, famine, betrayal, slavery. And then we get here in America and we like, okay, well, why can't we come together? I mean, that's why I
but,
brought it up.
but see
I'm just
most of the
saying,
time
like,
most of the time
before we start adopting this fiction as our history, we need to learn our own history, and or approach this as what it is, entertainment. That's it. Just
and
be
see most
entertained.
and see that's why most of the time I barely get into this talks. Like I focus on men because it's easy to focus on men. Because if I have a critique that may have something to do with women, like listen, I'll talk about dudes all day as far as we need to get ourselves together, and women will clap, right? But as soon as I say one thing, all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm in the doghouse. I'm not worrying about that shit, right? My thing is, me and Auntie, when we came around, we used to hear men take care of the men and women take care of the women, right? So and that's the thing. So I'm trying to figure out in a conversation when we're talking about something, critiquing, like it's not to say that everybody up here is against women or against men, but we should be able to have the conversation. I can see a lot of y'all side in different areas of what's going on, and I can see what you know what I'm saying. I might learn something from it, but I'm not going to deny that certain things don't happen with colorism, certain things don't happen with gender situations. I'm not going to deny that, but at the same time, when we're having this conversation, We got women saying, "Oh, you're weak," or men saying this.
Yeah,
We got
yeah,
to
the
be
boys
grown and
be
have a
ready to
we got to
argue.
be
Well, this
grown and have a
right. No, no, listen what I'm
conversation
saying, bro.
Right.
without
Listen what I'm
doing that.
saying.
Oh, you
Right.
hate, you
I
hate.
agree
It
with what
sound
you're
like
saying,
you
but
hate.
this is
Take
the
your feelings
problem.
out of it.
Because when we do this, it's the type of critiques that we have off the bat just from seeing imagery. And so what I'm saying is when we see images from a trailer, because that's all we've seen at this point, when
Right.
we see images from a trailer of black men doing something great, you never gonna hear black men saying stuff like, well, you know, them niggas wasn't really doing that, or them niggas wasn't really doing this. So we can have our critiques and stuff like that, but it's the critiques we having is what exposes, is what I say is hating, because we don't have those same types of critiques when we see black men standing in
Bro,
so-called
bro,
greatness.
Do we have a
it's
movie where
it's very simple.
black men from
Black men be
a
doing some
nation
fucked up
enslaved
shit. It's
slaves
that
and
simple. We do
I'm
became
good
not
shit. We do
heroes?
fucked up. It's
based
that
on the
simple.
trailer. I'm gonna see the movie because I mean nowadays they putting the whole damn movie in the trailer anyway. But I'm gonna still go see the movie. Yeah.
But
I don't know of any
it's
movies
not
that have
hard for me
black
to sit up
men
here.
portrayed as some African hero or whatever. I tell brothers all the time, bro, y'all talking about African men this and our ancestors this and that. Again, ancestors are very complicit in the position that we in America now. They have a lot to do with that. Africans aren't Negroes. Africans aren't blacks. We have an assigned culture. Now we can
Right.
agree or disagree whether that's right or wrong, but it's the
Right.
fucking truth. It's the truth. We
I
not the
get, I
same as
dig
them.
what you're saying. What I'm saying is this: all we've seen is imagery of women being warriors, and
Or beauty.
assuming, like, because we know how movies usually
And
go,
the title.
we right. So what I'm saying is, regardless of how, of whatever image that we like say if they show a black man being a great businessman in a movie, if they show a black man being whatever that looks successful and great in a movie, no black man comes out immediately just from a trailer and says, "What I know that black man, they didn't really do
I
this,
got a
this, and
question
that."
for you.
They don't have those type of critiques.
I
They
see
have
where
But
it
you
when it
going.
comes to when they show women
I
doing
see where
great
you going. I
things.
got a question for you though. Do you
It's
think that the
fucking
mainstream media
exactly.
has an
It's
agenda,
fucking
or you
exactly.
think they
Hold
operate off
on,
of that?
no. Can you
No.
hear me?
Yeah.
Momo, you hit the fucking nail on the head.
but
When
let me
you
ask you
see a
this:
black
when
man,
have anybody up here said that?
no. When you see a black man doing something great in a movie, we do not automatically assume or come up with all this bullshit, right? We do not. But anytime you see a dark-skinned woman in a movie,
Mhm.
it's the fucking hate is
Y'all gotta
real.
add context though,
And
mom. Add
you must
context to the
hold on.
conversation.
Add the
Y'all being
context to
vague
add
on
the
purpose.
context to my middle finger. That's what you add the context to.
And see,
Yeah.
Because
I'm trying to
when
hold on. I'm trying to
hold on,
figure out. Go
don't
ahead.
try
Go
to
ahead.
figure out nothing before I finish speaking,
Go
sir.
ahead. Go ahead.
Add this context to my middle fucking finger in the air. Add the context to why is it that when we see black men doing shit in a movie, you don't see automatic protest? Why is it that
Doing
when we
stuff like
see
what though? Add context to it.
Hold on. Hold
That's
on.
all we asking.
Wait till you done. Wait till you done, because I
I
want to ask
might
you something,
agree with you, but add context. I'm trying to see where you going
add
with it.
context, when we see a
Anything
bro.
black man
positive.
I
holding
said
a
I.
holding
Go
a
ahead. Go
black
ahead, Mio. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. Go ahead.
y'all not gonna even let me fucking talk. When you see a black man holding a briefcase, when you see a black man holding a bow and arrow, when you see a black man holding a sword, it's not automatic hatred. But if you see a black woman doing any of the above,
Mm-hmm.
it is automatic hatred.
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 All right. I'm gonna ask
If
you
the
a
bitch
question.
ain't
Okay,
carrying a
and hold on.
broom
Let
with
me
a
give you some
headscarf
direct
on
context
her
right quick.
head, hold on. If the black woman ain't a maid or a mom, she's the enemy.
And what kind of hatred was received
I'm
off of?
hold
I
on
just
right
want to
quick.
hear
I'm
that
gonna just
part.
give you a short direct context. When Will Smith made Ali and that George Foreman, the fight that he had with Foreman, the way they portrayed it is that Ali was losing every round and Foreman was killing him. Ali was winning most of that fight. He was doing the rope dope, and even though Ali was sitting back letting George Foreman take his swings, Ali was beating George Foreman up in the middle of the ring for most of that fight. But no black man sat back and said, "Oh man, they trying to make Ali look like come off like he just overcame so much when he beat George Foreman, and that shit ain't accurate." Not one black man complained about it. So they do it all
But
the time in movies.
you would be 100% right, brother, if during this time or during the time when the movie came out, there was a controversy about it or some type of a war, some type of
That's the whole
Ali
point.
versus,
There wasn't.
hold up.
That's
Some
the
type
point.
of Ali versus
That's
Foreman
the
war
damn
going
point,
on
Negro.
as
It's
a
never a
social
controversy
dynamic.
when it's black men. It's only a controversy when it's black women.
No, it's only a
That's the
controversy.
boom,
It's only a
boom,
controversy during a gender war.
boom,
That's it.
boom.
No,
That's it.
it's not a
That's
gender war.
context.
Like black
In
men
a
always
gender
have a
war,
problem
people
with
are gonna have
what
a
black
certain
women
type
are
of
doing.
opinion
Women,
about
dark
certain
skinned
shit
women.
that the media pushes. I don't get it. Y'all acting like shit ain't going on out here. Y'all acting like people ain't talking about this shit way more in the last
if
year
that
or
was a
two.
unit in the military overall, but they try to portray it as if most of the men in the military just died and these women had to take over. That's
Exactly.
extreme hyperbole to try to promote or
But it's a
push an
movie
agenda.
though.
Yeah, I agree, but
Of course.
And y'all
it's
can make
extreme
your own
hyperbole.
movies
No,
if
you're
you don't
right.
really
It's a
feel that
movie.
way about
I
it.
understand that. You understand that. We understand that because we intelligent, but the masses believe that shit is real history.
But y'all
Yes,
can
but
make your
listen what
own
I'm
movies.
saying.
Like,
Carl Weathers was in Action Jackson. Okay, it's a fictional movie. The man couldn't even have a gun as a cop. The man got tied up and was getting ready to get flamed up by a bunch of dudes. He got a loose, beat up a bunch of dudes throughout the whole movie without a gun. No black man said, "Oh man, they tripping. Can't no nigga really do that." We can go down the line with
But see,
any. Hold on, listen what I'm saying.
The difference
We can
is
go,
we in the
but
height
listen,
of a gender war,
right?
and you got a
y'all should let people
and-
finish your
inflammatory
thoughts.
But
So
hold
you
on,
know,
hold on.
you
Listen
can't
what I'm
really hear
saying.
when everybody's
Listen what
talking.
I'm saying, though, bro. What I'm saying is, even in the height of this gender war, we can go look at any trailer of any movie where there's an action movie. Let's go look at Denzel and Equalizer. That came out during this so-called gender war. Nobody questioned that this one nigga could go over there and beat up the whole fucking Russian mob. Ain't nobody say, "Oh man, look how they trying to portray this black man like he could do so much." Didn't no black man complain about that? Look at Will, you know what I'm saying? Like any movie that you come out with right now with a black man that's doing some great shit in a fictional movie, whether it be based on accuracy or not, if you see a black man in a trailer doing something great, or even if you watch the whole movie and this nigga do some great shit, ain't no black man gonna say, "Man, they wrong for portraying that nigga so strong." Never happened, never will.
What about the Serena Williams movie and what it is? You know what I'm talking about?
you talking about the one
I
about her father?
I
You talking
heard
about the one
black
about
men
her
getting
father?
pushed back in that movie.
It got pushed back from women, not men.
Yeah, it
Y'all
did.
funny, man.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. We automatically, right? We having this conversation, right?
Mhm.
And we said, even Choco Kitty, we can understand why people would have an issue with this movie. So I don't know where people go automatically jump into. We black men on this panel have an issue. When I just sat in the chat and list a whole bunch of black women who's taken over comic book, DC TV series, and movies. So I don't
But that's
understand
the
where y'all
point
get that
too.
from.
Wasn't Megan Thee Stallion twerking on one of the DC movies or something like that? They said coming out.
So we having this conversation and automatically we not even listening. We said we can see why people would have. We didn't say that we had an issue. We said that we can see why. Just like we having a conversation about colorism, we can see why those things happen. So why is automatically everybody up here
Right.
against it?
I'm not
Nobody
saying it's
never said
y'all.
that.
I'm saying with what y'all saying, we can
Yeah,
see
no,
why
yeah,
people have a
we're good on
problem.
that.
And I'm
Yeah.
telling you why they have a problem, because they hating. They hate every time they see black women
And
doing something great. That's the environment. I'm not saying
and that's
y'all.
another perspective.
Right. And
I
so
can agree
right.
with that too.
And I'm saying that's where a lot of the hate is coming from, is because if you see black women on screen, if you see black imagery of black women looking great or whatever, you're gonna have a problem with it. But you're gonna see Captain Marvel come out, Mrs. Marvel. Ain't no black man complained about none of them white women on there
But okay,
beating up
so let's
Thanos and all kind of other shit.
but wait, hold on. But we can break that down though. Because there was a Captain Marvel that was black. So people who know that, they do have a problem with that.
No, because we don't have a problem because we know it's coming. Like we done already saw the
I mean, but
MCU.
Yeah,
yeah, you know, I
but
mean,
wouldn't it
even
be
So
sport.
we know they're
wouldn't it
going to
if
do the
it
Monica
if it wasn't
Rambeau
just
thing.
about hate on black
You know what I'm
women,
saying? But
wouldn't in most of these spaces, and I'm not talking about y'all on the panel, I'm saying if it wasn't about just hate towards black women, wouldn't in most of these spaces we would see these black men talking down on white women for what they're being portrayed as? If they're saying that leave these black women alone, the white women are more feminine, like if they saying that's who they're choosing,
Yeah, I
wouldn't
don't
you
rock with
see that?
that.
But
The
hold
white
on,
women are the
hold
original
on, listen what I'm
feminists.
saying. Wouldn't you see them talking more about what's going on with white women than talking about what's going on with black women if it wasn't about just dry hating on black women? So
I'm
that's what
saying,
I'm
is
saying.
there let's take what you
There's
saying.
I can agree. There's a lot of hate on
Is
black
there
women.
any other conclusion or any other reason other than you think they just hating? Is it possible that it could be another reason?
No, I'm not
Can you
saying that,
not
brother.
concede that
I'm
is
asking.
hate on that the fact
No,
that
he
we
just
love
asking a
them
question.
women?
He
I'm
just asking a
asking.
question.
Is there?
Right.
I'm just
Listen what I'm
Besides that,
asking
do you
saying.
you.
think there's another
I
reason why
agree
they would have
because,
a problem?
and I said that I don't disagree with you that it's not coming from different places that are even valid to talk about. What I'm saying is let's not act like a lot of it is not coming from that perspective. And so when
Okay,
you brought
no,
out
I
the
get you. I get what you're
hold on,
saying.
listen what I'm
Yeah,
saying. So
yeah,
when
that
you
makes sense.
when you come in and you bring out the fact that, oh, well, they were just a unit, like I said, that's the type of nitpicking that we don't do towards
So you're saying
men.
they're reducing
So
them? They're reducing the women to
I'm
just
saying those
yeah.
sometimes certain critiques are from that aspect and that energy. I'm not saying every critique is, but a lot
Right.
of the critique is just strictly from the aspect of we don't want to see black women looking so great.
But look though, what's so
I mean,
crazy
yeah.
is
So I mean, I agree. It
just
can
read
come
the
off like
piece from
that
Wikipedia.
when you reduce it
I just
to a
read the piece
unit.
from
It's like basically.
Wikipedia.
So
So
I get what you're saying,
are
though. I
you
get what
saying
you're saying.
that me reading that from Wikipedia is me
Can we
establishing
just
my position?
admit that
I don't get
these
it.
women were simply trying to defend their own race?
We didn't say there wasn't, Mule. Even and then when you
Okay.
said
But
should a
even
woman
with
not
that,
defend
Mew,
herself,
I
we
don't.
never said
But
that
see,
they
Mew,
shouldn't.
I don't even agree with that because, and that's what I mean when we talk about critiques now.
They
The
were just
Dahomey
trying to
tribe,
help. God
no,
damn,
they
they was
were.
trying to help their
But
own people.
no, but
See, everybody got
they
their
were
own
aggressive
their own
enslavers.
thought thing.
I'm not talking about just the women. I'm talking about them as a tribe. So
The
them as a
whole tribe was
tribe,
on some fuck shit.
yeah, they was on some like
Some
getting at their
bullshit.
own people type
Men
shit
and women.
in real life. So people who have that critique is fine. But what I'm saying is that's not the critique that most of these people are coming at them with. They
Mm.
upset with the title. They
Yeah,
upset
yeah.
that,
It's
you know
Okay.
just
what I'm
the hate.
saying?
Okay.
It's
Like,
just yeah.
Yeah, they ignorant on that part
Wait,
because
let
they
Momo
just
finish.
going from their
Can
feelings.
y'all let him finish explaining
yeah,
it to
so
me?
that's what
Yeah,
I'm
we
saying.
talking.
Like that's a legitimate issue that some people have. They're saying that they're not portraying them, they're gonna portray them as like these heroes when in fact they were, like I said, aggressive. They were aggressive enslavers.
I'll
And
agree. I'm one of the. Hey,
Okay,
I'm one of
hold
them
on. I
people.
need Sharice to explain it to me too. Oh, thank you, Momo. Sharice,
Would you ask me?
explain to me why they so upset.
Well, yeah, I definitely agree with Mumu. It's just a problem with what black women are doing because, like he just said,
What makes her
if that was
different?
the case, if it was really a problem with just them portraying, I guess, women in that way, they would be talking about white women because white women are portrayed in that way a lot more.
What makes
And
that
earlier, I
position
heard
different
somebody
from
say.
I
niggas
mean,
that's
I
hating?
agree with them, but
Let,
I
let her
just
finish.
I
Let her
just
finish.
feel
Earlier, I
that
heard
Niggas
some
that's
somebody
hating
say,
first.
you don't have to uplift black women by kicking down black men. Like, how are they kicking black men? Like, it's not about that.
What makes that position different from the person that just hate versus okay, we see both sides was fucked up. Okay, this is the truth. Versus okay, well they just hate. Or other side of it is oh well these you know what I'm saying these women just being on some other shit. Both sides ignorant to the truth, but either side is an extreme is a different side of the coin. I'm calling it down the
no,
middle.
it's not because this is, and like I said earlier when I first came on and talked about it, this is the issue. Number one, we rarely see black women in this kind of a role, and I know even Sharice might even have a problem with it. I don't know because Sharice was
What kind
somebody
of
else was saying like,
No, I don't have
you
a
know,
problem with it.
okay. So what I'm saying is, bet Sharice, what I'm saying is I have been saying that we need to see more black women as like badass ass kicking women and even villains.
why?
Like because it's
I
we
I
need
explained that earlier.
we
Like because
go
of
ahead.
the warrior is not like necessarily a masculine archetype. Like it is a part of femininity,
So
a
you
part of
saying
femininity.
it's a way to combat the narrative and basically rebel against the narrative that men
Well,
are soldiers.
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about a narrative. I'm talking about strictly from if we talking about entertainment and the way movies are. So in movies, what they'll do a lot of times you will have the white female badass and it's not a problem. You have them in like what's that movie
Bro, are you talking
Suicide
about just like
Squad.
balance in Hollywood overall?
So
Just
Kill
right,
Bill, like
so
I said.
balance
right.
in Hollywood. Really?
Right. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is when I love action movies. So
Harley
as
Quinn.
an action movie lover, I would love to see black women play more diverse roles. You know what movie?
Okay.
I really like black when they have like what was that? I can't remember it right now, but like I would like to see women play more like calculated villains. Black women play more calculated villains, like like a Thanos or something like that. Like I want to see black women play more smart villains
But
that are more
let's be honest. Let's
like
be honest.
I want to
Your
see black
viewpoint
women in
about it is
more diverse
different.
roles.
Hold
I
on.
want
They
to
actually, they actually.
Let me jump in. If I can just add something to
Go ahead.
that. Look, what I'd like to see is just like pretty much just that, like some more balance in Hollywood. I'd like to see black women play the same types of roles that I see them give those same white women. All of them too. Just like you said, calculated villains, damsel in distress, badass chick, you know what I'm saying? Period piece, star, all of that stuff. But I'd like to see the same thing for black men. And yeah, anything for black people and black
But see,
children.
and that's the thing
So,
you do. But see, even we don't when we
But this
bring that
is
up
the
in the
thing. This
like
is
nah,
you
the
'cause
already.
problem I
Get
have.
white men to do that for y'all.
Listen, since I was
earlier
a
we were talking
child,
about the whole
we
James
saw
Bond thing. We
Joan
were
of
talking about
Arc.
the whole James Bond thing, right?
No, wait, hold on.
And
Let me just say this, guys. Since I was a child, we saw Joan of Arc. We saw the cartoon for the Asian people, Mulan, right, where the Asian girl was fighting. We have historically
Even in Kill Bill,
seen
they have all races of women.
girl. That's what I'm saying. We always see other women get in a fight and do stuff, but golly, the first time we see black women as a warrior is this much hatred.
Not in
Really?
Wakanda.
Wakanda, that was a male.
Did
The
they get
stars
hate
of that.
then?
no,
Right.
Listen,
That was
bro.
male. Like
Yeah, but the stars
their
of that was
military
men,
was
right?
women. Like
Was the stars of it men?
No, not the whole military, but
Was
like
Black
the top of the
Panther
line
not a fucking
of their
man?
military.
Was
You know what I'm
his
saying? Was
nemesis
women.
not? Oh my God, this dude right here is delirious.
It
Who
was
was the
very
stars
well
of the
known
show?
in Black Panther that
Okay,
the
right,
okay.
element
what
of
is it
strong
called?
black women was in
Oh,
there,
this
along
dude
with
just
strong
It's
don't.
black
not
So
called
men.
you
Women
have a
I don't
Army.
get
problem
it.
with black women
No,
being leads and shit?
I mean that was just comic book
Nigga,
accurate. The
I
sister
just
gonna get
named
there
you Joan
anyway.
of Arc. I just named you
And Black
Mulan.
Panther don't
I
count. Like
just
that's
named
just
you
comic
all
book.
kind of damn shit. And you gonna tell me that black women oh, this is what I'm
No, I'm
saying.
just saying like it's coming.
This is what I'm saying.
It's
Why
clearly
do you
coming.
have
I
a
mean,
problem with none of this other shit? Why you don't have a problem with with Xena Warrior Princess? Why you don't have a problem with none of these other fucking Kill Bill?
I
Why
mean,
you don't have a problem with
we had
no
problems
woman fighting
since they did Liz Taylor as
Nikita?
Cleopatra.
No,
All
we
of
didn't
these
hear nothing
We had
about
women
that.
problems with
you
all
don't
that.
have a problem with, but you got a problem with this. Tell
We
me
had
why.
problems since they did Liz Taylor as Cleopatra.
Man, you
You know what I'm
you a
saying?
horrible
So
lie. You a horrible
this
Yeah,
lie.
ain't
you
new.
are.
You a horrible lie. You a
What are you
horrible
talking about?
fucking lie.
They had big
You
problems
a
with that. Like
horrible
they've been
lie. You did
whitewashing
not
for the
say
longest.
Liz
I
Taylor was
don't
fucking messy.
I don't know what
You
planet
a
y'all
horrible
from. I don't know
liar.
what planet,
You
where
know
y'all
what?
from. We don't
If
have a
you keep
shortage
this lie up, I'm not
of
gonna let you on
strong
my
black
panel no
women
more.
being portrayed in movies in the
Cold
black
black.
community. We have no
Cold
shortage
black.
in that.
If you keep this lie up, cannot honestly. Let me tell you something. You can disagree with me, but you would not lie.
Right.
You would not knowingly lie to me.
So you're saying
You
that we have a
know,
shortage of the portrayal of
that
strong
since
black women in
Cleopatra,
movies?
they never had a problem with her being fucking a warrior.
They don't.
She was never even labeled a warrior.
She was an Egyptian pharaoh.
Was
Hell
she
no, and it was a
labeled
Yeah,
a
white
but
woman.
nobody
We had a
warrior?
complained about
problem
it.
with that. We had a
Was she
problem with that
labeled
being a
Warrior
a
white
class
woman.
warrior?
and monarch class is different. Warrior and king, they're two different
I'm gonna
classes.
show him. I'm okay, Cold Black. Since you want to lie to me, see, this is.
I
Let me tell
haven't
you
seen a
something.
shortage
You
of
you can
strong black women being portrayed
you
in
can
black
disagree
movies.
with me
I haven't
in
seen that
all
shortage.
fairness, and I won't have a problem. But if I just deem you an outright liar, I have a problem
Right.
with liars.
And gaslighting.
So
I
I'm
have a
saying
huge problem with
so
liars,
you're saying that there's a shortage. I'm asking you. You're saying there's a
sir.
shortage of the strong
Sir,
black
I'm
woman
asking you
narrative
right
in
now.
black movies. I'm asking.
Okay, Cold Black. I'm asking you really and truly,
Mhm.
face to face, as clear as I can be.
Okay.
Is Are you telling me that black people have a problem with Cleopatra as in
I
a
don't I
masculine
don't know
role?
about all that. My question was, my
Well, why
point
would you
was, I
bring
don't
that
see a
up?
No,
shortage
we
of
had a
that.
problem with a white woman playing that.
Wow, what's up, Bomb? What's up, Bomb Cherry? We
Hey,
got Bomb
Mom.
Cherry.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing?
What's up,
Hey,
I
I
came over. I saw you was
love
live.
you,
You and you.
sis.
I
I
saw you
love
was live. I said I
you.
got off my. I was like, I gotta go over there and show some love to Mew. Okay, so I went to here.
I wanted to put it in your chat, but you know what? You be doing it 24 hours. I
Yeah,
ain't
I
but
want
you
love
to
it.
interrupt.
let people know though. Still, when
So,
you going live, so people can know you. That's your home too. This your home. I'm cool with
it
it.
is my home, y'all. Y'all know Bomb Cherry Place is my home, y'all. So,
For real, I love the 24-hour
Bomb.
stream.
Okay, Cole Black, you just gotta. You should kiss Bomb Cherry feet for giving you that, because I was on fire with you just now.
Why? Why we having a
Because I don't
conversation?
like people to blatantly lie to me. You can disagree with me and we
What?
can be cool.
Okay.
You don't have to
What I
agree with
lied
me
about?
here.
We can have a conversation. What I
You
lied about?
cannot compare Cleopatra
The
to
lie.
these warriors.
The
Are
lie
you
though.
Because
the
nobody had a problem
lie?
with Cleopatra.
Nobody ever said she
We
was
had a big
masculine.
problem with that being a white
Whoever
woman.
said
Yeah, but that's not
Cleopatra
what we
was
was talking about. We was
masculine?
talking about her being a warrior
Oh,
spirit. That's
this
not what they had a
Negro,
problem
yeah.
with.
See, brother, I'm gonna need you to
We
either
didn't even have a real problem with her being a white woman for years, because
for years.
yeah, for years.
We
I
all,
don't even think we
but
knew that
he's trying to
Cleopatra really
say,
was a black woman.
That's an
Right.
Egyptian
wait,
queen.
hold on,
They
guys.
can't survive over there.
The Egyptians are
It's
white
cinema
now.
killing.
So
Okay,
Okay, y'all, give me a chance
look.
to
I'm
get
gonna name a few
Bomb
movies
caught up.
with a
No,
strong black woman.
hold on. Let me let Bomb get a chance. We were
Okay.
discussing the movie The Warrior King, Bomb.
Mm.
And this brother, Cole Black, oh my God, he always disagree with me. So this is nothing new. This is really not nothing new. But what is new is he's really trying to lie to me today.
I'm
So
lying.
this is something new.
I'm lying about
Wait,
Sister
let me
Act 2.
finish.
I'm
Let me
lying
finish.
about Set It Off. I'm
how
lying
is
about
Sister Act
Foxy
2?
Brown.
How are they warriors in
Come
that?
on, man.
You can't be
What I'm
serious.
saying is they're saying the woman king
He's talking about it's
is
just a
not a
movie.
good portrayal.
I'm
Viola
lying about
Davis
Tina
and
They're
Turner.
nuns in
Patricia,
the movie. So how are they
because
warriors in that?
they're making the black woman look masculine. So he all of a sudden, for some reason, unbeknownst to me, grew up Cleopatra.
I didn't
Which
do that. Oh, you got me.
That
Oh,
was
you
me.
you
got me
didn't
mixed
do
up with
that?
somebody else.
Oh my
Hold
God.
up. Spare me. That was somebody else that said that.
You
That
know
wasn't
what?
Cold Black.
Mom, you're gonna have to
Man, the
leave this
man
shit
said
out your
sister act.
I ain't never even heard him
Sister
say
Act
sister.
2.
Look,
Stella
Bomb
got her
done came
groove
on.
back.
Look,
The black
everybody
woman
trying to
has
get
no
right when
shortage
Bomb
of
come
being
on. So you know
portrayed as
what? Y'all
strong
just go ahead and lie.
in
Go ahead
movies.
and continue to lie. Shit. Go ahead. I ain't
I
gonna
mean,
even
I'm
hold it
sorry.
against you.
You don't. So you said that there was a shortage
Just
of
keep
black women
lying.
being
Just
portrayed
lie
as.
because Bomb here. Shit. Go ahead. Go tell a lie, nigga. Tell a lie. Fuck it. Tell your lie.
You know,
I'm
I
gonna go
love
on
you,
mute.
ma.
No. Tell a damn lie. That's what you was doing.
Well,
Shit.
see, at the core of it though, what it really is that there's been obviously online when we talk about this gender war. Let's look at where the different sides are coming at, particularly men. Men have been expressing their dismay at the thought of women passing them up and taking their place and not needing them. They really have a fear of women not needing them. So there's a knee-jerk reaction when they see women in certain positions, and they automatically take it as them being emasculated. And one of the issues with that is that if you listen to the other side on why a lot of black women, like what they like about dating men from other cultures, they'll say that other cultures of men celebrate their accomplishments. So I think the issue is that a lot of black men see the lack of our accomplishments, and we look at when women accomplish something and we think like, damn, now she gonna be stunting on me, like it's gonna put us in a bad situation. So instead of them leveling up or saying like, congratulations, black woman, we go that other route. Man, they just trying to be like us. They being masculine. They this, and that, instead of just really being cool with them and celebrating their accomplishments.
Yeah,
So,
I think there's a fair share of black men that were successful and black women that were successful being portrayed in movies. There's a fair share of that. I don't see why either one could feel like, oh, it's a shortage, so we got to go break the.
I'm saying if you listen to the men that are complaining about women, that is the foundation of their argument, even when they don't say it. They're afraid of the success of women, particularly black men and black women, or black men are afraid of the success of black women because they see black women as outdoing them.
But
and
you
when they
just
see
agreed
black
with
women,
me, and she said I was
so
lying to her. I don't get it.
but you was, because you was being disingenuous, and you came in with the whole point of, well, they was just a unit. They wasn't no full unit in
If
which
a black
that.
man, and let's switch the role, let's switch the genders. They coming out with a movie talking about the man king, and we know that this nigga goddamn sold slaves, killed niggas, raped babies, and all that or whatever. Let's say goddamn, and it's a man on here talking about, yeah, they finally putting us in a strong role. I would have contention with that man. I don't
Yeah,
see
but they
why
do
it's
that.
not
They
the
do
other
that
way
all the
around. Use
time.
the same
They
logic.
do that. Listen, they did that with the Temptations. They didn't show you all of what them niggas was doing and how they was treating women. They did it with the Jacksons when they came out with the Jacksons movie. So there's a lot of real movies where they come out with real people, that real black men that existed, where they don't show everything that they was doing and all the bullshit that they done. And men don't say, like, even with Malcolm X, there's a lot of stuff about Malcolm X in that movie that they didn't put in there that Malcolm X actually did that was fucked up. Like,
Well,
number
you
one.
naming
So hold on.
individuals. I think it's
Right.
more of a
So
community aspect when we get to
what I'm
talking
naming
about
is when we talk about truth being put in movies, what I'm saying is, when we start trying to have that standard when we see women doing something great is the problem. We never have that standard when we see when we see images of men doing something great, is what I'm telling you. You're not gonna find examples of black men looking at images of black men doing something great on screen and diminishing and saying, nah, well, that nigga really didn't do all that. They don't do it. We haven't
Exactly.
done it.
And let me just say
That's
this
more
here.
of an
Hold
echo
on, hold
chamber
on, hold
type
on.
thing, though, man.
Hold
That's a
on. Let me
YouTube
just say
thing,
this
bro.
here.
The
We love
majority of black
Malcolm
men
X.
don't think like
Hold
that.
on. I love Malcolm X. But did you watch the Malcolm X movie? Did you ever see in that movie? You saw him go to jail, but did you know what he went to jail for? Did you know that he was selling heroin? Did you know that he was a pimp on black women? Did you know this?
And
This
Mew,
is my thing.
he was the one
And
that snitched. In the movie, they portrayed it like that half white dude, the one that snitched. Malcolm was the one that actually snitched in that case. But they
I
didn't put that
know.
in the movie. But not no black man stood up and said, man, they trying to portray this nigga like he was just so
I
real in the
know.
streets. No black man had an issue with it.
Okay.
Exactly.
I see your point on that. I
Malcolm
see
X
your
was
point.
the
Point
one
taken.
who snitched.
Point
And this
taken.
is my thing. We don't bring up Malcolm X in those negative terms. And let me tell you something. I love Malcolm X. But what I'm saying is, because it's a black woman movie, you want it to be so realistic to exactly what they did. Why is it not historically held to those same standards? We You wouldn't want to see Malcolm X putting a heroin in the arms of black women, and he admitted it in his own fucking documentary. He admitted it. I heard it in his
I,
words.
I actually liked it. The last
So this is
Martin
what
Luther
I'm
King movie.
saying. Women that were scared to put a needle in their own arm, he put it in their own. So you don't want to hear these things about your heroes, right? But y'all sit up here and want to act like something in the historical thing because it's black women. You're gonna hold them to that standard. You don't
I
hold nobody
actually,
else to that
my
fucking
bad.
standard.
How did we hold? What standard did we hold them to?
You didn't hold them to no standard, but you hold
I'm
black
saying
women to the highest.
what standard are we holding black women to now with this
They're
conversation?
saying that it's not accurate. That the black women, they had black men in those. They were
Right. Because
enslaving black men.
you came in
I,
saying, oh, it was just a unit. It wasn't, you came in saying that cold black. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying.
I
The
wouldn't say
point,
that they would be holding them to a
the
standard if
point
I'm
is,
reading out
look,
what the Wikipedia said.
if this movie isn't
Scout Goofy
historically
said, "Do we
accurate,
got the
should we
paperwork?"
pretend as if it's more than a movie?
We heard the voice work.
No,
And look,
that's all I'm saying. If it's not historically accurate, let's not pretend like it is. Let's just be like, look,
But we do it all the time, is
they
what
did
I'm
a lot of
saying, bro.
exaggerating.
We do it 100%
Come on.
of the time. Like I said, ain't nobody looking at Gladiator and saying, oh man, why they got that nigga in there being upset about that woman knowing that them niggas was fucking dudes. Ain't nobody looking
I
at,
mean,
But
you know what I'm saying? Like we don't look
you
at
got
movies
you
and
got a
do
good
that.
point.
I
You got
mean,
a good point,
I'd
but I
rather
also
I'd
specifically
rather watch
said
Selma
that
because Martin
during
Luther
a
it did
gender
show Martin Luther
war,
King
you could
he
see
was doing what he
certain.
was doing on the side. He didn't show everything, but and then also with Roots, that shit is false, man. It was
Listen,
plagiarized.
I
That
don't
that that,
agree
Right,
that
with
shit
but
was false.
it's
I
Selma.
don't watch that
different,
shit.
y'all.
I
It's
don't agree with
different, y'all.
Selma
Look,
because
we talking
with
about older
Selma,
movies. It would
you
be
got the
different if during the
FBI
Holocaust
claiming that he
we
was
saw
with
movies
white women.
about
We
a
don't know
Jewish
this.
depiction. That would be inflammatory during the Holocaust. During the gender war, you seeing certain roles and stuff being pushed on purpose. Whether you agree or I agree or disagree or not, it's obviously a certain agenda that's going on to further the division
And what is
between men and
no
women.
and see, okay, bet. Now let me look at the other side of that. What if the agenda is actually just to diversify Hollywood like people have been asking to do? And in that diversification, you're gonna see more images of women doing things, black women in particular,
I
doing things that they weren't doing 10, 20 years ago.
I
That's
would
what's
agree with you,
happening.
brother, if I didn't see also a
It's just a
simultaneously.
movie,
I would
y'all.
agree with you if I didn't see feminization of
Right.
That's
women in
what
the
I'm
movie.
saying, Bomb. It's just a movie.
Just
But it's
movie.
a
That's the
problem
other
because it's
side
black
of it.
women though.
Hey,
Nah, I
If I
mean it's
see
just a
an
but we just
active
need to
effort to
understand that it is
feminize men
just
in
a
movies
movie.
you can't see
and an
nobody
active
name,
effort
That's
to
all I'm saying.
masculinize women in
Let's not
Daniel.
movies,
assume it's
I'm looking
historical
at the
fact if
agenda.
it's not. It's just a movie.
Bomb. I agree that it is just a movie. However, when so many people, let me tell you how this came up. This topic keep coming up with me. The Crimson Curse, uh,
Mhm.
the Nana, all these
Mhm.
people keep doing these damn shows, and it's basically them wanting to protest this movie. I feel
They
offended
don't have enough followers
that
that protest nothing.
yeah, but they are claiming they are protesting it. But my thing is, y'all didn't protest Wonder Woman. Y'all don't protest shit that's white women warriors. But the
Right.
minute a black women are depicted as fighters, you have problems. And I mean, this woman, the curse, she went around saying, I mean,
Who's
she
the
did a
curse, man?
whole the curse, the Crimson
Crimson
Curse.
Curse.
She go around
Osama
saying,
bin Mammy.
I can't say it on your channel, Bob. I say it over here. That bitch
Osama
is
bin
the
Mammy.
curse. The Crimson Cure. The Crimson Cure is the Crimson Curse. I gotta let Bob know what we call her.
Who y'all talking about?
The Crimson Cure. We call her the Crimson Curse.
Oh, who is the
She
Crimson?
she looked like Eddie Kane when he got saved, when he was singing.
Mammy.
was singing at
Oh,
the
y'all
church.
talking about
What did she say?
Kendra.
Something? She say
Kendra.
something fucked up or
Kendra.
Yeah.
something? She said something that was enacted.
No, the Crimson
Yeah, that's
Cure.
her name. That's her name. I know about her name before she changed it to that was Kendra.
Kendra,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
D.
Osama bin
Anyway,
Mammy.
Bomb Cherry, you ever
she
been on
have a
Roger Report before?
problem. She
Huh?
have a
You ever
problem.
been on the Roger Report before?
Yeah, she has a real
Yeah,
problem.
Yeah, I knew you from somewhere.
yeah. I went over there, stole a lot of men from over there. You know,
Stole them.
y'all stupid over there. It's stupid group of
That
stupid
sound like
group.
the homie tried. I'm just talking shit.
No, cause y'all are. Let me
Sound
tell
like
y'all.
a group of smart men
Y'all
being
probably
dumb as hell
are
over there. Go ahead.
exactly. Y'all probably
Okay,
are dumb over there.
okay.
Because let me just tell you, y'all disagree with me all the time. I listen, cold black. You know me, you cool, but you disagree
We
with me
good.
all the time.
We good. I be agreeing with you
But
sometimes.
I told
You
you,
just
go
don't
over
focus
to
on it.
Bomb Cherry because you know what? Over there,
They
you'll
scared of
you'll
me.
see you'll see Mr. Care 504. You'll see normal black freaking men. Y'all need to get away from these people. I done told you before. Get away from the men. Shit, run,
All y'all do is cry.
run,
Y'all crying about a gender war that really doesn't exist.
So
but
I
run,
got a
run
question,
from them
y'all.
men, man.
So
Run from
Exactly.
them.
I got a question. If black
Oh,
men was to turn around and be the ideal men
uh,
that y'all want them to be, would you follow their lead?
I fought my husband right here in bed. He's the
Oh,
ideal black man for me and been for 30 plus years. So yeah.
Do you think the majority?
Yeah, but you can't ask a group of women that though, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the problem with the whole so-called gender war and general conversation about relationships. Because you only gonna get on the surface for the most part with general conversations about relationships. Once you start getting into two particular people and what they got going on, that's when like those actual people can grow. So you can't ask like if y'all women find the ideal man, is y'all
It's a
going
think tank,
so
brother. You
that
taking it too serious, bro.
no, so
No.
because listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. You can go find a woman that you might be her ideal man that might not still want you to lead her, or y'all got other issues. So when you ask that question in general, no, like you're not gonna get any type of answer that matters. You gotta ask that question to the woman that you dating, bro.
Right.
Exactly.
This
And
thing
let me
about
just be
dating,
honest with you. Hold on, Bob. Moo been married for
You
many
got
years,
to
got
ask her.
beautiful babies, got one on the way.
I don't get
Hold
it, bro.
on. He happily married. They just came from a beautiful vacation in Colorado. Am I right, Moo? But I'm saying because I done seen the videos, but I'm live with them, right, Moo? Where
Yeah,
he
I mean,
at?
I've been married forever. Me and my girl, I'm 41.
Yeah.
I've been with her since I was 17. We've been through our ups and downs. At the end of the day, I love her. I would bleed and die for her. I would fight and kill for her. My family is everything to me. So
No, but what
you,
I'm saying is, he's saying that what you're saying is, you can't ask one person about every relationship.
Right.
One person cannot
It,
answer every damn relationship.
yeah, but that
facts.
goes both ways though. That
We
goes
can't
both
make
ways,
general statements
Exactly. It
about
goes both ways.
based
Yeah,
on the
that's right.
and,
behavior.
and we still doing it.
Like we can also say, okay, if they gave black people reparations, what do you think they would do with them? For the sake of conversation, that's a valid conversation to have. I
not
don't
really.
get it,
How's
y'all.
that
We
valid?
on
I'm gonna do what I
YouTube
want with my
we
money.
on
You
YouTube
gonna do what
talking.
you want with your money. Why would we even have a conversation about if we get reparations?
That was an
What these
example.
niggas gonna do with their money?
That was an example and a parallel to the question I just asked y'all.
But it's
Which
just as silly as the other one. That's what we're saying.
how is it just as silly as the other one when we can determine we can have a conversation?
You
I
could
don't
only
get it.
ask me what I'm gonna do with my money.
No question is a dumb question when you're on a YouTube panel where you have to do what? Talk.
Oh, here we go. So now we talking about just
Listen, it's
this is what y'all
entertaining.
do. This is what y'all do.
It's entertaining, but it's dumb, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Like,
Okay.
obviously, people have these conversations all the time. I'm not saying they're not entertaining and they can't go on forever and ever, but they dumb. They solve nothing. You're not gonna get any type of like I said, if you talking about relationships, you got to talk to the people involved in the relationship, because at the end of the day, a man can be as masculine, he can be a leader, he can be all that. But if his sense of humor is different from that woman he with, or if his conversation, they ain't got no chemistry in that conversation, they're not gonna be a good match.
Right.
So it's those nuances that keep people together. Not if a woman is feminine and she want to be led and all this shit. She can want to be led all day, but she might think you boring as fuck.
But some things are generally true, which is men and women usually look for different things in each other. Is that true? Some things are just generally true, y'all. Y'all just
No,
trying to
that's
make it
generally
seem
no.
like
What you just said it was generally true is that people look. It doesn't matter about the gender.
I didn't when I asked the question about people, I'm not saying true or false. I'm asking what people think.
Yeah, but you mentioned just now that men and women look for different things in each other. You said that's
As an
generally true.
example, if I
That's
was to
not
say,
true
hey,
though.
men and women typically, generally look for different things in each other, which is polarity is usually where a lot of successful relationships thrive.
But that's not true though.
That would be a
That's not
general
true.
statement that's definitely we can add nuances when we get on the personal level. But before we get to the personal level, some things are generally true.
No, but that's not true. That's not generally true.
I'm not saying if it's true or not. I'm just giving you an example.
You just said that things are generally what you're talking about now is generally true. You're making a blanket statement saying that certain things are true across the board generally, and I'm telling you that that's not even true in what you just said.
Is general meaning the 100%, Or does that mean
No, I'm not talking about
majority?
100%. I'm talking about generally, even
Majority.
if it's majority. So, but even in that case, it's still not true what you're saying. And
So you saying
because
that the
most of
majority
y'all
of
have the same relationship,
relationships are egalitarian,
I'm saying that there are different type of relationships across the board, and that in
which
itself
would
makes the
be
statement
which would
incorrect.
be exceptions though, bomb chair. I'm
No, it
asking
wouldn't.
you, do are
It's
most
not exception.
relationships egalitarian? Even
Um,
trans relationships or even queer relationships, they have a different dynamic. They have a man
Listen,
and female dynamic or a submissive and dominant dynamic. Even with
that's not even
lesbians.
true. What you're saying, that's
Right.
not true. That's not true, dude. And
Oh,
that's the
that's
problem. Y'all
not
think that.
generally true.
No, that's not. It's not.
It is generally true,
Most
but there are
people are
exceptions.
walking
That's
Okay,
my
side
sir,
by
position.
can
side.
hold
There's not
on.
this leader
Can we
thing
let
that y'all
Bomb
think.
Cherry explain? Because
Yeah.
you keep
Hey y'all,
talking.
I'm
Let
gonna go ahead
somebody
and jump
finish.
off. Hey, it was good hollering at y'all. I'm
All
gonna go ahead
right,
and jump off.
Moo. Love
I'm
you,
still
Moo
listening though.
Moo.
Love you too.
All right, kiss
Wah.
it. Wow, kiss the babies for me. Kiss your
I'm,
baby.
I'm
Tell your
trying to keep
wife.
him from jumping off the bed right now.
How old is he? How old is he?
Me too. Hold on, I'll let you see him right
Wait.
quick.
Okay,
Yeah, let
okay,
us
yeah.
see him.
He got
Go
good.
ahead.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't cry, little
Oh,
boo boo. Look at him.
oh,
He
Look
he
at
crying
don't
right
want
him.
to
now.
see him
Little
good.
man.
What Moo
All
doing to
right,
you?
Moo.
All right,
Get,
bro.
All
get
right,
that
bro.
baby a fire tablet.
All
That'll
right,
keep him
baby
busy,
brother.
man.
Thank you for coming out. We love
Bye,
Moo
little
Moo over
man, with
here.
your cute little self.
He know I don't even care about the babies crying.
Yeah, we
Me
don't.
either. I didn't even like really realize.
Especially when it's not crying. When I do
Little
care
boo
about them
boo.
crying. I don't
He
care
mad
about them
cause
talk.
his
I
mama
like
want
it
to
when
put his
they
clothes
talk.
on. He just got out the shower.
Oh, look at him.
Oh,
He's silly. Anyway, y'all, like I said, I'm still listening in the clouds. I gotta help get them together. We finna watch a movie and chill after that.
That's a
all
Okay.
sleepy
right,
crowd right
all
there,
right,
man. All right.
all
Good
right
night.
then.
Bye, little one. I love the
All right,
babies.
bye.
You know, we love the
Yeah, me
babies. We
too.
love the
Yeah.
babies. Anyway, so that's the problem, though. We got people who think relationships are this. They got to be one who's leading and the other one follow. But
Right.
that's not how relationships work.
But a
Yeah.
lot of women, and when you ask them what they want, a lot of women say that. I mean,
Yeah,
so you
because
saying
that's
that
what
they
you
lying?
men are. That's what we have. Some women teaching these women that's what they want, but even they're
What?
not telling the truth.
But
We
like
got
as far as
women and men who
submission,
don't
that's
have
like a whole
Everybody
different
lying and
thing.
just pushing the agenda.
I'm telling, yes, that is what's going on YouTube. Not everybody, just here on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
But when you speak to those of us who are married, and then we tell you how it really is, you know what you tell us? Oh, that's just yours. But generally, most people, we're like, well, married people have friends who are married people.
Right.
Yeah, but I can also combat that though, bomb chair, with the divorce rate and the marriage rate, which
Okay, but what that got to do with
would
anything?
combat what you saying. It was okay. Well,
No,
mine
it actually
work,
combats
but the
what you're saying,
majority.
because if it
But you
was like
can't
you
deny.
say,
But you
then
can't deny that the majority of them don't
listen.
work, and
You
people
Well,
are
black
going
men
through
listening
aren't
the
to
getting
same
what you
married like
model.
said
that
makes
anyway.
no sense. When people listen to the wrong information and then they find somebody to be quote unquote their leaders and followers, and then when that shit don't work, they get divorced. And then when they listen to somebody, those of us in relationships, and they listen to what we're saying, and they find the person based on the information we share, then that's when they end up working, or it may not even work.
I would argue, Mom Cherry, that the
Wait,
majority of
can I just say
relationships.
something? Let me just say this here point. Since you want to talk about the marriage stats, I'm not a statistician, right? But what I will tell you about being married, what Bomb said, is true.
Mm-hmm.
The friends of mine who wanted a man to be the authority figure, to be leaders, mostly all of those women are divorced because you can only take being oppressed for so long till you get sick of it.
So
For a
so the
man wanting to hold
barefoot
on,
and pregnant would
for
be an
a woman
extreme
to
though.
have a man telling them how to dress, where to go, what time to come home,
That's extreme.
they start feeling control.
That's
And
extreme.
a lot of, not all of the time, but a lot of the time, those relationships become abusive.
Yeah,
Then the
those are
women can't
that's
hold on. Then let me tell you something. Those are relationships that end up in divorce. I have been married long enough to have so many friends divorced over shit that I saw coming. When a man want to tell you what to dress, how to dress, what you should do, where you should go, who your friends should be.
He lost already.
Listen.
He should have
I
been.
had
He
a
should have been
woman
left that
tell
woman.
me her husband didn't want her to be friends with me. And almost 5 years later, she called me. Guess what? They were divorced. They were getting divorced. She left him. But her husband didn't want her to be friends with me. He didn't want her to be friends with her own family.
See, that's weird.
Well,
That's abusive in itself.
Most black men are
when
so
I hear women sit up here and say this shit,
malleable.
it's not that they're happy. Is they think that this is the right way to go.
I'm just saying
not
that black men.
You keep
black
on
men
trying to
believe what
talk.
you're
You're not listening. See,
No,
this is
he's
the
waiting for you
problem.
to be quiet so he could talk.
Yeah, he just keep talking.
No,
Listen to what we're saying.
I'm taking what you're saying. Like black men believe
You're
what you
not
said.
taking it. You're not taking it. You're not even trying to hear. You're over talking me the whole time, so I know you didn't hear shit I say.
I'm definitely listening. I can
But
listen.
go ahead. What I say? Tell me what I say.
I can walk with you.
Rewind and tell me what I said, brother.
Basically, you were saying you I'm gonna narrow it down for you because you take.
Don't narrow it down.
You taking the
Tell
scenic
me.
route.
I took 6
Pretty much,
minutes.
you're saying that there you have women that you know that have had the position of I'm gonna be submissive and I'm gonna let this man lead X, Y, and Z, and then they got fucked over. Pretty much, that's what you're saying, right?
But that's not how it works. Like usually, like
no, don't cut me off. I'm trying to see if I'm
you're
understanding
submissive
what
to
you're
each
saying.
other. It's not one person submitting to the other person.
I'm talking to you, brother. That is not what I said. What I'm saying is these women set themselves up for failure. When they sit up here thinking that a grown woman need a man to tell him how to dress, how to talk, who to be friends with, who to be family with, those women are fucking setting themselves up to be abused. These same women always get abused.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. You see them in your family. You done had cousins that constantly get men who whip their ass. Tell the truth.
No, we ain't had that problem. We got a
nigga.
patriarchal structure
You
in my
ain't
family.
never
They gonna
had.
get their ass. If you put hands on any woman in my family, so we gonna come see you. We got. It's my grandma had 13 children. It's almost 50 of us. You ain't finna touch nan one of us, especially if we know about it. We haven't had that issue. I'm sorry. On God, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I done had it in my family, and guess what?
Is your family?
I done had him in my husband's family, and I told him, "You better not go help her ass." I sure did. I sure told him, "You better not go help her." He helped her once. The first time he helped her, she jumped on his back because he was whipping her old man ass. She jumped on his back and was punching my husband. Oh no, ma'am. We can't come help you no more. Because you call for help, and then when help comes, you wanna help him. So we can't help you.
Do you think that what if I'm the guy that I got called to her situation and I killed the man and now she testifying on the stand against me? Certain stuff is put in place for a reason.
Certain stuff would have never happened if she
Right.
called my husband to defend her. She would never testify against him.
Why wouldn't she if she jumped on his back?
She just would never have the opportunity. It would never happen.
Okay, I got you. I catch your drift. But yeah, man, I give a lot of pushback on him, man. But I ain't got nothing against you, Ma. We can have conversation and talk, man. I appreciate the dynamic. I'm about to try to.
Isn't that what happens in the manosphere? Lots of conversations, no doing. Like even like we starting to realize that when some of you men get an opportunity to get a woman, you kind of even run from that. It's like almost like you don't want women.
Well, I can't
And
really determine what's going on in your life, bomb chair, or
my
anybody
life.
else on this panel. Hold up. Anybody else on this panel?
In
Only
her
thing I can
life.
go off of, is what we talk about on YouTube. Meaning, I can't make an assumption about your personal life, and I would expect that anybody making an assumption about my personal
Okay,
life
wait.
or
I'm not
anybody else's
talking about
personal
your
life
life. I'm
off
talking
mute.
We,
about the manosphere. You don't see what y'all what the men are doing? That
I'm saying, do
they're
you see
not
their
doing
relationship?
anything.
Are you are you are you able to see these guys in their relate? You see what I'm saying? Like at
Yes,
some
because we
point,
catch it.
yes,
Listen,
because they talk
they
to us and they tell us
videos,
they
no
tell
right?
us
video,
this shit.
videos coming out of them sucking on other men's penises and things.
Oh,
Well,
you
But
well,
y'all,
talking
but
say
about
they
what?
Bugs
sitting
Gotti.
amongst over there with y'all talking about how they dislike women and why
Yep.
the women don't want this and not want that and they don't want a good man. And then we find them when they get
Sucking dick.
outed with
Mhm.
videos sucking dick. Yeah, that's
What's
what's
so
going on
crazy
in
is
the manosphere.
I didn't dealt with problematic women in my past.
Mhm.
I've learned a lot of stuff from the manosphere. And the women I deal with now, well, the woman I deal with now, she gets the benefit of the stuff I've learned in the space as far as learning. It's just simple stuff. Learning how to set up dates, take the initiative. Hey, you want something, babe? Hey, taking care of her. Okay, not sitting around and waiting for the spark to go out of the relationship. It is some beneficial things that
What
a
men you
woman is going to
listening to?
benefit
Right.
from
What men you
dealing with
listen to?
me.
Because I would like to follow those. If
Wait,
that's
hold on.
you learning in the
Cold
manosphere,
Black,
I just
you learned about dating from me or from the manosphere. Be real, because I had that whole
uh,
episode on dating.
uh,
You learned that from the manosphere, Cold Black. Come on now. I know you don't really like me,
Right.
but tell the truth
see. If every time I use an
about the simple
example,
things. What I said about the simple
every
Well, we
time
things.
want to know where they're
every
at.
time I
Like,
try
who
to
said? Who was
articulate an
teaching you this?
example, y'all try to make it
you
personal.
gave us
Like,
some good
oh,
examples. I want to know what those men are so I could follow them myself.
no,
Right.
I can say
Men there. But it
I'm
sounds
I
like
I'm
was
you
not
got it
trying
I'm
to
from a
not a
teach
woman
I'm not
though.
a
men
pookie.
about
I learned what
the
the fuck a
simple
pookie
things that
was.
women really like, right? Women like a lot of simple, sweet things. Sweet
I learned
things.
about the term homosexual from the manosphere. Men that stay with
Oh,
women, men that live in women's houses and not productive. Guess what?
Right.
I
Actually,
used
that
to
came
hold on,
from
hold on, hold on.
reading
Guess what?
Tommy
I used to be one.
Sotomayor. He
I
was a
used to be one.
manosphere.
I used to be a homosexual.
Yeah, but
You know,
that term
and,
came
until
from
I,
Tommy.
got on my shit, went to college, got my
Y'all heard what
career,
he just said.
and was able to
You just
provide.
want to make up things. The term homosexual came from Tommy Sotomayor, and he was talking about a woman. Here on YouTube, I could tell you who the woman was.
hmm
So, but he's not manosphere. He
No,
never
okay,
claimed it.
okay. I'm just saying that that's where I heard the term from.
Yeah, well, you learned it on YouTube. You mean?
Right,
So y'all
right,
learn it
right.
from women. The men, even the men in the manosphere, taking information from us women.
Okay, that's fine, and that's cool.
Okay.
I think that they should take information from women in order to be able to make the right judgments. But the problem we have is women don't really want to take information from men because it's seen as oppressive and stuff. They don't really want to. Okay, I'm gonna eat the meat
Well,
and
if they
spit
was
out the
given good
bone.
information, maybe
Hold
they
on.
would.
That's the important part. I'm gonna eat the meat and spit out the bone in order to navigate and have more successful relationships. We
Yeah,
we
but there's
can't
no
just
meat.
take everybody's word for what they say just because you like it. I get that. I
Mhm.
get that. You know what I'm
So
saying?
why waste your time sitting amongst a group of men?
Because again, I just told you
Nope.
I've
Nope.
received benefit from
But you
listening
haven't.
to hold
You
up.
actually said you're getting
I
benefits
received
from
benefit
women.
from listening to the manosphere, and in
Oh,
turn that has benefited a black woman.
no,
I don't see why you would have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with that. But every time you give an example, it's information you got out of the manosphere. You didn't get it
That's
from the
what we're
manosphere.
talking about. That's what the conversation is about.
What?
You haven't asked me, oh, what your dad taught you, or what you learned from being. That's different. We can have that conversation too.
Well,
But
because I'm not
since
referring to your dad. I'm talking about the manosphere. I don't have no
I
problem
know
against
you're
your dad,
not.
but I do have a problem with the manosphere.
Okay, well let's stick
So
to
why would
that.
I ask you about
Let's
what you
not
learned from
say
your
that.
dad?
Let's stick with that then.
Right.
Let's not say okay. Well, all
And
these are
I'm not
things you
even
learned
talking
from me.
about you personally. You know I wasn't talking about you personally, right?
I know.
So I mentioned the manosphere as an entity, as a whole. I wasn't even referring to you at all.
But I was saying that you pretty much was asking, okay, well, what can somebody benefit? Why would you listen to such? And I said, hey, these are the benefits. And in turn, a black woman benefited from what I benefited from.
No, actually, you got the information from a woman because you.
I used that example that you said that I got from a
And
woman.
then when you gave me real examples that you learned from the manosphere, I told you that the person you got that from, not even manosphere.
Oh, another thing I learned from the manosphere that I didn't learn from women or my mom or anything like that was is the concept of genuine desire. You got a lot of guys in DMs and messing with women that don't really have genuine desire for them. Okay, well, one thing to correct that, if you want to be in a long-term, healthy, happy, fulfilling relationship as a man, you would probably want to be with somebody that has genuine desire for you and not just opportunistic desire.
But the men who get in the DMs are the ones who don't have genuine desire, except the fuck. He
Oh,
don't know that woman. He don't know nothing about her. So now y'all blaming it on the woman who didn't even ask for the DM. She received
I
it.
ain't say nobody blamed it on anybody. I said that if for me to, as a man, to get a better result in a relationship, I should deal with somebody who has genuine desire. That ain't no shot against the woman. That's just
No, but you
me
did hear
being
what
in
you
my.
said. You said
I
men getting in DMs of women who don't have desire for them. Well, why would you get in? Most of my DMs come out the blue from somebody I don't know.
hanging on words, bomb cherry, but you missing
Dude,
the
that we
overall
having
point.
conversations. We use
Right.
words in
But
conversation. What are you
my
talking about?
overall point is
Hold
bomb cherry,
on.
and I
Pro
clarify.
black.
I'm confused.
I done told you words is part of the conversation. That's why
Okay.
we have the
That's the whole
conversation.
conversation.
All,
God.
all right. Well, I'm just saying bomb cherry. Instead of running off with it, let me clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And for men, as men, women are taught to do things in their own interest, what they should do. Me as a man, I was always taught to do what's in the best interest for the woman. That's just default programming that comes from the black community. Especially that's what I was taught. But
So your
I
mom
was
taught
never taught to
you.
hold up.
You said you had a dad.
I wasn't really taught to make myself my own mental port of origin or kind of prioritize the things that I want to even be functional or beneficial for anybody else. I have to do that first. And in order for me to do that, one of the things is dealing with somebody who like you. I don't see how anybody can disagree with that. I don't see like how that could be an issue.
Wait, say that again. You was taught what? Because you did mention, and maybe you was just using words. You mentioned that I didn't ask about your dad, so I'm assuming you had a dad, and you mean your dad taught you only how to do things to benefit the woman?
Hey, if you see this one, hey, do this, that's kind of that's more or less the default programming for most black men.
What? My husband and even my
Most black men wear.
father was teaching men how to work, how to be men. You work to benefit yourself and your family when you get one. That's your family. That's not the woman, right? You may have learned some things about how to treat women based from your mother, right?
Right,
Because
right. That's what I'm
it
saying.
is
Just
a
just
woman.
dealing from a relationship standpoint, man. From a relationship standpoint, it was more, hey, you should do this, you should do this, show up with this, look like this, instead of you should do those things, but also it's a little bit of nuance. There's certain
So
cues a
why
woman.
you think he
Hold, hold,
wants you to be
hold
able
up.
to get a woman? Isn't that to benefit you?
Right, right. But I'm saying
Oh,
some of the things were just overlooked as far as hey, different behaviors to look for to know if a woman really into you. Just certain stuff that just added nuance and
that would be from
clarified
your dad. You would learn that through.
clarified and enhanced my
Wow.
relationship
You
skills.
supposed to learn that on your own as you're growing up. You're dating different people, and you
You
start learning
you can
what
say
they
that.
like and what what type of woman you like. Your mom and your dad can't even teach you that. You
So
gotta
so
learn
you
that yourself.
so you are agreeing that would be good information if I would have got it from somebody else, but not the ministry.
Through your no, that's good information if you got it on your own. No
Oh, so
man,
if
no
I got
other man
so
should
hold
tell
on.
you what type
So
of
if I
woman
got
you
it on
should
my
like.
own, or if somebody taught me,
Because
or
there's a big difference. Don't act like there's not.
yeah,
If
I want to know.
if let's say some man you met, even if you met him in real life, come and tell you, oh, you shouldn't like those type of women, right? That's different than if you dated that type of woman and you've learned that you don't like a woman who act that certain way or dresses that certain way or whatever. That's a
Right,
big
Von
difference.
Terry, I agree with you. And let's say that let's say for example sakes for the conversation, let's say I already experienced that type of woman, and
Mhm.
then I hear the confirmation from the guy that tells me.
Mm-hmm. That's good. But guess what? There will be another guy who might be with this group who might disagree with you. He might like that type of woman. So you may get confirmation from a few guys who like that type of woman. You may get confirmation from other men who don't like that type of woman. That's the point. The point is we got men who think they should be telling all men what not to like and
I
what to like.
I ain't
Right.
never got that impression that I was told what not to like. I did
Oh,
get the
okay.
impression
So
that
that you don't see
I
where they
did I
calling
did I
women
did
ratchet, oh, these twerking women, or you hearing these men, and I'm not talking about you. Remember, take
yeah,
you out of it personally.
right.
So
I'm
across the
just
board,
saying
the
though,
manosphere itself, though, is teaching men
if men
not to
get
like women
together
at
and
all, to
compare
be
notes.
honest,
At all.
So
at all.
I'm saying if men get together and compare notes, if I have a similar experience from this nigga that stay in New York, this nigga in New
Mhm.
York has a similar experience from somebody that stay in Cali. That person in Cali
They
got a
go that
similar
stupid
experience
shit
from
they say.
somebody that stay in Florida. We
Uh-huh.
all have commonalities, and if we can, like, that's the thing about brotherhood. We do come together, and we can, okay. Even back in African tribe, okay, he shot the damn the antelope this way and it didn't fall. Let's have a
Mhm.
conversation about it, fella. Well, I was on the other side of the
Okay,
continent and I
sir,
shot it
but
this
let me
way.
just say this, code black.
Like we
If
compare
I'm
notes.
talking to a woman and she said, "Yeah, this man ran off and left me with these three kids here," and then this a woman said, "Yeah, this man left me with these kids here," and then this other sister say, "Am I supposed to believe that all black men run off and leave women with kids and don't marry them and don't take care of their kids?"
Mhm.
That's a good point. And if
Yeah,
so, then none of
that's a
you
good
men
point.
getting with none of us
I'm
because we would just take each other's advice.
I'm just saying I'm not too
I'm
privy or
just
not too
saying,
accepting of people
answer the
that
question that I just asked.
I
Since you
agree with you.
okay, you agree. Okay.
Yeah, now come on now, calm
Because
down.
if all these sisters saying, if all these brothers are agreeing with each other, and then all these sisters are saying the same thing about them not being in the household raising these kids with them,
Mhm.
who we supposed to take advice from?
I would say that they should compare notes and come up with the best solution or the best model to avoid their problem.
The pro- the problem exists. We already got these kids that these men walked away from.
I,
It's happening so
it
often
makes
with black
sense.
men that
Y'all doing it
the
on the
truth
panel
is
now. Y'all talking to amongst each other. Y'all
Well, what?
compare experiences. Y'all compare
we may
notes.
compare experiences,
What's
but we don't
okay?
take
Well,
But
each
how does
what's
other's
the
that change
advice
problem?
like that.
anything?
What's the
But
issue with
that ain't
men
our
doing it?
experiences. But we just can speak on society. That's all. That is not me her
Like
experience.
I said,
But we
women,
can
women,
speak on
women talk in the
society.
hair shop, niggas talk in the barber shop.
Yeah, but
Period.
do you think when we in the
And
hair shop, you
and
think
it's
I
gonna
take
be
advice from
adversarial.
a woman
It's gonna
sitting
be
next to me?
adversarial.
We talk and gossip, but we not taking each other's advice like that.
Yeah, I'm just saying
We
it's gonna
going,
be
Especially if
we
it's not
don't
adversarial.
even take
negative.
our mama's advice. We go out and
To,
experience
to
shit.
to expect men in the barber shop to go along with what women in the hair shop want to do, or vice versa, is somewhat ridiculous.
What?
How can you? I wouldn't expect no women in the hair shop to be talking about, oh yeah, we should be submissive. We should do X, Y, and Z because the men said it. And I'm not gonna expect men in they barber shop to be. Y'all gotta understand our mating strategies, the way we mate and stuff. even though we do have marriage to kind of help circumvent it, our mating strategies are adversarial. They're not. They're adversarial. I mean, and that's obvious. Our goals are different
Your goals are different from whom?
from women. Men's goals are different from
Wow.
women.
Tell me,
That's not true.
tell me what it is. No, wait, it might be, but we don't know.
Mhm.
What's the difference, honey?
I'm just saying in general. Okay, I can give an example. Most men on a, let's say, on a biological level would, if they had their choice, if it was left to their own devices, they would have sex with a whole lot of women. They would prefer sexual access, right?
What about
Okay.
women? What you
Now,
think we want?
okay. On the other side,
Hmm.
women, if left up to their own devices, they would have what? In
Sex.
their opinion, the best men that they can get. That one man.
Excuse
Now
me.
look, hold up.
Excuse
By
me.
definition, both of
No, no,
those are
no.
That's not
both of
even true.
those are.
That's not true. Do
You
you want
men
women
think
to
we're
tell you?
stupid.
Yeah,
I
that's not
hear
true.
they say
Are
things
you?
like, "Oh, women shouldn't even have orgasms." Oh, we don't even know if they women have orgasms. Y'all think we don't like sex. Some women don't like sex, just like some men don't like sex.
But
But
I do.
You
yeah,
proving
I
my
love
point.
sex.
You proving my
And
point.
if
But
it
I
wasn't
You
for
do.
proving my
society,
point.
a lot of
But
women
I
wouldn't be
do.
having sex with multiple men.
Yeah, you
He look
proving
like,
my point, boy. I'm
but
Terry. You
then
pretty
y'all
much
call
saying
us
that
whores.
they're
No,
adversarial.
this is actually different. Just like you than what you said. Just like you would want to have sex with multiple women,
Uh,
women would want to have sex with
exactly.
multiple men.
Exactly.
Uh, okay, so okay, they just lying.
Well,
Ain't just
we have to be
lying.
a certain
It's
way.
what society tell you that you should be and shouldn't
That's
be.
right.
So
So you men
I'm
think you
saying
got
so.
the answers, but you're far off, and you won't even listen to us when we tell you.
You
Wait.
don't know
Well, you do
women
Right.
get
like
She's
you
trying to
pregnant.
think.
speak for
You
You
don't
women,
you
and
know
women
do
are
women
you
at
telling
do
you
get
what
all.
they
pregnant.
think.
You
We
do
don't
get
get
pregnant. So
pregnant
by
all the
default,
time.
you
What are
have
you
to be more
talking about?
selective than men. You're the one that has to carry the baby. So
Yes,
by
but we know
default,
how. If
you have
once
to
we
be
learn
more
how to deal with
selective than
our
men.
bodies, we don't get pregnant.
You have to be
Right.
more
Men
selective than
impregnate
men.
women.
No, we do not have to be. That's what society tells us, though. Exactly what you're saying.
Okay. All right. And so women shouldn't have a, by your definition, women shouldn't have an issue with what men doing if they can do it too.
We don't. Society been okay with you men slinging your dicks and sowing your war oats.
Sure have. And that's why society doesn't stop abortions because they realize they still can't control women's desires.
Man, if they gave men birth control, y'all a lot of women would be homeless and on the street.
If they gave men birth control, y'all didn't want to take it because they
They
always
wouldn't have babies. Men wouldn't
they
men
always
see children
no,
as a
y'all won't
liability.
take it. You men could get vasectomies and you think, oh no, I can't do that. And when they was offering the birth control, maybe about 20 years ago, y'all was like, oh no, we're not doing that. And
Is there an incentive for
yeah, well, you won't have no
men to
children.
have
That's the
children?
incentive of birth control, but you wouldn't take it.
Say what?
Don't stop blaming. Listen, you men are lying to each other. Now, are you seriously saying you you would go get a vasectomy to
Hell
stop from
no.
getting?
Black men use the most condoms than any other demographic
No,
in
that's a lie.
America.
That is a lie.
Okay, if it's a lie, look it up.
That's a
You can
lie.
That
stop
is a
right now.
lie.
Okay,
Listen,
hold up. This is an easily Googleable fact. Easily.
yeah. How you gonna Google what people doing?
It's
I'm
easily
at,
we should be able
tell
to.
me how would they know that you men are using condoms? How would they know that?
They can
Well,
tell
Right.
most
How they would
out-of-way
tell?
fathers. God damn.
That's right. So how you becoming fathers on this large scale, but you're using condoms?
56%
not.
are single and childless.
That is not true.
That
That's not
is
true.
not
That's
Black
between the
men
ages of
true.
are a
15 and
And
20.
minority
that is
in the
not a
No,
fact.
you're a
black
minority.
men
Yes. Wow.
But
black
listen,
Most
they're
women
men
have
have
tracking
more
you
kids.
baby
through the
daddies than
white
black
women.
men have
Most men
baby
They're
have
mamas.
kids.
tracking you through Hispanic women. They're tracking you through
Black
Asian
women,
women.
black
They're
women have
tracking you
more
through
baby
black
daddies
women.
than black men
You
have
guys
baby
only
mamas.
want to focus on black
Y'all,
women, but you
do you
don't
hear this shit?
realize
That's
that your
something we can.
asses are being tracked through the Hispanics, the Asians,
Okay.
and the
So
fucking
black women,
white women that you abandon
I just
your
got a simple.
children
I just
with.
got a
so black
simple
women have
You
question.
more baby
I
dads,
abandon
but
got a.
that
those
would mean they're not
I
children.
sleeping
got
with
a
the
simple
same
question though,
small
y'all.
group of men.
Look. We good.
So y'all just be
Simple question.
contradicting yourselves.
Do you think that black women have more baby daddies or black men have more baby mamas?
Black men
I
have more
think
baby
that,
moms.
Of
yeah,
course,
black men have
black
more
men
baby
have
30%,
mamas.
more
30,
baby
almost
mamas.
20
I
to
mean,
30% of the children black women have are men of
oh
other
my
races.
gosh,
No,
you
they
don't even
what?
want to
But y'all say
Men
that
of
contemplate.
black
other
women are messing
races.
with the same 20% of men. So how does that make sense?
No, no,
Yep,
no, 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 no,
this
no.
is
You
just dumb
you
on top
conflating
of
both
dumb.
of them. You conflating them. When
No, that's what you
black
Well,
do.
women have
that's
look,
My
contradicts each
dear,
other.
women of all races have more kids than the
listen,
men of their race.
80%
That's
of black
facts.
men
No,
have
Any
they
children
do.
by the
population on
time
the
they're
on
40.
the planet, any population.
80% of black men have children by the time they're 40.
Right. And
Okay,
most men
that's a
have children
different
anyway.
stat, Mom. That's a different
No,
stat.
that's the same one.
It's
Y'all just
different.
want to
Negro,
deal
You
with
it's
when
the
you're
conflate.
real
same
young.
You just
one.
said 50% of
Okay.
men are childless
You
and
just
single.
want to go with the stat from 15 to 25.
No,
But
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
15 to
by
25.
the
That's
time,
the one.
by the time you're
56% of
40,
men who are from
80% of
18 up
black
to
men
age
have
50
children.
on up. No, I know what I'm
Oh
talking
No,
God.
about.
you're lying, dude.
No, yeah, you're
Y'all keep
lying.
making this up. Them men told
I
you
have
that.
to be lying in order for you to have your bias confirmed.
Oh my God.
Most
80%
men
of
have
black
children.
men
You
by
got
the
them
Okay,
men
time they're
lying to
40
you and you
have
believe them.
children.
See, that's why you shouldn't be listening to men in
let's
ministry.
pull it up. You don't
Okay,
have to
pull it
listen
up.
to me at
You pull it up.
all.
You know
We've
what?
already,
Don't listen
you
to
You
pull it
me.
up.
really need to
Don't
listen to
listen to
your
me.
mother
Pull
more.
it up.
You pull it
You
up.
need to be closer to your
Pull
mother,
it up
sir.
right now. Pull it up.
Because you
Pull it
listen
up.
to a bunch of liars.
Yes,
You
Pull
did
it
not
up.
learn
pull it
nothing
up.
from your
Pull
mom.
it up.
Right. And then they just
Listen,
go
I'm a
repeating the
liar.
same
I
dumb
ain't
shit.
shit.
You
I'm a
didn't
nigga that
learn from
lie.
your
Pull it
mother.
up.
no, you
You
pull
were
it up. We've
hoping
already
on a
done
fairy
this. The
tale
women have
father.
already done this. I bet you
If
didn't
you
do it
had
though.
a dad, you
You
would
got to
know
be
that niggas
confident if you
lie.
telling people to pull it up.
Yes, that's right.
Pull
That's
it
what we're
up.
telling you.
If
Pull
you
it
knew
up.
your father, you would know that men lie.
Listen,
Okay.
listen. Pull it up.
Pull
I
it up.
see. We've already done it. I bet you every woman on this
I
panel have
have
pulled
too.
it
I
up.
wouldn't get on here just
So now
talking
pull
shit,
it up
y'all.
and let's
Yeah,
read it.
you talk about bullshit. Listen,
Y'all,
80%
y'all
of
talk
black
about
men,
okay, niggas
80%
locked up, but niggas got
pro-black,
all these children. Niggas don't
Yes,
make money,
you.
but niggas got all
80%
these
of
children.
black
But the
men
men in jail can
Like
have had
have
it
children
don't
before he
make
went to
sense.
jail, right?
exactly ding dong. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. Ding dongs don't realize that.
Seriously. And
It
some men
don't.
do get out of
Oh
jail
my
and have
God.
kids. Like
And a
Mm-hmm.
lot of men who
and have
have
kids
When
in
They
when
jail.
used
women
to.
aren't
have
shoot,
Some
women
children
aren't
states
and
they
just
choosing
still
black
do
leave.
it,
men
where they
because
can
black
have
men aren't efficient.
visitations
Black men
from their
aren't
wives.
enough. At the same time, he's saying, well, but they
Oh
got
my
all our
God.
children. Like it don't make sense.
Oh my God.
Y'all, it's
Dude, you
But it
don't make
makes
no
clearly
sense that
damn
you
contradictory.
think
sense.
20% have the children. That sounds dumb
It's
as hell.
clearly.
So
So you said
20%
so
of the
It's
and
men
look,
clearly
in this nation is
if I'm
traveling from
wrong,
state
it
to
still
state,
proves my point.
and we all pregnant for these
Oh,
20.
let's use your logic. You saying that okay, we're no black men have all our kids and they have more kids than us,
listen, my
and they
No,
dear.
have
we
more
didn't say
baby
all
mamas
our
80%
than
of
us.
kids. Who
black
said
men
that?
have children by the time they're
Right.
40. Do
Say
you get
what?
it?
Say what?
80% of black men have children by the time they're
And
40.
when does that percentage increase from 56% to 80%? At what age?
26.
Yeah, like in the 26
From
to
30
30
to
See what I'm
age
40,
saying?
this
See
range.
what I'm
man
saying?
God
then
damn.
increases. From age 15, which means
What's
you're
wrong
still a
with you?
boy, you're not
Right.
having children that much. So, of course, when you become grown men, though, you start slinging that DD because you learn how to get women, however you get them, right? Whether you're lying or whatever. But when you're a
But
kid,
another thing to add to that is the economy too. Men usually aren't getting married until they start to get into their financial.
when did you
No,
men
black
black men
They
still worried about the
have
economy,
statistics.
dude? Y'all don't
They
care
have
about that shit. You
statistics
y'all
across
slinging
don't.
the
dick.
nation that keep up with the average
Oh
earnings
my
of a
God,
Y'all
black
man
hear
men
this
are
shit?
versus
not
when.
Now
worried
y'all
about
I
niggas
can't
is
even
worrying
get.
economy.
about money with kids. Y'all walk away from the kids and claim you ain't got them.
No, age.
Right.
We talking about age, bum chair. Stay
Oh.
with me now. I'm using
Listen,
your
Most men
No,
point.
no,
have
no.
kids,
This
but
period.
you
is the
don't get
same
why I'm
shit. This
saying
is
you
the
walk
problem I
away
have
and
with
act like
talking
you
with
ain't got
black
them.
men.
You can easily say you don't have no children.
Right.
You can easily say it. You could be like, when you go to this woman over over here, and she be like, "You got any kids?" "Oh no."
Unless
And
she
then you
put
get
it
her
right on
pregnant, and
child
go to the
support.
next woman. "You got any kids?" "Oh no."
Hey,
Mhm.
y'all don't take my word for it. I'm looking up right
Yeah,
now.
you look it up.
Take,
Yeah,
don't,
A
Look it
lot of
up,
them
my
don't
dear.
even. A lot of them
Please
don't
look it
sign a
up.
birth certificate.
don't take my word for it. We gonna pull it up.
Pull it up.
I got the tablet out. We're gonna pull it up.
We done pull that shit up so many times.
I hope you
It's
pull
free
that shit
trial.
up so you could give us the link so we could read.
Oh,
Because you men don't read. That's your issue.
Right.
we'll do that.
Tell us which website you're on too.
In the pussy sphere.
Because the CDC should be able to give you that information.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
We
I
don't
done
have to
pulled
go
it
there.
up so many times. I don't
Because we
have
done
to pull
pulled that shit up and we proved it to you men time and time again. That's why a lot of black men are walking away from the manosphere.
Yeah, because they realize they've been lied to.
They've been lied to. Kevin Samuels lying to you. Obsidian been lying to you. BGS been lying to you. Angry Man been lying to you. These niggas is
Giving
about
you stats
money.
from the time your ass was 15 to 20. Yeah. Only 20% of y'all had children there.
That's right.
That's crazy.
Once you learn how to use that, and once you learn how to sling that pee and get some women, your ass started creating babies.
And these dummies believed it though.
Right, they believed it.
That was the dumb shit.
And they go on TV and say it out loud.
Mm-hmm. And then you want to tell us to look it up.
Okay.
Right.
That's the shit that really pissed me off with YouTube. When I started hearing the 80% of women had children for 20% of men.
But then he said women had more baby dads than men. So how does that even make sense?
That don't even make no sense, right? If we having our children with each other, if I have a baby for you, then you got a baby, I got a baby. Even if I have a baby for another man, that man got a baby with me too.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
when I first
it makes
heard that
sense.
shit,
Women are more selective. It makes sense that they would share niggas.
It don't make no sense. You some dumb.
The reason we share
You got niggas. Y'all just complaining about niggas who have 3 and 4 baby mamas. You got one man and 4 baby mamas.
Who complained? I wasn't here when they was complaining
But you
about
said
that.
women have more baby dads.
Yeah,
you really that dumb? Can't be. I don't even. Let me tell you. I think
you see he's silent on that proofy over there.
Right.
Reading.
I think higher black men. You can't be that dumb.
I be dumb day.
Tell me, read the proof, cause I'm about to put
Read it out loud to us, baby, so you can then get mad at the minister too, who been lying to
Bob, pull it up with him.
Yeah, because you ain't pulling nothing up. We don't see nothing.
Okay.
He read it probably.
You want to share your screen? Let me see how you share the screen, Bob.
You gotta press share screen.
Yeah, see at the bottom it says share.
Where?
If you want me to pull it up, I can pull it up. But see
down.
It's what you on the phone or you on the computer?
On the phone.
Oh, okay. Give me a second, then. Let me find it. If he, what site you on? You looking it up? So we could pull up what he pulled up.
Oh, you talking about me? Oh, I'm on black demographic.
I knew you was gonna do that.
Why you didn't go to the CDC, Negro?
But it's okay. We're gonna go there because
it's damn near the same. It's damn near the same thing.
The numbers is not right. Like right underneath it says it. Black Democrats, who is just a regular website of a black minister man.
A real.gov.
So you saying that the black women that counted on this, it counted these stats?
It ain't no black women counted that. Nigga.
So it was black men.
It wasn't no black men.
So it was black people.
A lot. Listen. If you're gonna go to the study, go to the study. If you're gonna go to a replica of a study, go to the replica. But the replica is never as good as the original, baby.
Okay.
Look, even when you go to see who is black
demographic, crazy. Like slow, for real. I swear to God, I think we really do have some slowness.
No, they definitely do. Cause like you see how they really are running with this. They've been saying this for a while now. Even that episode of Foxhole we just saw, that guy with the egghead, he was saying the same shit, that black women mess with 20% of men and just all types of contradictory stuff. Like,
so black women are different from other races. Y'all just different from other races of women.
We are different, but
80% of our men don't have children.
Here we go. So here, let me share the screen. Y'all give me a second.
How I
And
share
this
it,
is the
Byron?
government website too.
When she presses share, I think it's gonna pop up for you.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna show you, tell you what to do. Give me a second. I gotta come to where we are when I find this. Let's see. I think. No, let me exit this out. No, it must be on here. God damn it, exit that out. Okay. Okay, share screen. I'm gonna share screen. We're gonna share. We don't need to share the audio, so that's good. I click that, and you should see me at the bottom. You see it? It says another bomb. There you go. Okay. Do you see it? Is it sharing?
I don't know. Can you see? Yeah.
Okay.
I see it.
Can y'all see at the top where it says census.gov? Do y'all see that?
Yes.
This is the government website. June 13th, 2019. About 61.6% of men, 74.7 million men aged 15 and over are fathers. Right?
61% from 56. Add 5. Okay.
Okay, so age 15 and over. That's all men, right? Now let's find if we can find black men. Okay.
Because he couldn't find it.
I know it's weird. So let me see if they have the black men, because I did. Should be a area. Okay, here we go. Race. Let's see.
We did this shit last year.
Yes, we did.
You Negroes need to really, Black, you really need to leave the manosphere, honey. I done told you this before. Leave them. They teaching you wrong shit.
He don't like women either. That's why he's with them.
No, but he's with them because he don't know no better.
If I
he knows better.
If I don't like women, then
no, he like women, Sharice.
He
just don't understand that these men are teaching you the wrong shit. You got to learn today, though. Go ahead.
I'm gonna even go to where he was at. Black demographic. Even that, we're gonna see what it says. Even there, because I'm looking for the black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Percent compared to females. They're talking about percentages. Man, they go into too much shit here. Earnings. Black men in jobs, relationships. Boom, boom, boom. Y'all got them kids. We black women, and I think you could agree with this, that black women mostly have our children with black men. So we have so many kids. Well, who we having these black men with? And are we all meeting the same little small 20%?
Right.
That
half
fool
of
said
y'all don't even travel.
All across the country, or even in Alaska.
Right. And half of them don't even travel.
20%. That
And
is
some
the
of them never even been on a plane
ever.
at all. We
And
just
even
know it's not true.
Do you think that this could be possible?
It doesn't make logical sense.
None.
I could have seen him saying 50%, but goddamn 20.
Right, like come on.
Like
they don't need but they
that
don't have
shit
no
is
logic.
not even logical.
Mm-mm.
I had
So why you not saying nothing, Black?
Say the what?
Do you think that could be logical?
Trying to find the info. You said what?
Do you think that could be logical? That
What that?
100% of black women are messing with 20% of men?
Nah, you talking about not 100%, 80 and 20, right? You talking about the 80-20 rule?
Even that.
Even the 80-20 rule. That don't even mean what they've been saying.
it applies to a lot of different dynamics. Like today, we kind of more live, especially with social media. Y'all ever heard of the Sadie Hawkins thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
we
that
we,
mean?
we live in a society where women control, especially nowadays. Y'all argue that it was such this patriarchy back in the day. It was oppressive. Women didn't have the choice to be who they wanted to be with. I would argue definitely today in 2022, with the advent of social media, it's more of a Sadie Hawkins world type dynamic. Let me explain. So you have women pretty much getting to choose a certain amount of men. This is why
But they're still not approaching the men, by and large. Usually, men approach women.
you can say that, yeah, maybe initially, but as far as the selection is concerned, that's what I'm more focusing on, right? So that's why you would get somebody who's saying something about an 80-20 rule. You can go back and also look at data and statistics on Tinder, Bumble, all of
Tinder.
the dating sites. Because look, hold on, because
Is
we
this
can we
why
can
they're
agree.
saying that
We can
most modern men now are dying alone?
Yeah, this is why.
we, we,
This is
we can
incel
definitely
talk.
agree that nowadays in 2022, most people initiate dating through online. Is that a false statement or a true statement?
No, it's probably half and half.
Bullshit,
I don't know
Meet
bullshit,
people
nobody who
online.
date
People
online.
meet
What
people
you
out
mean?
in
bullshit,
real life.
bullshit. I call bullshit, man.
Okay.
People not meeting people online the way y'all think.
Yeah.
People are meeting people online
They
heavy.
meeting,
And
but
Very.
they
they're
not
not marrying and falling in love with them.
right.
That
They're
don't even
meeting.
matter. That don't even matter. We don't even get to that part.
So what are you
So
talking about then?
Yeah.
so the statistics have came out on these dating sites as far as the population on the dating sites is almost double to triple the amount of men versus women. And women are only responding to or deeming about 20 to 25% of the men
So wait a
attractive.
minute. Let's back up. Did
You
you just
stopped me.
say?
You stopped me.
Wait. You're going too fast because you.
That was it. That was the
No, I'm
bombshell.
asking you. Wait a minute. Did you just say that there's more men on the dating site than women? Am I right or
Definitely.
wrong? So remember what you just said?
That's proving my
No,
point.
you just wait. No, you just said before that was that most people are meeting on dating sites online, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
if
Yeah. Well, I
most
wouldn't say
are,
dating
but
sites,
then
but
you're
yeah,
saying
definitely
now you're
online.
saying there's more men than women who's really participating in this type of meeting up. How does that add up?
It does. It adds up. Like, let me show you.
Mm,
So pretty much, women are overloaded with options nowadays,
yes,
especially online.
That's what they have a problem
there's
with.
If that is
always
if
yeah,
that
that's the
hold
problem.
on, now we,
Mhm.
we can argue if that's good or bad, but I'm just saying that's true.
Mm,
And with that being said, it would make sense that they're not choosing most of the men, and they're choosing a small percentage of men from
mm,
those options,
right.
right? Okay,
There's
so
more women
so,
than men
so by
Right.
in the world
definition,
in the U.S.
so by definition, that leaves out that increases the sexlessness of men,
Okay,
of
he
a
just thinks
larger
there's a lot of
percentage of men.
incels, but that's
Yeah.
not our fault. That I mean, maybe y'all need
No,
to
no, I
work
ain't
on
saying it's
something.
nobody's fault. Keep in mind, I just
Yeah,
said
but because
we
women
can
are not
argue whether
choosing
it's right or
certain men
wrong. I'm
doesn't
just
mean
saying
that.
what's true.
But they're just because women are not choosing certain men doesn't mean like
The
that they're
majority of men are deemed unattractive by women of all races.
I am an
no like women don't only go for
incel.
Of
looks. Like
all races.
That's
I
not
right.
what
We
women.
don't
only
only
want
go
to
for
be
looks. I
with
thank you for saying that.
men.
They
Yeah.
confused
I
about
am
that.
an
Right,
incel.
right. Yeah, so if we're saying, like I
I
said,
only
women are
love
definitely more selective than men. And
myself.
y'all arguing me on that point.
I
Like
am an
that's not
incel.
Well,
a
we're not
secret.
selecting. We're not necessarily
I
selecting the
don't
best because
need
that's how we ended up being single mothers, right?
women. I am
Right.
an
So
incel.
yes, we're selecting who we're selecting.
Keep your
Unfortunately,
women to
we may not.
yourself.
What the hell going on?
I am an incel.
Oh,
I
she's
don't
singing.
need
Oh,
no woman's help.
I was confused. I'm sorry.
Feminine self. I don't need no woman's help.
Why do y'all
I
care
am
about
an
the incels? If you're not
incel.
an incel, why do you care about the other men you are?
Keep your women to
Hey, I need to download that
Y'all
yourself.
used to
motherfucker. Where
be in
you get that song
competition with
from?
men. Do you not understand? Y'all scared. Y'all not even fighting men for women no more. It's like y'all want to get with each other and fuck each other.
Yep. And then complain that y'all ain't getting picked by women.
You said, hold on, Bontre, I ain't hear you. What you said, Mom?
I said the men in the manosphere are getting together to go their own way to fuck each other.
Yeah.
They're going their own way to fuck each other.
What when you go on your own way, where you going? Men go on your own way.
Right.
Where y'all
Far away
going?
from women.
Far away from
Far
women.
away.
And what y'all gonna end up doing? What y'all gonna just y'all gonna play spades and drink beer, get drunk?
Right.
I would think that a man that's fucking with women or whatever, and he got a girlfriend, but he refused to get married. I would think that man
Yeah,
probably
that's
going.
different. But the manosphere comes from this group called MGTOW. Your black manosphere came from the white group, right? Men going their own way. So apparently you must be new to this area. Like when I said you in the last
About the white man still Rollo Tomasi.
okay, so they're men who want to go their own way, but the white men weren't against women, and the black men wanted to be against black women. The white
Well,
men wanted to
I
make
would
moves. They wanted
argue
to
that
change
if
the
white
government.
men are having a problem with women, then that means that black men are
But
probably
they're not having a problem with women. Show me where the white manosphere on a large scale is talking about women every day.
That's why
You're
the
right. I don't
white
think
men
they
kicked the
don't have a
black
problem
men
with
out of the
women.
manosphere.
That's why y'all
That's
got
why
kicked
they
out.
kicked their ass out.
Bomb Cherry, you right. They don't have a problem with women. It's more or less the system, more or less the archaic divorce laws and no fault divorce,
Right.
and a lot of different things surrounding the family court system, which
Exactly.
which gave birth to the white manosphere.
But why did the black men get kicked out? And why?
Why did
Because
the black man get kicked out?
the black out of that group. Y'all not trying to do no movements. Y'all not trying to get the system changed and nothing. Y'all not talking about voting or nothing. All y'all talking about is black women. Black women, black women, black women, black women.
Well, a lot of the stuff that black women benefit from, we pay taxes, so we do have a system for
Y'all
black.
do not pay
But you're
taxes
not.
by and large.
What?
Like y'all
Hey, you
stop
sound
it.
retarded. I'm sorry.
Y'all
You
not
sound
paying
Y'all
retarded.
taxes
don't
by
even
Black
and
have
women
large.
y'all
don't
don't make
play.
enough money.
Yeah,
Black
y'all
women
living with
don't
your mamas,
pay more
grandmothers.
taxes than
If I
black
pay
men.
taxes, that mean
Yes.
I'm feeding some black woman somewhere.
Oh my
I'm
No,
feeding
God.
some
black women are
white
paying
woman
more taxes
somewhere.
than y'all.
Yeah.
I'm
And
feeding
y'all are
some
costing
white child
the
somewhere.
government
I'm
$50
feeding some
billion a
black
year.
child
So I don't know
somewhere.
what you're talking about.
I'm feeding. So anything that comes from the government is come from me. I'm the white man.
You the white
Listen,
man
my
now,
dear.
huh?
Ain't
The
no
government
white, ain't
says
no
the
fucking
black
white man.
man
Goddamn,
owes
they taking out of
$60
my pocket.
billion
They taking out of your
per
pocket
year.
too.
The government says black men owe $60 billion a year for not working. That's what the government says. 60 billion the black man owe for not working. He
Right.
ain't said a black women or black people. He said black men.
Right.
Student loan debt don't fall into that.
They ain't talking about that student
That
loan.
ain't too low. That's you Negroes not supporting the economy.
Yeah.
That's your lack. That's your
Mhm.
lack of tax accountability.
I'm saying, but the people who are
I'm
supporting the
saying,
economy
nigga.
are in
I'm
more debt.
saying, nigga.
The people
The
who are supporting the
government
economy in more
put
debt
out a
than the people who
number.
ain't.
The government, the United States government, put out a number on you niggas and said y'all owe the economy $60 billion a year. You're
Compared to what?
costing.
Compared to
You're
what?
Compared to
costing the
what?
economy, nigga.
Compared to what, Mule?
That's what they say. You're costing the economy
No, I'm
every
asking
year
you compared to what?
for not paying your
Is
taxes.
that more than others or is that less than others? I'm asking you compared to what?
Yeah, that's more than others.
More,
That's
way more than that.
way more than others. Because you niggas ain't working. You niggas ain't shit. Let me stop.
Man.
That's what they're saying.
Like I
I
said,
didn't say
man, I
so
ain't,
black. You
I
my
ain't,
brother. I didn't say that. They said that.
man,
Okay.
I don't think I'm with or anybody else, you know what I'm saying? If you talk to any logical black man, bro, we ain't finna support no nigga that ain't doing shit, man. Like, I don't get it. It's this conception that, oh, we just sticking with black men just because we black men. No, it ain't that. It ain't that. It
Yes,
ain't
it
Bro,
that.
is.
that is
Especially on
that is
code.
that.
Yeah.
Listen, you
That.
know plenty
That's
of
y'all
niggas.
projecting. Y'all
You
projecting
know,
because y'all
cold black.
refuse to call
Keep it
out these
real.
ancient hoes.
You
Y'all
refuse
refuse to
to
do it.
admit that you
Even
know
married
Hold
your
on. Let her
own
talk.
married
women.
Hold
women on the
on.
panel
He heard you.
defending hoes.
Cold
I don't
black.
get it. It's
You
like me. It's
refuse to
like
call
me
out
being
Can
a
your
you be
own
production
quiet? Do you
brother,
hear her trying to talk?
defending broke
your
niggas.
cousins, your daddy, your neighbors, yourself, who ain't got a damn job. You just refuse to do that shit.
Right.
Then what? That? Then
Mm-mm.
what?
They're just
Call
willfully
out
ignorant,
the, call out
willfully
all them
obtuse.
uncles that's living off your grandma's social security check and willing to fight your grandma on her social security check.
Yeah, killing their family over PPP loans and stuff.
I got two uncles that live off my grandma's social security check.
Oh,
And
See?
I'm mad about it, but guess what? She'll tell you that's my baby.
Mm.
60 what
And
is it
them
like
niggas is damn
64%?
near 60 something years old.
64% of the students on college campus are women. If that number
I
was
don't give
men,
a shit.
if that number was for men, would you push for equality?
Well, maybe y'all should go to school so the numbers can
No,
go up.
no. I'm just asking. If it was the other way around, it was flipped upside
It
down. So
was
that
equality, because guess what? When black men were in control of all of the Tuskegee, all of the universities, guess what? They did not allow black women to go. But you know who they allowed? They allowed white women to go.
so what?
Look,
The HBCU,
learn your history, nigga.
white women went to HBCUs before black women.
Yes, learn your history. Learn your history.
Yes.
Whenever Negroes was in charge, they didn't allow us to go. They didn't
Right.
allow the black women, but they sure allowed the white women. And then you know what the good mammies did, the black women did? Well, they were scared not to allow the white women.
Yeah, that's why I was just about to ask. Is it?
Oh yeah, here you go. You're looking for an
Yeah.
excuse just like they do.
No. I was just gonna ask you. We gotta have context to the situation. You added the context flippantly, very flippantly.
I add the
But
context because guess what? Them heifers could have went to their own white men universities. They didn't have to go to a university full of damn black men.
mm-hmm. Why they
Full
didn't
of
want
black
to do
men,
that?
but that's where they went.
They were trying to take black men or something from you.
But you Negroes allowed it. And that's why you would be under the white man's knee for all times.
I ain't gonna count. I ain't gonna count with you, mule. The average motherfucker I know ain't studying no goddamn white man. White men see us, they put their fucking head down. I work with a lot of doctors, nurses, and them bitches. They see us, they ass. I don't know. You can argue that it's just them
I'm gonna
being,
be honest with you.
but they
I
ass
done
act like
got
they
to the
scared.
point.
They act like they inferior as fuck.
George Floyd and the shit that happened, and after that, with all of the black men talking so
Yeah.
much hatred
They see
toward
me
black
walk in that
women,
room with my stethoscope,
brother,
going to check a patient on a ventilator. Them motherfuckers look at me like goddamn, like they fucking
brother,
in fear.
I
I
caught
don't give
a
a fuck about no
flight.
white man.
I caught a flight like a dummy, like the mammy mule I am, to go protest for George Floyd, and
Mm.
thousands of black women did. But
Right.
since then, when I came to YouTube and I heard the black men talk bad about me, after I've been protesting for Trayvon, after I've been marching, after
Mm.
I've been putting my fucking body, after I got maced, I promise you, I will not go protest for another black brother.
Well, did y'all see the
I,
Black Femicide March? It was
girl,
completely empty.
I cannot. And you know what? I wish
Come
I
on
would
for
go to.
Breonna
I would
Taylor.
go to that.
Black
No,
men
the
didn't
Black
show up.
Femicide March for Black
I would go
women.
to that because guess what? Black men ain't gonna support us. I gotta start
Mhm.
supporting us.
Yeah, there's gonna be
and that's
another one
my
in
fault.
2023.
Well, I would argue that you separate
Black
yourself
men
from
are
the man.
black men
I
are
don't.
never be. Why are black men not at the black women marches?
Mm-hmm. It was never gonna happen.
We have gone. We have got to leave the black men marches and go to the black women. I'm promise you.
Most black men fucking vote
If
with
the
y'all.
black men want to
Most
be with
black
us,
men vote
they'll
in the
show
same
us.
party that you
If
vote
they
in.
don't show us,
It's
then
not
they're
for
not
women's
with
rights
us.
or
They vote for the same party that you vote for.
it's not for women's rights or
The
benefits.
majority of 'em.
Y'all don't fight for yourselves or black women.
Man, if you fighting for the Democrats, by default you fighting for black women.
No.
Bullshit.
No,
Bullshit.
no, that's
Bullshit.
Democrats is for the men. But you know
Bullshit.
what? We're gonna have to
I would
leave
argue that
all of that.
the Republican Party would probably do more for black men than the Democrats would. Bullshit. And the
This
majority of black men
I
still
don't think
vote
the Democrats
Democrat
are
brother,
for black people
this
in
for your
general.
how.
ass.
Listen, this is how dumb the black men are. You have no foresight. The the Republican Party think you're shit.
Mm-hmm.
They see way more value in black women. Oh my God, they try to use black women against you every fucking time. But black men, you know what? I'm not gonna even go into it. This is how dumb black men are. This is why
Yeah.
we cannot trust them as leaders. God, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
So,
my God,
babe,
this shit is hilarious.
we doing
Oh,
misandry, open misandry, and
it's
then
terrible to
No,
me.
because you're like
if we see
willfully
misogyny,
obtuse.
we call him a dumb nigga. But we gonna do open misandry.
But what I'm saying is, you just said the Republican Party. That shit is so funny.
Right.
I should tell you, but I refuse.
The
I said
Democrats who
I
the
would argue
KKK
that they would
started.
do more for
I refuse to
than the
say it.
Democrat Party would. Where I
Oh my
lied.
God.
The Democrats who the KKK
No,
started, I believe.
we
Okay.
ain't going
Where I
there.
lied.
I ain't gonna go there then. He'll just keep saying the shit out loud and thinking
If
he
the
sounds smart.
majority of black men are voting for your
My
interest,
dear, let me just say this, and not to you,
where am
brother.
I lying at?
No. You're not. I'm not saying you're lying at all. And this is not directed to you. This is directed to the women who are in the chat. Please, this is why I say women need to be their own leaders and not follow men, because men have
They've done it
no
already, and it's not
forethought.
giving them good
Men
results.
have
They're
no
not listening to you because
forethought. They
your same
cannot see
rhetoric
what's
is
coming,
led to them
and
being on
they
psych
lead
meds and
you,
being fucked
and
up.
they lead us all
It don't
into
work
crack.
for them.
They lead us into pimp culture,
It don't
crack.
work.
They
You
lead us.
preaching the same thing
They
they've been
lead
taught the
us
last
and
60
our
years.
children into degeneracy.
You ain't telling them nothing new. They getting tired, especially the young women. They getting
They
tired of the older women telling them
what
bullshit.
if
They
they're
getting
getting
tired of it.
tired? They should be tired of the men teaching them bullshit. Cause you
They
telling them
tired of
about
the old women, the
Republican
older
Party.
women. They tired of their grandmas and their mamas preaching that
No,
same
they tired of
bullshit.
these 70s pimp ass men pimping them, lying to them over and over and over. Over and over and over and over. The 70s men, the 80s men, the 90s men,
Why you think Hot Girl Summer and Thought Culture taking off? They done listening to y'all. They
listening.
tired of that. They see the results that you got. They
Oh
see the
my
results that
God.
grandma got. They see the results that
All
their
the
great
shafts,
grandma got. And this shit
they
don't
saw
work.
all the Ice Cube,
It
the
don't
South.
work.
You know what? Every year they allow 2 to 3 black women to be rappers, but they got hundreds of black men. And you're gonna try to blame thought culture on black women? You are
Right.
fucking hilarious, nigga.
That's it.
No, I ain't
Black men
blaming
been
on
doing this
that. I'm just saying
forever.
that they
Created
not
thought
listening to y'all.
culture.
I'm
You
just saying that
niggas
they not
created
listening
it.
to y'all for a good
Black
reason.
men created
Women are
pimp
different. Like
and thought culture.
The younger women are not listening.
If a younger woman listens to you over your history, she deserved to be pimped out too. I'm
Right.
sorry.
And actually, younger
She
women are
she
not
deserves she deserves to be barefoot and pregnant, and we're gonna make sure she be barefoot and
black.
pregnant.
Younger women are not fucking with y'all.
We're
Y'all
gonna
need to
make
check
we're gonna
TikTok.
make sure she be barefoot and pregnant.
Younger black women are not fucking with y'all. Maybe y'all should
We're
check.
gonna we're gonna make sure that she barefoot and pregnant. And other races of
Not by
women,
you. Not by
other races
y'all.
of women date black men because they want to be barefoot and pregnant.
Barefoot and
Well, that's
pregnant and left
good.
single mothers.
We'll give y'all a ride over there. We'll
She
I,
drop y'all
deserves.
off.
Let
y'all,
her be
hey,
barefoot and pregnant and
y'all,
left a
y'all
single
stick with that.
mother.
It's been
Left
good
single
though,
mother.
Mule.
Cause you
I'm a hop
know,
down.
brother, y'all
Yeah,
do
like go
not
make them
marry.
single mothers. We good.
Right? Cold Black, how often do y'all marry? Answer that question.
How do we marry you or other women?
No, in general.
Anybody. Nigga,
Anybody. Y'all
anybody.
don't marry no one. And y'all divorce rates are higher than y'all marriage rates.
If all right, and if black women weren't having children, I'll say that they ain't fucking with black men. If they won't have
Anybody.
a black baby, I would say that they
Shut up.
not fucking with black men. But you still having the babies,
Let's
so
tell
you
us how
fucking with them.
often. And they're gonna
So
be
you fucking
all
with them
That's
hard.
single.
irrelevant. She said, how often are y'all getting
You fucking
married?
with them hard.
She said, how
They're
often are y'all
gonna be
marrying?
baby mamas.
Y'all
She
aren't.
can't answer that
If
question.
black
He
men
didn't answer one
men
question.
control marriage. If
He
they not
didn't
Right. So
marrying,
question.
that
why
He
are
means
you
you
didn't
ain't
not
good
answer
getting
one
enough.
married?
question.
That's the whole point.
That
You're
means
not
you ain't
getting
good
married.
enough.
Y'all control it.
That's
You don't
simply
get
what
it?
it means. You're not good enough. And when they come
Y'all
up here
don't marry
talking
y'all
about
preferences.
masculine women
Y'all aren't
and they
marrying
start
y'all
talking about other
preferences.
Fuck
stuff,
me.
You're
you
not
I'ma
prove
marrying
make
the
your
your baby
point.
preferences.
mama.
You
You
prove
You're
the
wanna
not
be a
point
marrying your
of
baby
them.
preferences.
mama?
You prove
Hey,
their
fuck
point.
me. I'ma make you a baby mama. You
They
could be the
said you
next
not
baby
enough.
mama.
You only worth being
Hey,
a baby
fuck
mama.
me.
If you
I'ma
worth
make
being
you
a
a
baby
baby
mama, you
mama.
worth being a
You
baby
wanna be the
mama.
next baby mama?
But all right.
Baby mama.
That's the only
Baby
thing
mama
you get.
drama. Baby,
That's
baby,
it. If
baby
you worth
mama.
a
Hey, fuck
Happy
me.
Meal or
I'ma
a
make you baby
McDouble
mama.
and a small fry, that's what you gonna get. If
Well, how
you
come
worth
y'all
a
not
all.
marrying your
porterhouse steak,
preferences?
that's what you gonna get.
He's not
Period.
gonna listen to that or answer the question.
No,
They're
that's
not
not
even
all you're
marrying their
gonna get.
preferences.
You're
If
gonna
you worth a
get to
Or
be a
that's
T-bone
another
baby
steak
one.
mama,
or a New
and
York
then you're
strip,
gonna
you'll
get
get
the
it.
next victim statement
If you worth
that how
ramen
they're a
noodles
victim.
and a quick Netflix fuck, if you worth a Netflix and chill, that's what you gonna get.
They gonna make you a baby mama and then hand you the victim statement. Well, because of white supremacy.
My phone about to die though, y'all. It's been good, man. It's been good. I'll catch you on the next stream.
Oh, that
You
was
heard him up.
that was good. All right, thank you, Cole Blake. Bye, baby.
All right. I'm gonna
Thank
come
you.
up.
We
I'm gonna
had a
come up
good
here and hate on you
conversation.
again when you going
I
live
know.
again.
I'm gonna go live Saturday. But
Okay.
look,
I'll be
let
in the
me
chat
finish my
after the
song.
game.
Okay, my darling. All right.
All right.
Thank you. And we had a very civilized conversation. Thank you for
Yeah, I'm warming up to you. I appreciate
that. Wait, hold on. Let me sing my song. Fuck me, I'ma make you a baby mama. Fuck you.
it.
Fuck you. I'ma make you a baby mama. Baby mama drama. Hey, hey, fuck you. I'ma make you a baby mama.
Good luck. May the best mother win. Good
Baby
luck.
mama, baby mama. Fuck me, I'ma make you a baby mama.
He said black
Baby
women are not
mama.
good enough for him to marry, but they're not marrying their preferences neither. I
That's
just can't.
okay. Fuck me, fuck them. You gonna be a baby mama. A baby mama, a baby mama. You ain't gonna be a wife, bitch. You gonna be a baby mama.
Mm-hmm.
He already said they don't plan on getting married. So
Yep.
it is what it is. He said what it is.
Yep. Black women need to pay attention and listen.
Shit. He ain't even argue with that. He left off with that shit.
Right.
Hey, Bomb, that man right there, he always come up and I don't know if he troll me, but he hates me in a slick this. He be telling me all kind of shit.
No, I don't think he's trolling. I think he's serious, and he just
Yeah.
and don't know that he's dumb.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like they so brainwashed. I just really be trying to how they say rescue the men out the manosphere. I be trying to rescue them guys.
Right. I
And
know you be
him,
trying to like break it down to him and tell him like y'all, this is not even doesn't even make sense what y'all are saying.
yeah, it's like
Right.
4 or 5 of them from the manosphere that come by. I swear, Sharif. when they come, I be like trying to I be trying to save them like they my
What you mean
sons.
4 or 5, girl? You got manosphere. They be on your panel.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than the 4 or 5.
Yeah.
It's that they, they be agreeing with them. Some things they agree with, but
But
ah,
that one guy, Bomb, he always say the same comments as Kevin Samuels, honestly.
so what he went to go look for on that site looked like they
Hmm.
removed it off the site.
Yeah.
Black demographics used to put the information up. I kept showing the men that information was wrong, and now it's gone. So that's why he couldn't find it. Couldn't find it. I couldn't find it neither. But you
Maybe
notice
they
he couldn't
finally
find his own
realized.
proof. His proof. He couldn't even find his proof.
Huh.
Isn't that something?
Mm-hmm.
But it
Uh,
don't even make sense. People all across the nation fooling with 20% of people. That shit don't even sound logical.
no sense at all.
No.
That shit don't sound logical to me. It's
No,
just
not at
like,
all. And the guy on Fox Soul said it the other day, which I was just like, wow, like they really believe this.
They really do because somebody
listen,
in management told them, and they believe they daddies.
Yep, that's their daddies. And that's
but
the
all
problem. They don't
across,
have daddies and they be really looking up to these men.
but all across the whole country. I mean, not Louisiana, not
You know, a lot of
Mississippi.
black people haven't even left the hood, so you know it's not true.
But I'm saying not in a small area. They saying the vast country, New York, Washington D.C.,
California.
see California, all across this great vast. Now, 20% of men are making 80% of the children. Golly.
Mm, mm-mm.
You don't what the other men doing? You don't think that shit would be a walk?
Right. I think that they think it's so many of them incels because they all come together in the same spot, the same place, that they think that they're the majority. Because I don't see
People
how they
crazy.
really believe that.
I don't know either. But that's like our friend Big J at Bomb Cherry.
Yeah.
Listen, if Big J ass he keeps talking about it's not. Let me just be honest with you, Bomb. I don't know. I don't want you to judge me the wrong way because I've been wanting to say this on your panel, but I don't want to say it over there so people judge me wrong. If I was a single woman like Big J and I lived in a place that only had white men, like he claimed, that there's no black people around and there's no black people he could date, I would be fucking somebody. I'm just saying. Y'all gonna judge me.
Well, I don't think he. Well, I ain't gonna say nothing.
But
I would
Big
say I don't
J,
think they. I don't
but
think they really looking for women.
Yeah,
but Big J
exactly.
What's the
say he
claim?
live around all white women and ain't none of them he would want. I'ma just be
What's
honest with you. If the mule was around nothing but the opposite race, y'all would just have to judge me.
Exactly. But like Mom said, they don't really like women. If you listen to him talk, I don't think he likes women.
I think he is that song I was singing from Taz Channel. I am an incel.
Exactly. Did you hear
I
the one where
don't want
Nyla
no.
was singing over it?
Hmm.
I'm an incel. It was so good. It was so hilarious.
I am an incel. I don't need no woman's help. I am an
Well,
incel.
you know, their daddy told them that back in the day they didn't need women. They used to sleep with their
They're
young men.
scribes. They're
Yeah,
boy scribes.
yeah.
That's what he said.
Mm.
Bomb, did you ever hear that? Kevin Samuels told the men that they didn't back in the day at war need women. They would sleep with the boy scribes.
Yep.
You heard that? Hmm.
So yeah, I'm the one who pointed that shit out. I played that shit so many times. I'm shocked you. I played that video over and over and over again. He told
That
that to
shit
the
hard.
white woman who went up there, and he was saying that men don't need women. And so what he said back in the day, right? In Alexander the Great day, that the men used to sleep with boys, who they call squires.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kept watching him after that.
Yep. I pointed it out. I was like, just do this gay. He's saying that they'll sleep with men. They sleep with boys, and he said boys too.
Boys, yep. But he said a lot of pedophile shit, because if y'all remember when he was talking to that girl and he was like, well, how is your daughter going to be a benefit to that man?
And how did they follow this guy? Damn.
Right. But it shows that they really do hate black women, and a lot of them have that trifling mindset, because he said a lot of outrageous stuff. Like, I don't know how you can even agree with it unless you hate women and are degenerate. Like, people would say that he would say some say some correct stuff, but I never heard nothing.
Look, earlier on Bomb Channel,
I never heard it. Oh, I'm sorry. I never heard him say anything that made sense, y'all. It was just all stupid.
Okay, so earlier on Bomb Channel, I was saying all of the positive things that Donald Trump has done for black people. And so I would like to state them here. Wait, I can't think. What was the first thing? I can't remember. But the second positive thing Donald Trump did was introduce his followers to the Clorox bleach tablets. And I heard many of them went to the hospital for the Clorox bleach. Damn, X that was saying what the first thing he said, the first dumb thing he said. Okay, the third dumb thing he said was the third positive thing he said was
Clorox tablets.
Yes, he was a genius. He gave the world Clorox bleach tablets to kill a disease. I can't remember. I was on your channel, Bob. I gave all the positive shit he did. And none of that shit was positive. But it was positive to me. That's the only good shit I can come to think of. That nigga was a dumbass president. But anyway, that was the
But do you think Donald Trump was a better president than Biden now?
Yep.
Hell
no.
Why?
Because Donald Trump didn't do nothing. What did he do?
No, it wasn't that he didn't do nothing. He was dumb.
He was dumb, but what did he do? It is that he didn't do nothing because he dumb. We can always have dumb or smart presidents.
Nah, we thought George Bush was dumb, but this nigga reinvented dumb.
Well, he is a reality TV star.
Yeah, exactly. That nigga reinvented. This nigga told people that take Clorox bleach. He told the people about Kung Flu. Kung Flu.
What's that? Kung Flu?
Kung Flu.
Yeah, he's so dumb. It don't mean nothing, you know. It's just dumb.
That nigga was dumb. That was a dumbass president. I don't give a fuck what the fuck.
I don't think Biden is a good president either, though.
Biden is a so what has Biden done? Many things.
Soccer
Things he could
said
do.
That Trump gave us the first stimulus check, and I told him thank you. But I think that Obama gave us a stimulus check, but I think he did give it to the banks first or something. I'm not sure. It was either Obama or George Bush gave us a stimulus. I know we had a stimulus check before. I just can't remember which one.
I don't
But
keep up that good with politics, so I really wouldn't know.
I can tell you this: Trump was the dumbest piece of shit
Dumbest
ever.
president. He made us look good, bad around the whole entire world.
Yeah, he definitely did. He got kicked off of Twitter for good.
And you see, he stole sensitive information. He had Putin in the White House stealing information, right? Because he was so dumb, he wouldn't let the CIA check the gift. And when it was a ball that he gave him, Putin gave him a ball. Inside the ball was a video where they was listening, where he could listen in to any conversations in that room.
Huh.
Our president was dumb. He was dumb as hell.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how he even became the president. That's crazy.
Because people liked
Anybody.
him in the TV series that he was in, and he thought, and then people was tired of the regular normal politician.
Yeah.
So but now we know that it's actually anybody can't be a politician. Like you really got to know what you're doing. And
Right.
Trump had no clue about nothing.
It seemed like he didn't even care neither. Like he was just like a free for all.
That's right. He didn't care, and that's the problem. The fact that he didn't care and he thought he could just do whatever he wanted to.
Yeah.
So, but he gonna end up in jail, or they gonna end up making some deal with him to where he won't run, because he did a lot of criminal activity. Everybody around him went to jail and getting sued right now. People about to go to jail now. He had to pardon everybody around him.
Oh,
he couldn't pardon himself though. You didn't know that? He pardoned everybody. If right before he left, he pardoned he pardoned all them people who were doing. And that was the deal, that he would give them pardons.
Wow.
So they all knew they were doing criminal activity.
But he wasn't impeached, right?
Yeah, he was impeached twice. Twice.
So he didn't go to jail?
No, they didn't go to jail because they didn't. They didn't.
No, but they might press charges on him.
Yeah, they pressed charges on him. He's doing court now. That's what's going on.
He was impeached in the House, but not in the Senate.
What? He was impeached.
Yes, he was impeached in the House, but not in the Senate.
Huh.
If his ass was impeached in the House and the Senate, he would be done. Yeah.
I don't know.
We just didn't have the votes for the Senate. That's all.
No, I don't think that's not. What are you talking about? That's not how that shit worked. He was actually impeached. You ain't got to be impeached twice. He was impeached. The difference is he didn't go to jail. They just like Whitcomb was impeached. Clinton was impeached and still kept his status because they didn't go to remove him.
Huh.
So
yeah, and they didn't remove Trump either, right?
Right, and he was impeached twice. They impeached Whitcomb for lying about Monica Lewinsky. If he wouldn't have lied, it wouldn't have been, because he didn't do nothing criminal, but his criminal activity was the lie on the with raising his hand, swear to tell the truth, and they caught him in the lie.
Oh yeah, like lying under oath.
Yeah, lying under oath. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
also,
Trump,
can't he get in trouble for being like adultery against his wife as the president?
No. Nah, it just look bad, but they don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
It do look bad though.
Yeah, it definitely does.
But it's his wife. That's him and his wife did for them to deal with, not for
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Crazy.
I think black people should stop voting until we actually like get some tangibles
That's what they told us, and that's why we're in the predicament we're in. If we don't vote, then they don't want us to vote. So when we tell people not to vote, that's exactly what they want. They don't want us to vote.
Yeah,
Right
but
now,
don't you
they're
think we need to
doing.
get something out of? Don't you think we need to vote for somebody who's going to do something for us?
But we can only vote for who's up. And if we don't vote, we just don't participate. But they still become president.
Right.
And then because we don't vote, we can't call them up and ask them for why this is going on. Why they don't return calls if they see that you don't vote. They only return your calls because they know you are there. They working for you. And so that's why black people don't have political power. It's not because we don't have money. It's because we don't vote. Because the vote is political power. The vote, if I can promise somebody that I'm going to bring all these black people in this area to get you in, to vote you in, that's political power. But it don't matter how much money somebody else bring to them, right? Because the money is the money, yeah. But if they can't get in office, then they don't even get the money.
Right.
They don't get the job. So that's how they confuse black people years ago. They're the ones who said, "Oh, black people don't even vote. They don't do nothing to vote." But if it didn't do anything, why are they trying to criminalize us just to take away our vote? That's the game plan.
Right.
Game plan
That's
is
true.
in order to
Yeah,
stop
because
it.
felons can't vote.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we need to do when we get that power, like Biden understand the power of black women, because black women went out in droves and voted his ass in. And that's why you think he chose who is his vice president. He chose her for a reason, because he knew black women and black and brown women would vote him in. Women, period.
Yeah.
But yeah, they got a raw deal. You know, he got in with COVID right here. But remember, the person who let COVID in, that is why he's the worst. He allowed COVID to get into our country. You know how many times?
Yeah, Donald Trump. Yeah.
Yes, you know how many times people from other countries have tried to get disease in our country? Almost every year. And the president who's in charge put things to stop it. Obama stopped what it was, H1N1, and another one he stopped. Then he put something in place, and then Trump took the money from that section, the people who are around the world checking, keeping us abreast of what's going on. But they did inform Trump of this, and he didn't read briefings. Trump wasn't no president, an active president. He would just he would be like a king. He was just there to smile and act like he telling people what to do, but he didn't know what he was doing.
He wasn't even in politics before that, was he?
No. And so therefore he didn't know, he wouldn't, they said he wouldn't read no briefings. He didn't even want to know about it. He didn't care. He kept his business going. He had money going to his business. He was using the presidency to make money for him and his family. That in itself is against the law.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was doing a lot of illegal shit. And now he got sensitive information. They caught it in his house. They knew he had it. They kept asking him for it. He brought some back, but not all. And they said he was making copies of shit that put our nation in danger. So he's probably providing Putin, because you know he was good with Putin. Giving him information. That's probably why, you know, if he was in president, yeah, Putin would have been happy, because Putin had decided that he would go start the war, and he thought he would have American in his pocket.
Right.
He would have had Americans in his pocket if Trump was still president.
Right.
That's why they helped him with the presidency. So Trump is dangerous to us as Americans. And you saw what he did. He helped he got his people to go and storm the nation capital to
Yeah.
stop him from losing.
He pardoned those people too?
Huh?
Did he pardon those people that got that stormed the? Oh, he couldn't.
Yeah.
Huh?
They did. He the one who told them to do it.
Yeah.
They went to go in front of him, and then he told them, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna meet you there." He told them to go there. Don't let them get away with this. Stop
Right.
steal. And then he told them he would meet them there, and they went there and did what they did.
Huh. Yeah, that
And
was
now
crazy.
they going to jail. There was hundreds of thousands of people going to jail or making deals. They doing time, 3 years or more. Some of them gonna be there for 5, 7 years because they decide to fight it. I think
Yeah.
one person got 10 years because they tried to fight it. Instead of taking a deal, 3 years, they decide to fight it and they lose it.
Right. That's
Some people
crazy. I don't know how they think they're gonna win that.
Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah.
Yeah, I said the same thing, Brian. They all fighting that shit. The ones who fought it, they was dumb. Cause it seemed like the ones who took them deals early on getting a way easier charge.
Mm-hmm.
But the
Yeah, because they
ones
don't
who
want to go to
fought
trial.
it, yeah, the ones who fought it, they got the bigger charges. I mean, the government ain't even playing with the ones who fought it. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they probably got a lot of evidence, against them, and that costs a lot of money to have to go to
Man, they
trial.
got their ass on videotape.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And their tweets and all that type of stuff too.
Yeah, them niggas was on Facebook.
Yeah.
Sharice, it ain't too much more evidence that you can get.
For real.
These dumb people was on Facebook posting themselves. Ain't that much more evidence they needed?
Yeah, that's dumb as hell, man.
Yeah, why would you try to fight that? That's
Because
you trying to fight it? Oh, okay, I got you.
right.
Yeah, they try to fight it because they're basically saying the president called them to arms, and so they thinking they could beat it because they was doing what the president told them.
That
Your
man,
president was a
I
fucking
wasn't there
quack.
for this.
Your president was a quack, okay?
Yeah.
And the president is blaming them, saying he ain't told them people shit.
Well, he's not answering at all. He's denying to go in front of the. But they made him do it. I think last week before last. He trying to dodge everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think he have Alzheimer's. I think when he was president, he thought it was him being in a show.
Yeah, like it was a reality TV show or
Right,
something.
and because he was doing stupid shit, man.
Yeah, he was. He was saying anything online.
Yep.
Like he was some type of reality TV star.
Yep. Remember when they said don't look up at the what we was having an eclipse?
At
remember?
the sun, yeah.
Yeah, and he right on the what you call him, y'all. He was like, yeah, eclipse. He was out there with his wife and his son, and then the fool looked straight up and pointed
and told everybody to look up.
Yep, and told everybody look and see. God damn! Wow. I was like, oh damn. I ain't gonna lie, it was the most exciting. That's what made me get into politics as much as I do. Man, Trump shit. I used to use every day to see what fuck shit he'd have done.
Me too. That's why I said he was a greater president. I had a whole list of the dumb shit, the fuck shit he told people to do. He told people to look straight up at the eclipse. He did.
If it was a reality TV show, I would have been watching that shit for real.
He fought Lil Wayne. That's
for real.
Great thing. Another great thing he did. That nigga done been in jail so many times. He got to deserve one of them charges. But you pardon him.
I had to come downstairs. I have to
Oh,
order
Jesus.
2 of those bags I made the other day.
Uh-huh.
Hubby, I told you I get a lot of orders from the women who work with him.
Uh,
And so he showed them a bag and now they want it. So I'm gonna make that real quick.
what kind of bag?
It's a bag, it's a shopping bag. You know, people buy shopping bags these days.
The kind that you told it up, that you put into
Yeah,
a
remember I
purse?
folded it up? I showed you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The women tend to like they like it. So
I like that too, because it's like you got like a little bracelet that you carry
yeah, like a
around.
little purse, yeah. And when you're ready to, something, so you already have it in your car. And and when you have it in your glove compartment, and when you're ready to go make some groceries or grab some, pull it out the glove compartment like a little purse, like a little wallet, and walk in. And then you unfold it, boom, and put your shit in it. Fold it back up, leave it in your glove compartment till the next time you go shopping. Because what we tend to do, every time my husband go to the store, he tends on having to buy bags again. Because he forget the bags that he already bought at the house. So this is just easy for a woman to, like, when she knows she's going shopping today, she gonna make a stop at the store. She grabs it, put it in the car, and when she go to the store, grabs it and go in.
What you say? You say your husband always leaves it in the car?
No, like the bags. No, I'm saying, in our area, it's illegal to have plastic bags. So stores don't provide you with no bags no more. So you have to buy
Up
that.
north. She talking about up north.
Yeah, they don't. So y'all bags, they still let y'all do plastic?
Yeah, but you gotta buy them. They're like 10 cents a bag.
Oh, okay, yeah. So now they charging, but those bags are light and things.
Wait. Where you at? Because my bags are free.
Your bags are what?
Bags no more.
Free.
I'm in California.
Oh, no. My bags are free.
Your bags are free. Well, I'm from the East Coast, so yeah, we never had to pay for bags out there.
We don't have to pay for bags out here in the South, and they double bag them if you tell them to.
Yeah.
Right.
But even
So
a double bag can break shit, especially a Walmart bag. You ain't never still.
Our plastic bags are free, and they plenty.
7-Eleven got some kind of recycle bags. Like it's not
Right.
plastic.
And you gotta buy it, right? Yeah. And it costs
Actually, no. The 7-Eleven that I live near, this is a lice code. The 7-Eleven that I live near, they give it to you for free. Lice.
Oh shit. Well, here they don't do that. You go to Wawa here, you gotta buy that bag, and they be wanting, it's like $2, $3. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I'm making
Oh, it's for dirt.
No, I'm saying that's how deep it gets in there. That was
That's
dirt.
crazy.
So let's see. Then I can embroider whatever they want on it, or use a fabric that they may like. I should make that woman, because remember I made that cowboy shirt, and I want to make her pouch to kind of go with it. Should make her one, but because that's what I do with the extra fabric. I have the people buy the fabric when it's that type of fabric, licensed fabric. I tell them to buy the fabric, even though I go and get it, but because legally I can't say I'm selling you a cowboy shirt using the cowboy, because then it's some little laws with that. So what I do to get around that is I tell them how much it is for the fabric, and so I sell them the fabric, and then I make the shirt with the fabric, and that's how I get around that.
And you can crochet too, huh?
Oh no, I don't crochet. I know how, but no, I don't do that. That's too slow for me.
Yeah, I think you have some yarn here.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, I seen you had some yarn in your background.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I don't think I have no. Oh, that's thread. It's just a big thing because because I make shoes and bags. So I have a real professional sewing machine back there usually.
Yeah.
When I'm using that machine, I'm using. So I am going to be making some shoes, customizing some shoes this winter. I guess I decided to customize them instead of because of the issue we have in getting things from China. I can't
Right.
get soles.
It hasn't gone up. Like it's not easier now.
No, that shit hard. It's hard to get shit from there, and that's Trump fault. You know, Trump put cargo taxes on shit coming from over there, and so now I pay more in shipping than the items.
Yeah, I actually just ordered some stuff.
Huh?
Well, I was gonna say I ordered some stuff wholesale from China, like this week, well, last week, and it got here really fast, but it was sitting in customs for like damn near a week.
Oh, what you order off of Alibaba or something?
I actually ordered it off of Instagram, but it's like these Chinese people, they have a warehouse, but yeah, I be getting stuff off AliExpress and Alibaba.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes even though it says it might be from China, they may have a U.S. Spot holding
Right.
shit. Like
I think it came from China.
Oh,
But
okay,
yeah,
yeah.
I know some of that stuff on Alibaba does take a long time.
Hell yeah. But I'm looking for somebody who like to, depending on what they buy the same things I buy, so we can halfen up that shipping. Because I'm telling you, I wanted to get some, because I do t-shirts and cups and like I do it all. There's nothing I don't really make. But the shipping on that shit, man, $80 shipping just on a little box.
They don't give you free shipping after a certain amount?
Hell to the no.
Wow. You gotta try. Oh, So you be going to different people and they all cost for shipping?
Hell yeah, coming from China on Alibaba. You ever got some free shipping from Alibaba?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're right. On Alibaba, yeah. Yeah.
It's already you're getting a good deal on the items already. But that shipping cost, man.
Well, what about AliExpress? Because don't they have wholesale stuff?
Yeah, they do. But it's cheaper. It's wholesale. It's just a little cheaper. But when you get it from Alibaba, you might really buy a T-shirt for like a couple of dollars each. You can get 1,000 T-shirts
Right.
for the amount that you might get 50 T-shirts from over here.
Right.
About because they're selling it to you real cheap.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. What about Amazon? Do you have a tax ID number?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Can't you go through them wholesale?
Yeah, but it like I said, it's still wholesale price. People still want the price. So let's say I decide to sell it, right? I buy it from Alibaba a large amount, and then so I can resell it. I'm still going to add in that shipping cost in, so it's almost cheaper. Yeah, and then they add in. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah, but there's a lot of people who buy the same type of shit I buy, like labels for bags and hardware for bags, and so I'm just, and there's some groups, but it does take a while. It may take 8 weeks to get some shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because it takes weeks, a couple of months for the person to get it. Whoever made the big order got to get it, take their time to separate everything for everybody. That's why we need to be making our own shit, y'all.
Yeah.
In the U.S., look what happened when COVID hit. We're running out of toilet paper, baby formula. Like, what would this happen if this was permanent?
Right.
And when y'all ask what Biden did, Biden, when that baby formula.
What happened? Okay, I don't hear nothing.
I hear you.
You sound real far away. Or I don't know if it's just me. And I don't hear bomb at all. Do y'all hear it in the chat? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, look. I'm going to end the stream. I thank everybody who came up. Thank you so much, Sister Cherise, my baby sis.
Thanks,
Thank you
Mule.
for coming up. Thank everybody else who for coming up. But I think something going on with the stream, so I'm just going to go ahead and end it.
Okay.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for coming.
Good night.
Good night.